Шон, как это сказать? Шон. Бля. Шон. Это нельзя озвучить, то есть. Охуенно.
Beautiful.
А тут что? Хуютипл. Яндекс переводчик не научился говорить по-немецки. Заебись. Google переводчик, может, научился.
Schön.
Schön. Okay.
Er ist Herr Kunze.
Блядь.
Er ist Herr Kunze.
Kunze. Kunze. Ist Herr Kunze.
Ich bin auch hier.
Ich bin auch hier. Ich bin auch.
Das ist Herr Schmidt.
Das ist Herr Schmidt. Das ist. Это Schmidt. Это господин Schmidt.
Er ist Herr Kunze.
Kunze.
Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get. Hallo und willkommen, ich bin Meister Lenze and you're watching Get. Germanized, Learning German for Beginners, the complete course. This course is a compilation of all the Learn German for Beginners videos that I have ever created, so you can just lean back, relax, learn, and hopefully understand the German language a little bit better, or at all if you're really new to this. So let's... Hallo und willkommen bei German for Beginners, Lesson 2. In the last episode, we learned all about the German alphabet, special letters, and the German articles. Today's lesson is all about introductions, asking for someone's name, and saying goodbye. Lasst uns anfangen. Let us begin. Some ways of saying hello in German are Hallo. Hallo.
Hello.
Guten Tag.
Hello. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Moin.
Moin. It's
Moin.
probably mine. Moin.
In the morning you might wish to say
Morning.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Good morning.
Guten Morgen.
In the afternoon you can say Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Good day, which you've heard before. In the evening it is common to say Guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Guten Abend.
Guten
Good
Abend.
evening. Now you might want to introduce yourself, and there are a few ways of doing this. For example, mein Name ist Dominik. My name is Dominic. Or ich heiße Dominic. I am called Dominic. So it's either mein Name ist Dominic or ich heiße Dominic. Now you might want to ask for the other person's name. But before we jump into that, you should be aware that in German there is an informal and formal way of speaking. The informal way is only used when speaking to friends and family, or when someone says it's okay to address them in this manner. So to ask someone for their name in the informal way, you would say, Wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? What's your name? Or more literal, how are you called? Or, wie ist dein Name? Wie ist dein Name? What is your name? Let's now talk about the formal way of asking for someone's name. Wie heißen Sie? Wie heißen Sie? What is your name? Or, wie ist Ihr Name? Wie ist Ihr Name? What is your name? The major difference here is the way you use the word you and your. Du is informal and means you. Sie is formal and also means you. Dein is informal and means your. Ihr is formal and also means your. Before you leave the person, you might wish to say, nice to meet you. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen. Freut mich, dich
Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen. Freut mich, dich kennenzulernen. Who знает, что это значит? It's probably like, what's up?
kennenzulernen. Nice to meet you.
Ah, okay.
Or for the formal way, freut mich, Sie kennenzulernen.
Freut mich, Sie kennenzulernen.
Freut mich, Sie kennenzulernen. Which of course also means nice to meet you. A reply for nice to meet you. Or for the formal way, freut mich, Sie kennenzulernen. Freut mich, Sie kennenzulernen. Which of course also means nice to meet you. A reply for this could be freut mich auch. Freut mich auch. Which literally translated means makes me happy too. Nice to meet you too. This can be used in informal and formal speech. Now it's time to say goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Goodbye. Or tschüss. Tschüss. Goodbye. And if you know that you'll meet them later, you might want to say bis später. Bis später. Until later. Let's now have an informal conversation together. Hallo. Now you.
Hello.
Mein Name ist Dominik. Was ist dein
Mein Name ist Misha.
Name?
Чё, блядь? Что произошло?
Mein Name ist Dominik. Was ist dein Name?
А, это я должен сейчас говорить. Окей, my name is Misha. My name is Misha. А. Чё, блядь?
And saying goodbye. It's 15:05 Uhr. Kommen to better dich kennen Sie. Und woher goodbye. Some ways of saying hello in German are Hallo. My name is formal and also means you. Your formal way means goodbye or tschüss if you know that you're later. Mein Name ist Dominik. Was ist dein Name? Danke fürs Zusehen. In the next episode of German for Beginners, we'll talk about questions regarding where you come from, how old you are, and what your occupation is. Hallo und willkommen zurück bei German for Beginners, Deutsch für Anfänger. In the last lesson, we learned all about introductions in German, asking for someone's name, and saying goodbye. If you missed it, you might want to check it out first. Otherwise, let's get going with German for Beginners, Lektion 3. In this lesson, you'll learn how to ask for someone's age, occupation, and origin in German. And of course, how to respond to these questions as well. When you meet someone for the first time in Germany, it is most likely they will ask you, where are you from? And this can be done the formal or informal way. Woher kommst du? Woher kommst du? Oder woher kommen Sie? Woher kommen Sie? You.
This is the conscious mind. Your body kind of
Когда я смотрю фильмы с ограблением...
It's amazing. When I watch a movie, I watch it a different way than you might watch it. Because of a man who did some seriously very big crimes and stuff, I look at things of how they could have got away with it, how realistic it is, good and bad of it.
This is Larry Love, America's biggest jewel thief, and today he'll be reviewing some famous heists from the movies.
All right, everybody, I'm back. Before we start, I just really want everybody to check out our member program on here on YouTube, and we are on Patreon. We got some really cool stuff. And listen, this is the biggest disclaimer in the world. Please don't try any of this. This is all about movies. I don't endorse crime in any way. You all know that right now. But I wanted just to emphasize that it's not cool, so to speak. The movies are cool. I love movies. The first movie, The Town.
Arthur Shea, former Medford police officer, 57 years old. As soon as his partner leaves with the coal bag, he cracks a Herald. You don't look up till the guy gets back. Marty McGuire, Cummins Armored Courier, 5'10", 220, 52 years old.
What really jumped out at me was in the background when they were explaining the guards in the armored cars, there was a jewelry store behind them. It's amazing how I actually just picked that up right away. I actually noticed Renard Jewelers that was in the background. It's crazy. But what really struck me right off the bat is what information they had on all of the people in the heist.
Picks up every Wednesday and Friday at exactly 8:12. Makes $110 a day. Carries a Sig 9. And he's about to get robbed.
I mean, really, it's amazing the detail they had on these two guards. Their height, weight, age, what they do. They did their homework. That's pretty good, man. That's exactly what I did. I knew who was in the store, who was coming, who was going.
Get away from the camera! Go! Everybody away! Up against the wall! You, away from the computer! Get a fucking game! Go!
They jumped, they went hard, they took control of the facility really quick, and if you notice, they locked the doors behind. Him with zip ties so no one could come in on him. Great move.
Take your shoes off. Go. Get the cash to him. Let's go. Take off the fucking shoes. Hey, manager, let's go. Get out.
Another great move. Did you see him flip through the money? When he flipped through that money, he was looking for what there was there. Either a die pack or location devices. Not all of them are die packs. They have what they call location devices that will just stay with that money and follow that money. That's more dangerous than a die pack.
Come on. Over here. What's your time lock set for?
9 o'clock.
Don't lie to us. Stay 15. Listen, it's not your money. You understand? Don't lie to us again. Hey, sweetheart, in the corner. Get in the corner. You too, brother, man.
Notice how he talks to the lady, and he knows more than the lady. She said that the time lock was on at 9. He said, no, 8:15. Check it out. They know their stuff. They are prepared. The girl is super nervous, which is again, that's normal. I've had reactions during robberies that are a person that laughed, cried, different things. So people's emotions are different. How they handle that stressful situation is kind of interesting. And the dynamics, you don't know what they're going to do. You have to be prepared for everything.
Hey, get back! Get out of the way.
And he was. Very well organized crew. Everybody had a job. Everybody did their job. The one guy went and got the security footage in tapes. Same thing I used to do. I used to take the tapes with me. I didn't put them into a microwave and destroy them. I'm assuming you can do that. But with FBI technology today, I wouldn't trust that. I wanted the tapes in my possession out the door.
What? Huh? What'd you say? Nobody did anything. You pulled the alarm? No. Did you? I didn't pull any alarm. We were leaving, you motherfucker! Easy. That's enough. All right. Fuck. We're out the door, you fuck. Let's go.
You always have someone who's the wild man. The guy started beating the guy. Never a reason for that. Never. And I never had to do that in any of the robberies I committed. And again, I'm not proud of those robberies. It's just what I did. But what I really noticed here is when they did something stupid, people started looking at them and they saw the tattoo. They saw the tattoo on the back of his neck. Identification mark. That was a mistake. Mistake will get you caught.
The cops get us walled in, we're gonna need him. Get out. Go.
Getaway. Major bad move. Taking a hostage. And it's now kidnapping. If they got caught, it was a bank robbery. Now, it is kidnapping. If you take a person, and I'm not a lawyer, but I know a lot about the law. I think if you take a person 100 feet away from that facility, it's considered kidnapping. Not only that, once she's out, she could hear things. Even though she was blindfolded, she could hear certain things. She could maybe hear bumps or a siren or going by some, building or area that she knows. She used to hear a sound if there was a construction site in the area. She used to walk to work that way. She would know what direction they left at. There's no reason whatsoever to take a hostage in that situation. Well planned, well coordinated, well executed, except for a couple of minor mistakes. These guys, obviously, with the pros. And but again, don't do this at home. No, come on, guys. We all know these are movies. Enjoy them. Enjoy the lockdown, what you're doing as well. All right, we're gonna go to the next movie, The Dark Knight. Again, this is another wild one, and it's another bank, and it's another wild kind of robbery. So this is a great movie to review.
Three of a kind. Let's do this.
That's it? 3 guys?
2 guys on the roof. Every guy gets a share. 5 shares is plenty.
6 shares. Don't forget the guy who playing the job.
He thinks he can sit it out and still take a slice. I know why they call him the Joker.
I did get a kick out of this. They're all talking about the guy who planned the heist, the Joker, and why they call him the Joker, and he wears war paint. You don't know who you're working with. You're doing a major robbery. But again, it's a fun movie. Gotta love it. I love movies, man. As bad as this lockdown is, and I'm calling it a lockdown, catch up on your movies, guys.
Now, let's go, pal. I'm making a withdrawal here. Put your hands up. No.
Here comes the silent alarm. And there it goes.
Hands down. Take it out with me. I just stay down there.
That's funny. It didn't dial out to 911. I was trying to reach a private number.
Is it a problem?
No, I'm done here.
Boy, shot right in the back. And there is my old adage. 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead. And again, it's a movie. But man, how well do you trust somebody you're going to do a major robbery like this and don't know who they are? I mean, come on, guys. Great movie.
On the ground! Stay on the ground! Nobody make a move! Nobody! Stay down!
I thought it was a great twist they threw the guy, the bank manager, which we know in the movie is one of the dirty guys, but it was pretty cool that they had him come out with a gun. Like, really, what manager would carry a sawed-off shotgun in his work? Wouldn't happen. Obviously, couldn't even happen there.
You have any idea who you're stealing from? You and your friends are dead!
He's out, right?
I love the masks. I really do. I mean, I just love all that kind of stuff. Again, if you really want to talk about descriptions, you don't need to wear a mask. You can just alter yourself in some way or another. And believe it or not, that's just as good as a mask. I love the way they made the banks with the tables of cash. Make it real easy. That doesn't happen in a bank, just to let you know. They have counting tables, they have big tables, but they're through a whole bunch of different things. And it's a table with counting machines and stuff. It's not just sitting there waiting for a robber to come in and take it all out, unless it's ready for the armored car guy. Even major banks don't carry that much cash anymore. There is a certain day they do have cash, and it's usually on paydays when they have it, but it's not like it used to be. A lot of things are electronics anymore, everybody, so it's not like it used to be. Jewelry stores are where it's at. And I didn't mean that to rob a jewelry store, of course, I'm only joking. And I think the Joker's going to kill about another 7 bus drivers because they all have to be in on this. Guy comes out of the wall, no one honks a horn, no one hits him, no one stops. Again, it's a movie. Love it. Next movie up, Good Time.
Stop messing with him.
Next?
What blew me away on this one was the disguise. The disguise was one of the best disguises I saw for a movie ever. It looked so real, you couldn't tell it was a disguise. Obviously, they went into the bank, they used a note, which is pretty standard, you know. And if you don't have a firearm during a commission of a felony, you don't get 5 years. By the law, and I'm not a lawyer, but I know the law, especially the 924C, it's using a gun in the commission of a felony. Mistake. First mistake I noticed is when they told the lady to get the money, the $65,000. You know, I guess they put a number on it, thinking she's going to go actually get $65,000, and they would never have that in a drawer. Is they didn't tell her, hey, no die pack, no location device. If you say that, they're not going to put it in there. Not going to risk somebody getting hurt. They're, you know, tellers and bank employees have one motive: get you out of their place with nobody getting hurt. So that was pretty stupid not to say, listen, no die packs, no location device. And obviously at the end of the scene we're going to see what happens because of that. I mean, it was really well executed, but you also would never let the lady go back into the vault. I knew a guy who did robbery, something like this. He actually went into the bank. He went with a large check, a $75,000 or $100,000 check. He asked for the manager and says, hey, listen, can I see? I want to deposit this open account. The manager wants him in real quick. He had a briefcase. He opened the briefcase, and he put a piece of dynamite with a timer right on the desk. The guy looked at him. I used to hear his stories. He was crazy, man. I love the guy, though. He was a nut. But he used to tell the story. The guy would look at him, and now he would say, listen, go into that safe and get $150,000 or whatever number he said. And if you try anything right now, I'm going to walk out and detonate this bomb. Everybody was, oh my gosh. The guy went in, gave him his money, they got him out. And the reason he did it that way, and he explained, he goes, because it gave me time to get away. Because they can't just hit alarms, do anything. They won't have to evacuate the place. They have to clear it with a bomb squad. Again, I'm not trying to tell people. I've just heard it from some of the best who did robberies in their life. But guess where I heard it from? In prison. So nobody gets away with it, for, you know, forever. You never get away with it. You will be caught. And again, I'll never ever recommend any of this. This is a movies, and I'm just reviewing movie heists. So remember that when I'm talking to you guys.
Stay with me. Where'd you go? Where are you?
We got it. We don't want to do any fucking robberies. Who are you explaining it to? Fucking morons? The fucking morons? Or did you lose already? It seems like
Did you get the bank? You're circling around. I'm on the corner. I'm on the corner where you dropped me off. You gotta get back here right now. I'm outside the Mango Rico. Yes. You see? Give me a call.
I'm so sorry. The cops, they moved me here. They moved me there. Don't worry about it. Let's go.
What had me a little bit smiling was when the guy wasn't there. You all know about a robbery I had when the car wasn't there when it was supposed to be. It was a screw up, but I had myself covered. These guys were done. What happens if that guy never did come back? Now what you're doing? Obviously, you wouldn't use somebody like that either. You'd have your own driver. Or there have been robberies, guys use a cab and get away with it like that as well. So that is possible. You know, all of that is somewhat realistic, to be honest. And they make mistakes because people aren't real criminals. And thank God they're not.
What was that sound?
What the fuck?
That stuff doesn't come off. It would take a lot, and the money too. I mean, it's pretty much ruined, if you want to call it that. Dfybk did, and they worked for a while, but obviously the criminal world picked up on that, and they won't work. How Dfybks work is either they have a device on them that when the pack is open, it explodes, or it leaves the certain distance, it'll explode a Dfybk. That's all it is. So it would go off like that. And I'll tell you what, man, I mean, I've heard of it going off. I don't know anybody who had a bank job and the Dfybk went off. I do know cop friends of mine tell me about this happening as well. And it's kind of, you know, listen, it's an amateur move. Again, all of these devices in banks, they don't catch the professional. They catch the guy who's, you know, I hate to say it, hard up on his luck. He's doing something desperate, and usually there's more to it, and hopefully the system sees that with normal people and made bad mistakes. They need to pay a price, but they don't need to pay for the rest of their life, especially a guy with a note. I don't believe that at all. You know, I'm on the compassionate side. Our next movie, The Other Guys.
211 in progress. They're using a wrecking ball to clean out Caspian jewelry.
We got it. Good luck, guys. Have a good one. Hell, let's go. No, I got work to do. What? This is work.
Mark Wahlberg was benched, so to call, you want to call it that, benched as a detective, and he's wanting
Incredible
to get
video
so
to
it's
show.
kind of funny movie.
Let's go. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Wednesday night is taco night at Rikers Island.
What I loved about this movie and the Wrecking Ball and everything else, it was a jewelry store. They at least got smart. They got to the jewelry store. You can get out with a lot more jewels than you can cash. We all know that now. Anybody who's been watching my channel knows that. So, pretty good movie. But I love all these guys. I love the actors in this one. This was and look at the named actors in this movie. This is pretty funny too. Another good movie, entertaining to watch. I don't know, maybe heists are entertaining. I don't believe my heists were entertaining. I really don't. And again, I always will say this, I'm sorry for that. And that doesn't make me that bad guy. I believe that. Okay, I got sad. Tough thing to see. Did you see that SS Charger get crushed? Oh! I'm not a big car guy, but I like cars. I like different kind of cars. That SS got crushed by that wrecking ball.
Special Forces zip line. These guys are pros.
You thinking what I'm thinking, partner?
Aim for the bushes.
Hey, ready, partner? Aim for the bushes. And he's jumping. They're jumping off the building to go for the bushes. They slam on the concrete. Come on. I know it's kind of sick humor, but I'll tell you what. That was worth the cigar, that's for sure. That's worth the cigar I bought for this movie. Well, anyway, The Other Guys, pretty funny movie. Another worth seeing. You know, all of these clips were sent to me by various people who want me to review them. And thank you, everybody who's been doing that. Keep sending clips, stuff like that. Okay, everyone, I'm here to review the GTA 5 jewelry heist scene with Michael and his crew. And there's two scenarios here, so I'm going to review them both. I understand it's a game, but I am, to this day, considered the biggest jewel robber in the United States. And I'm going to tell you how I would have did it and what the game...
Здравствуйте, Сафиун Рустам Назипович, это вы? Да, я, нет, это мой сын, я. Вы обвиняетесь в изнасиловании ребенка. Да, это я сделал, да, я не знал просто, что ему 3 годика, я не знал, блядь, я паспорт забыл посмотреть, не знал. Ну ладно тогда, прощаем. Спасибо, а вам смотреть ничего не надо, я просто повар, блядь.
Might have did a little bit off, or how they can improve the game. and how you can maybe play it better and be a little bit more successful as well. So let's get right at it.
Hey, listen. What do you got?
The Holy Grail.
Really don't know who the brains of the operation is. The one guy's supposed to be the tech guy.
Yet.
Look.
And Michael is supposed to be the guy with the crew.
Bucks wrecked his girlfriend's house. I don't need to go crazy here.
Which Mexican?
Martin Madrazo.
He's not supposed to be very nice.
You never rob just to get money quick like that. You have to plan it a little bit more reason to do it than just, I need quick money, let's do it. You're gonna get caught right away.
Well, store's usually easier. But I gotta make a big take.
Well, gems it is then. Let's go to Vangelico, buy ourselves an engagement ring.
I like how they just pick, let me stop it, how they just pick Angelica's jewelries or whatever that was. They just pick it out of the blue, let's go there. That's not how you case a place. That's not, you'd get caught in a minute. You know, you got to pick what store you're going to pick, then you got to pick why you're going to pick it, you got how much money is it, the best getaway. They just picked one that they came off the top of the head.
There are no old guys. Moses, ironically, he found Jesus. All those Irish crazies, they mostly just disappeared. That crew from the south.
They're picking a crew like it's a shopping mall as well. The Irish crew, this guy's gone. It doesn't work like that either. You know, you build relationships, you build knowledge, and you actually grow up with a lot of the people you rob with, and you actually understand them better than they understand themselves.
They all went down. There was an Eastern European guy making moves in Liberty City, but he went quiet.
I don't know why they even need the guy with the cane.
You got any contacts in LS or not?
Unless he's their fence, and kind of says he's going to sell them at the end.
I'll have to reach out to some other guys.
When you go case a joint, you know, just don't take your car either. You might have a rent-a-car and you could change the plate, or you don't have to, but you better drive a lot better than they're driving. This was a kick out of it. Darian, man, you got to learn to drive. Go through every stoplight, every stop sign. I mean, you would have been stopped a long time ago, and this game would have been over. But I understand it's a game. Every stop sign, even hitting stuff.
Bad driver! Here we are.
Pulls up in front of the place and he runs to the place. That's another thing. You don't walk. What are you running from? Unless this is a time game.
Okay, we need shots of the security features, the alarm system, ventilation, cameras.
You don't need a guy to do what he's doing, going in there taking shots. You do need to go in the store and case it.
Sir, thank you.
The alarm keypad is on the left when you come in, on the wall by the side door.
He's not going to know why he needs that alarm keypad. That doesn't mean anything.
Get me an air vent in one of the cameras.
As he's casing this place, he's taking pictures. Very conspicuous, you know. I mean, you don't think they'd be looking at him? Any real criminal would be pinned out in a minute.
We need to know.
Hey, beautiful. I need to pick up...
Here's a big mistake, too, while he's talking to the girl.
Well, one of them.
Sir, I'm sure we can help you. Tell me about her. What's her taste?
Cheap. Thank God. This ain't my wife we're talking about. I don't know. I don't want to spend too much. I'm thinking maybe 10 grand?
Our rings start at 8. Our pendants start at 12.
All right. So these things built to last, or am I just paying for the Vangelico logo here?
No. We use perfect clarity jewels.
He asked the lady like she's going to tell him everything. She's a sales lady. That's number one. He doesn't even ask if there's loose diamonds. If you're a real jewel robber, a mistake in this game, they would hide a jewelry box full of loose stones. In that jewelry box, it's usually a box that big, they'd have loose stones, and you would take that's where the money is in jewelry stores, not in the stuff in the display cases. It's in a box in a safe or in a hidden compartment, and you'd have to find out where that is. So there's the mistake there. What he could have did was, you know, what the game could have did is show, hey, listen, we're showing you some diamonds, and break out a box from a different area and show where that box was. That would have been a better way to show that this place had a lot more money. In the display case is going to only be X amount of dollars.
18 karat gold, 950 platinum. Nothing but the best.
All right. I think you just made a sale. I'm gonna take a look around. Think about it. Come back to you, baby. Don't go anywhere.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
He really doesn't case the joint. He's really not, looking around. He's kind of looking around, but he's not looking in the cases, even to see what's in what case. You got to know where the stuff is, where the important stuff. They're going to have some bling that's not even worth anything in certain areas, and that's going to be nothing. That doesn't mean anything.
Find a way up to the roof.
Now they're casing how to, I guess, throw a canister. The driving is funny. I get a kick out of him. Darian can't drive. I hope he has a better license than this in a road.
Some construction.
Yeah, if they're gutting the place, I might be able to get to the roof.
This is their case. He walks into the walls, too. That's pretty good.
So you keep up with the old crew?
Hell, after your death/disappearance.
They got the technology to be talking to each other through an earpiece, so they got technology so they wouldn't have to do what they're doing. You can find all this information literally in the city ordinance or the city codes or anywhere.
There were liquor stores
And even while he's casing this place, he doesn't have any gloves on. He doesn't have any kind of something on him that once the cops figure out how they did it, they're going to go. He just runs into the wall. That was hilarious. Well, he gets there and he keeps looking around, and he runs up this ladder and his fingerprints the whole way up. They're going to check everything on a big enough score. You got to actually case this place like you're robbing it and make sure you don't leave anything behind.
Satellite image. It looks like the highest point is on the northwest side. Get a shot from there.
Nobody around. Somebody would have saw him. I mean, obviously this is a game. And it's a pretty good game. I got a kick. I watched it a few times.
Okay, capture an image of the system and we're done.
And that's a hell of an arm to throw that across the way and hit it right in a round thing. How many canisters are you going to really carry? What happens if you miss the first one? That would have been funny. Guy even says to him, get down here before someone sees you. He runs everywhere. Guy's got a lot of energy, a lot more than me. Most robberies are not done like that. They're really planned out, a lot slower, a lot more meticulous, and the less action, the better. You're going to get away with it more. I did go in hard, and I'll explain that in a minute.
Let's speed this up. We don't want to draw attention.
Just says it. I don't want to speed anyone up. Let's draw attention, he says. But here they are. He's getting out of the building and getting back in their car. Look at the way he parked. That was great. You know, the worst thing you can do is bring attention to yourself. Little quick here, stop. When we did a robbery, and I went and did robberies in cities all over the east coast of United States, you go into a place, and I might be in a city for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. We don't leave the hotel. We make sure we don't drive crazy anywhere. We go get some food and pretty much live in a hotel. You don't want to be seen in that town because you don't want to have them go to a hotel you might have been at or you're held up at. So this guy's just all over the place. Obviously, he's just parked the wrong way. He doesn't take anything seriously in that regard.
Let's go back to the garment factory. I called ahead and told him to start setting up the information.
And they're racing.
So, what did you see?
Nothing that'll...
Just going straight through red lights. I get a kick out of that.
Yeah, it looked like a simple setup. Cameras broadcasting to a remote server. You might be able to wipe them remotely. Security guard on the door. He won't want to die for rich.
They're planning it right now. You know, each other talking and planning it.
The door lock. We'll get a good window. Someone talented hacks it.
Anything else?
Well, the more valuable merchandise is in the cabinets in the center of the store, by the register.
He's telling him where the most valuable stuff is. How does he know? He didn't even go in it, that guy. Secondly, if you got a talented enough hack like that, you're going to be able to hack into their system and not only shut it down, you can actually find out where the cops are. You should have that too. They didn't have radios hooked up to the cops either, and stuff like that. They need that.
Glass in the cabinets wasn't bulletproof, means you can smash them easy enough, but the stones will be in the safe at night.
So, we go in when it's open then?
Right. Once we melt down the gold, recut the rocks, that's an okay score.
Yeah, shame we can't go in after hours, man. Those vents look promising.
Might be able to flip that another way.
I'm listening.
Wait till we get...
Man, that driving's crazy. Darian, stay on the road.
Maybe we could cut him in.
I don't work with amateurs.
He ain't an amateur. Or if he is...
Crash. Once they do something like that, it's over. The thing's over. Matter of fact, if I even had a ticket, in fact, one robbery in city we're going to do, I even thought the cops might have knew who I was. Not by touching me or anything, or catching me or anything, doing anything, but just something happened. So, once you think you're spotted, you're not going to do the robbery in that town.
Loud and dumb. Remember the vents? If we're going to be smart...
Now they're going over the two plans. And
evidence while everyone's out. You'll have to source the gas, of course, but crowd control won't slow you down, and that might improve the take. The cover is pest control, so no one will look twice when you're wearing gas masks. It means getting a pest control van, though. You go in dumb, and you'll need your famous way with people and 4 carbine rifles. We can't buy them and risk them getting traced. No, we've got to find some in circulation. It's awkward, it's real awkward, but this is the gun favored by LSPD tactical teams, so one of their vans is probably a good place to look. A hacker can disable the cameras. The length of time depends on their ability. The alarm will be operating on the same window. The exit strategy is more or less the same for both options. The driver you pick will, of course, source some bikes. You come out of the store and make your way through the new subway tunnel they're digging.
Let me stop it here. Right now, they're planning these two capers 2 different ways. You don't do that. You don't have 2 totally different ways to get in. You know what you're going to do before you get in. In a robbery of this magnitude, you actually case the store from the backwards forward. You have your getaway. They say they have that plan. You have your getaway, and can you get out? But the first thing you got to know is where the stones are. Can you get out of that store? And what's your getaway, which supposedly they have planned here, which I like. But I also don't know why you have 2 plans. You're going to pick one and go with it and nail it down. More like in Ocean's 11. You're going to have a plan. You're going to stick with it. And you're going to do it. You can improvise during the plan, but you're not going to improvise before and put 2 models up and say, let's choose this one. That's not how it works.
Digging off the Del Perro freeway. You lose the cops in there and meet a truck in the LS River.
All right, I want my guy Franklin on the getaway. He can handle a bike.
All right, if you vouch for him.
Now, the one guy doesn't know the crew either, so he says, I'll vouch for him. This guy will vouch. Doesn't seem like either of them knew anyone that well. Believe me, when you case a store and when you pick your crew, you better know who they are, and you'll know them better than you'll know yourself. You want to know what what's going to make them nervous. How they'll act under pressure. You're not going to do a robbery just say, oh, I heard he's good. That's not how it works.
I'll take the risk.
That's how you get set up. That's number one. I mean, that's how a cop sets you up. That's how a snitch gets you. You're done.
So how do you want to do this?
Pause. I'd make him a whole different way to make this thing. I'd have where backstabbing can happen, where could be an undercover cop, and you maybe bribe the cop. You maybe get something on his family. There's a lot of different ways I would have did this whole thing for GTA.
Run in through the front door or try to play it smart?
The loud way or the smart way? They choose the smart way first. I like that.
Okay. Select personnel with that in mind. As ever, the better they are, the bigger the cut.
He's talking about how the better they are, the bigger the cut. You know who they are. You know how much you're going to give them. You know what your cut is. There's no, oh, let me get a little better guy because I can afford to give him a little more. We're going to get more money. That doesn't happen either. That's just a game.
Now the driver, they'll source the bikes, lead you out through the tunnels.
Going over the guys in the on the corkboard.
Eddie Toe. Now you can count on him to get you out of a spot. Guns. Now we're hoping to keep quiet, so this guy shouldn't make much...
The guys you pick are going to be more... There's got to be only one brains of the operation. One guy's going to do most of the stuff. That was me in my robberies. And then I had crews come in afterwards and help me unload the stuff, have a driver to get away, look on the outside, and he also helps you case it at certain times. So you're not the only one who cased it. I usually did most of the casing, but you might have somebody else check a driver or somebody coming and going, or even go in the store.
Harris. Good. Feminine touch.
I like when he says his girl's a feminine touch on a hacker. I could care less if it's a monkey behind that computer, if they know what they're doing.
I'll get moving. Great.
They use a pest control Smart move to use a company. I like Michael now as me, which is pretty wild. Come on, Michael, better do it right.
Ready. You'll need to pitch it to the guys.
Whoa, what?
And how they work this is they do get a different stuff. I would did a few other things too, and I'll tell you that in a minute, because I'll never forget how I did it.
Now we all know why.
Crew meeting. This is a good one.
We've got a store to take. The plan is simple, elegant. Listen to Lester, pay attention to the information he gives you, and we'll all make a buck. If things go bad, you know the drill.
If things go bad, we don't know each other. That's a good one. If you trust these people, and you have to tell them that you don't trust them to begin with. I mean, if you don't know them that well, you're not doing a robbery. There's an old saying, and it's well known. They say 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead. Think of what I just said. 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead.
This wasn't organized. We don't know each other. We got caught up in a robbery.
Their hacker looks like a junkie girl.
It's not going to be an issue because everything's going to go just fine.
What do they need this Lester for? Except I'm guessing he's the fence.
I could have it offline myself, no problem, but you should be able to get us a pretty decent window. How decent depends on the job you do.
They should have made him the hacker.
You signal Michael, he makes the call.
Things look good. We should be able to drop a present right through the air vent on the roof.
I like Michael. He looks like me.
He goes to sleep, no problem. We take our time. If we run into trouble, we move quickly and with force. Any questions? No?
You do have a meeting beforehand, and I'll stop it right there before them getting out of the office. We totally had a meeting. Not only a meeting, get ready, and I'll tell you what, that's when your palms sweat, your adrenaline starts pumping, and you go. There's no turning back. That's when the heat counts. That's when you know who's got the balls to do a robbery like this, and the brains, because it's easy to have balls and no brains and get caught. But like I says, I was at it for 7 years, and robbed $15 to $18 million and got away with it. So there's something to say for that.
Frank, you're with me. Paige?
He's telling people on the way down who's with who. They should know all of that.
You're in the van, all right?
I like where they use names. They said, names are never even used. The less even talking, the better. You don't want them to know your accent. You don't want them to know anything about you. You might slip and say anything. Say nothing. You might say, go, out. There's no talking at all in a robbery. Everyone has a job and knows what to do. I would go in, hit the cabinets, take the people down, bring people in, and work it like that. Obviously, I'll be talking a lot more about actual robbery soon.
All right, you got it down?
Here they go. They didn't talk about changing the plates, doing anything for this car. This part kind of confused me a little bit because... And the getaway, too. I'll tell you that in a minute.
I stuck my neck out for you here.
Again, this guy's driving like an animal, man. That's the worst time you should drive like an animal. Even hits a few cars, I think.
So I didn't prove myself when I jumped off the back of that yacht on the highway, huh?
Yeah, but these guys don't...
Trying to vouch for each other on the way to the robbery. If I don't trust someone on the way to a robbery, the robbery's off. Even if I know them.
What's up, man?
Good. I got enough shit.
Bang, hit somebody. Robbery's over.
What you got to worry about?
I don't know. I ain't done any real work in years, so I'm giving half the take to guys who are supposed to be the best in the business.
All right.
They're making this out to be, there's a lot of, in the business, there's a lot of them. There's smash and grabbers, and then there's pros like I was.
15 to a hacker? And that's on top of all the other outlets. I feel like a chump buying myself a score.
On the way to the robbery.
Guess we'll find out if they worth it, right?
All right, this is it up there. There's a way through the sun.
He's so funny. He hit so many people on the way. I was laughing so hard.
Man, we went over this. I'm cool.
Here they go. He's going. He parks right there to head up. To go throw the gas into the ventilator. He's going up the stairs now. Not worrying about seeing it all. He mentions hello or something.
Excuse me! Yeah. Exterminator! Hey, they ain't no...
You would know that already. And if it's during this, must be a weekend robbery. Because there'd be somebody there during the week. Again, here he is, doing everything right this time because he's got gloves on. But they would have caught you the place before when you did the case in the place. He gets a little lost there. Up the stairs. And
Almost there.
see, when he cased the joint, he actually went up there with his hands and fingerprints. And believe it, they'd get that. They're real good.
So you had some grenades on you. Don't throw them instead of the gas.
Throw the grenades.
I think I can tell the difference.
I like this part.
I gotta ask.
Look at this. He throws it. Picks the gas canister. One shot. Pretty good. Pretty good throw. Wow.
That was it. They going out.
Here's another thing. They're in the store and the gas comes through. They have an alarm. They have buttons in a jewelry store. The buttons that would have been hit right away. Automatic cops are on their way. There's no wait for the alarm for a minute and a half. They're done already. The alarms went off. They have the managers carry an alarm in their pocket. Man, I would have made this robbery a lot better in GTA. I would have made it more realistic.
Let's do this. Come on.
And look when they're banging it in. They're not even getting it. They're getting a few pieces. You know, it takes a little time to get the whole stuff. I would be in a robbery.
Around a minute and a half before the alarm will reset itself. 90 seconds.
I would be in a robbery for sometimes 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Take people down.
You should be able to strip the joint. Come on. 120 remaining. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm stopping it while he's doing the robbery, and I'll tell you why. One robbery I did, I was in the store for almost 30 minutes. Probably 25, 30 minutes. There was a cop car waiting out front. Not for me. Just pulled up, and he was talking to other people. And the cop car was out front. So I had to wait for that cop car to leave. Even though I wasn't going out the front, I couldn't have somebody get out of their flex cuffs or what we had them in, and automatically that cop would have been way too close. So we waited till he left. When he left, then we went out the back, and that was in Daytona. And I'll tell you what, I mean, we were in that store as long as we had to be in that store. First of all, if you're going the right way, alarms aren't going off. Obviously, they are going off. Alarms would have went off already. Just started.
Hey, buddy, you can handle the merch like that. You're gonna earn your 12%.
You're gonna earn your 12%. That was a good one.
In this joint. 50 seconds.
Just takes one or two pieces.
Keep it up. See how much we can get. 40 seconds. They're out of stones. Let's hit the road. Coast is clear. If we move now, man, it'll be a clean getaway.
So for the last time, move it. Man, get the fuck out my face. Oh.
You forget 1,000 things every day, pal. Make sure this is one of them.
I like the way the guard's just thrown out, forgets it, doesn't pose gun, doesn't do anything. Then they stop. Now they're going to plan 2, the loud approach.
Run into the front door or try to play it smart.
This is smash and grabs. I actually went in and never loud. Took him down slow. But when I took him down, I owned that store. And I did go in the front door.
Through the tunnels. Eddie Toe. Now you can count on him to get you out of a spot. Guns. Yeah, it might be hot and heavy in there. This guy will keep it from going bad. McReary? He was part of a well-known Liberty City stick-up crew. Small.
I like them picking their crews. They pick them like you got a book to pick people out of. It's so not how it is. You better know the people you're robbing with, or you're done before you even start.
This guy, Ricky. I met him at the Life Invader office. He may not be that good, but he's enthusiastic.
He might not be a good hacker, but he's enthusiastic. Yeah, you really want that guy.
She'll be able to find any back doors they got.
Like a little backdoor insinuendo with the woman. Funny.
Attack team and get their weapons, and I'll be in touch. Yes, good.
Here's Larry again. I mean Michael.
Whoa, what? My rep don't count for nothing no more.
You're a dead man, Michael. I'll call you.
Here it is, morning.
All right.
I'll stop it here right before they're gonna do it, and they're in there together. I did rob them in the mornings, usually when the sun was coming up at a certain time, so nobody else can look in the store because of the light or the reflection. You know, the sun rises in the east and falls in the west, and if there's glare coming into that window, nobody can see in. And that's important in a robbery. Also, if something's in the robbery windows, they can't see in. So that's stuff that jewelry stores need to fix themselves. Obviously, in the game, they don't talk about that. They should have.
We're all professionals. We all know the score.
He's giving his little meeting again.
We're going to move quick, and we're going to keep cool. Anybody gets pinched. This meeting never took place. We don't know each other. Is that clear?
Now, we've looked very, very carefully at the plans. We considered something more complicated, but given the location, the weakness of staffing, and the...
Lester's given the, his plans. The brains, I guess he is.
Disable security, and waltz right in through the front door. The security guard should be to our left. We neutralize him. 15 seconds later, you come in. I want extreme pressure applied to the staff. The customers are to be calmly subdued. I want one guy on crowd control, while you and I empty out the merchandise from the cabinets.
Stop it here. He's talking about the jobs of each person. That's good. That was really good. Everyone will have a job. You're going to be either the driver or you're going to be the guy taking down the salesperson. I take down the owner. If it's going to be a multiple takedown, and I've done those, and then you hit this side of the store for all the cases, and you hit the other side, or you hit the safes. I would always get to the box of diamonds, and I would also get to the safe where the big money was.
We're in and out in 90 seconds, guys.
In and out 90 seconds, not happening.
Get away. I'm leaving on foot. Any questions?
Good luck, everyone.
In the parlance of robberies, they call them smash and grabs. The guy go in and smash a hammer right through a glass and take a $30,000 ring or 3 rings or whatever's in that case. Call them smash and grabs. You're never going to get good. You're never going to get as big as I am, and you're going to get caught. That's just going to happen.
F, come on, get in.
Here they're heading down the stairs and
Paige.
heading to their robbery.
Everyone else with me.
Guy falls down. That made me laugh.
Franklin's driving. I'm in the passenger seat.
I'm telling you, your adrenaline would be pumped right now. Believe it. I mean, pumped. I don't care who you are and how many you've done. I've done over 20 major jewelry robberies and other robberies, not counting those. Your adrenaline is blowing out. Your palms are sweating. And it's controlling that adrenaline is the people who make it. It's funny, I got Michael on my shirt.
All right, listen up. The 4 of us in this van, we're about to become accomplices in a major crime. I gotta be able to trust you with my life.
I think he should trust me. You don't have to tell him I gotta trust you. Listen to me. If I did a robbery today, I would kill everybody involved. I know that sounds rough, but that's the truth. That's the way it would have to be. Did a $20 million score, I'd have to kill everybody involved. Because only 3 can keep a secret if 2 are dead. That's a true statement. People in the joint used to tattoo that on their necks.
Anyone yaps about me or any of
He's warning everybody yaps. Hit his own truck.
Good. Now, Frank, over to you.
What do you need a suit for? You going in?
It's a brazen smash and grab. This is in London. Twist at the end, really, and at the beginning of the as well. Nothing subtle here. First, the car smashes through the front of the store, and that's just the beginning. You see some innocent bystanders trying to run for cover, stay safe. As these guys come out, they've got hammers in hand. There's going to be 3 in all. You see the one guy hammer out, bag, he's ready to start ripping off. And then number 2, he's got a sledgehammer. 1, 2, 3 glass cases smashed, and here comes the third dude. They've all got bags, and they're going to rip off what they can. They think, all right, clean getaway. They're going to leave the car, no, that's an innocent bystander. Yes, with maybe a piece of the building, some shrapnel there from the event, and he's going to come at him. Not today, jackass. We're after you. And that's what happens here as this continues to play out. So then what do the thieves do? They're going with the alternative exit. Use the hammer once again and get out of there, but the bystanders aren't giving up the chase. You're going to see that stick, that rod, that piece of the building again. 2 bystanders give chase. They actually end up tackling one of the 2. Again, police got there. One of the 2 convicted, sentenced to 10 years. The other 2 thieves still on the loose. What a scene playing out there. We told you about it. Let's bring in friend of the program, Larry Lawton. He's a former jewel thief himself. He's a YouTube influencer. And this guy, he was on the FBI's most wanted list, sentenced to federal prison, now helps jewelry stores, authorities prevent burglaries in cases like this. Larry, good to see you. First off, give me your thoughts on the car going through the front of the store. That's a twist, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty wild, Mike. And the first thing I thought of was the Pink Panther gang. There's a gang in Europe that they call the Pink Panther gang. They do brazen robberies, go through malls with cars, speeding, go through stores. But it wasn't the Pink Panther gang. They wouldn't have got caught like that by a bystander, which that then tells me that these guys weren't really planned. They didn't have their getaway set up right. And I'm glad. I mean, obviously, I work with jewelry stores and people to prevent stuff like this now. So I think that, everything worked out better for the owners. Nobody got hurt. But I definitely don't recommend that either, Mike. Somebody can get hurt in that situation.
Yeah, don't know for sure. Because I think people think jewelry heist, a heist is more subtle and there's planning and it's done in the middle of the night, not this. Is that your take as well, Larry?
Well, there's a couple of types of jewelry robberies, Mike. Those are the plan, more professional. Then these are what they call smash and grabs. They smash through windows with sometimes a big heavy truck or whatever they're going to get through the windows and stuff and hit it in 30 seconds, 90 seconds. They're never going to get the big score that you're going to see in major planned robberies like I did. I hate to say that, but because they can't get to the safes. They can't get to certain other things in time. So they know they're going to be in and out in 30 seconds. They're going to get the most expensive jewelry they can in the cabinets they can get to right away. And it's called a smash and grab. They're dangerous, obviously, because things happen quick. Somebody can get killed with a car. Someone can get killed with even, swinging these hammers and axes. It gets dangerous. I'd rather be robbed, I hate to say it, by the professional than the smash and grab guy.
No, this is so violent. You're right. Luckily, nobody really got hurt here. What's the level of planning in a smash and grab?
Well, they have to have some kind of planning, but these guys aren't as sophisticated as the guys like myself who used to plan them out for sometimes weeks, know who's coming and going, know what is in the store, exactly where it is, if there's loose stones and how to get to those loose stones, how many employees. These guys do I call it a cursory setup or a cursory case. This is like a case in GTA, Grand Theft Auto 5. I just did a review on that, Mike, and I'll tell you, this reminded me of that because this is really outlandish. I mean, these guys had no real getaway planned except running out. Did they get to a car? You got a civilian chasing them down with a piece of the building or something like that. That's kind of scary because they could have turned on her with those bats and, those axes and those crowbars that they had. That could have been dangerous.
Yeah, and are they armed, you think, or do you think they're just armed with the hammer and the sledgehammers?
Usually those kind of guys aren't armed, Mike. They arm themselves because it's a quick hit and miss. Sometimes, hey, listen, these people aren't thinking in a rational way anyway. If it was the Pink Panther gang, and they're well known in Europe, the Pink Panther gang goes through malls. They go brazen through walls. They're very organized and very brash, but very organized. They're one of the best I've ever seen do it, and they're still out there. There's whole gangs. Even when a couple of them get caught, they, you know, have such a big network, they keep it going. I hope this wasn't a copycat, Mike. And what happens if you get copycats, you get dangerous. You know, jewelry store owners got to always be prepared. This is something very hard to prepare for. Yeah. But if they put their better jewelry in a better spot and want to bring it out when somebody comes there, they could have put cubic zirconias in those things, and the people are going to get nothing. They're going to get glass. And then if a customer comes in, Mike, you show them the real thing, and you're going to sell it to them. But that could have happened.
Got it. Hey, Larry, always good to see you. Larry Lawton providing some expertise on a brazen robbery there. Thanks again, Larry. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
Well, a simple ride on the sun.
Here we are doing another video. Larry Lawton here. I'm a former jewel thief, known as America's biggest jewel robber, and robbed between $15 and $18 million up and down the East Coast of the United States. This is Ask Me Anything. And here we are live from Key West, and here's some questions. First question, how did you get started in the business of specifically jewel thieving? Well, the first jewelry store robbery was a setup. It was a jewelry insurance job. The owner wanted his store robbed. The mob set this up for me, and I knew where the main stuff was going to be in the safe. I knew there was only one person in the store. I knew the owner was going to be there. I did have to set the robbery up like it was a legitimate robbery, which it was, because the person in the store didn't know. And they couldn't know, obviously, because when the police came, they would, maybe figure that out. But so the first store was a jewelry setup, and that's what got me into the jewelry business, seeing, wow, there's a lot of money in this business. And I don't recommend it. Believe me, I don't recommend it. Next question. What does it feel like the first few days in prison? Wow, great question. The first few days in prison, you're in shock. Actually, it takes about 1.5 years to 2 years before you even know you're in prison, when you got a long stretch like I had. So you lose 2 years. It's a survival mode. Your whole body goes into it, your brain goes into it, and you're figuring out the system. Your life has changed. It's upside down. It's a whole different world. So the first few days are really shock. I mean, just shock. Next question. How did the scenario of being caught cross your mind? Did the thought of being caught motivate you, give you a thrill, or did it cause you to consider quitting? I never pictured even getting caught. I knew I'd get caught. Everyone knows they're going to get caught. Anybody who's got half a brain knows they're going to eventually get caught. You keep doing it. Even the FBI asked me, why did you keep doing it? You had money. You were living the life. You had your own limousine. You had horses. You had a boat. You did everything. You had homes. Why did you keep going? It was such a thrill. There was no question. It's an adrenaline rush. It's hard to explain. I've done every drug in the book, and there's no drug that can compare to the thrill of robbing something. I was a professional. I was driven by completing the crime, getting the money, and had an end goal. I wouldn't hurt somebody or just do it for a thrill. I did it for a reason. It was money, and I was motivated that way. And I'm not proud of that. It is what it is. And ask me anything. This is what it is. I've always been curious about how plausible it would be to pull off a jewelry heist during a blizzard, utilizing a snowmobile as a getaway vehicle. Is this something you considered during your career as a jewel thief? In your opinion, would this be a viable option, or do you think I'm watching too many movies? I don't know if you're watching too many movies. Have fun watching movies. No, I don't think it'd be plausible at all. Where would you go? In a snowmobile? How about snow tracks? I think they could follow you. I don't think anything like a getaway like that. You have to blend in, and I don't know how many snowmobiles would be going on. I did rob jewelry stores during weather related, meaning if it was raining hard or something like that, that was actually good for me, because there's less people running around, walking around. Cops might be at an accident somewhere of that nature. So the elements do matter. But as a blizzard, it didn't say, okay, I'm gonna wait for a blizzard to happen. And a snowmobile, nah, that's James Bond stuff. That's not reality. But keep watching movies. Have fun. Next question. What are the red flag signs that something valuable could be easily stolen? That's funny. Whenever I walk down a street or I'm in a city and I see a jewelry store, I look at what they're doing wrong and I say, wow, that place could be hit. I don't look at things and say, oh, I could steal that. I mean, I had opportunities to steal Rembrandts, Picassos, Van Goghs. I mean, artwork. There was millions and millions of dollars. I never robbed it because you can't get rid of it. I do look at the opportunities for, could this store be robbed? Because they're making a lot of mistakes. And it kind of, a little bell goes off and say, wow, he's vulnerable. Next question. Do you still have any of the money left over, or did it get taken when you were caught? Not only do I not have any of the money, I got out of prison $67,000 in debt. The federal government will take everything you have, which rightfully so. I'm not pissed at anybody. Obviously, all my money was gotten illegally, so I don't deserve the money. Then you have what they call restitution. You have to pay back some people. Most criminals don't have money left over. That's an old fallacy. Oh, stash the money. Of course you wish you would have stashed money, but nobody does. In fact, I don't know if you know John Gotti. John Gotti was the famous gangster. I actually knew him. And John Gotti once told all his gangsters, if you ever have a 401k plan or start saving money, I'm going to kill you. Gangsters never retire. And if you have more and more money, you have more and more reason to rat. And I didn't rat. People always, oh, you must have stashed a lot of money. No, I didn't. I wish I did. I hate to say that. I wish I did, but I didn't. And I got out of prison real poor. And I work hard now. It's just the way it is in the criminal world. What was going through your mind when you were finally caught? Wow, what a question. I guess relief. You know, a burden goes off you. Although, right, when I first got caught, I didn't know how big they caught me. I didn't know if it was just one robbery and they linked all the other robberies together, because there was between about over 20 jewelry stores I robbed. And I didn't know how much they knew. So I was thinking I couldn't get bail. They didn't give me bail. And when they didn't give me bail, it started settling in. And believe it or not, it was a relief. It's kind of hard to you know, what do you mean relief? But it was a relief. Next question. How much did you actually profit from $15 million in jewels? I assume stolen goods carry just a fraction of that value. You're right, about 30%. So if I robbed $1 million ring or $1 million score, I'd walk away with about $300,000. Depending. Some pieces are more negotiable when you know what you're doing. Obviously, like Rolex watches, like a $5,000 Rolex watch, maybe $6,000, I would get $2,000. Every Rolex I brought in, I would get $2,000. So if I brought 50 Rolexes in, I got $100,000. You know, stolen property always has a less value, but you need the fence to get rid of whatever it is. A fence is a person who takes stolen goods and gives you cash for them, and then he resells them to another person. Or it could be anything. It could be steaks, it could be cars, it could be a glass window on a car. There's fences for everything. Next question. Were any of your heists anything like the movies? What was the closest it got to that? My getaway on the last heist where I was shot and my partner was shot was a movie getaway. Like the shots were flying and it was squealing away in a car. So it was crazy. I did set up some other heists, thank God I didn't commit them, that were like a movie as well. So I totally understand that part of it. I'd say the getaway and the last heist, and if you're listening to my book, you'll hear about that in the book. If you're listening on Spotify or iTunes, it's pretty wild. And the getaway is a movie getaway of all things. Next question. If you have the chance to do it all over again, but this time only get 6 years, would you do it again? That in the book. If you're listening on Spotify or iTunes. That's pretty wild. And if you have the chance to do it all over again, but this time only get 6 years, would you do it again? That's the easiest question I got. Absolutely not. I wouldn't do it again. No time is good enough for me to lose my family. When I went to prison, I had a 15-month-old daughter and a 6-year-old son, and I lost their lives, and it's my fault. I got out of prison and my daughter was 13 and my son was 18. That's tough, and I would never do it. Now I have grandkids. You know, being a criminal, and people ask me all the time, what would it take for you to get back in the game, or how much would it take for a robbery? And I tell them, there is no amount. Because somebody's going to rat on you, you're going to get caught eventually, and why are you going to take that chance? Time is tough, man, and what I'm learning as older I get is time is precious. Don't waste 6 years of your life for anything. If you live to 80 years old, that's about 8% of your life. 6 years. You're willing to give up 8% of your life? That's a tough one. And no, don't say, yeah, I'd do it for $1 million or $5 million. Think about it. Once you're there, first of all, you might never get out of that prison. You might die in prison, and you're going to have experiences that are horrible. I had to fight for my life, and I've been stabbed twice. I stabbed people. I could have got a life sentence. So the more you think about it, no way, there's no amount would do that for me. How did you feel during the robbery? Did it spike adrenaline, or did you manage to remain calm? Also, how did you feel after every successful robbery? Great question. The adrenaline spike is off the charts. It's the people who control that adrenaline who become successful criminals. I controlled adrenaline very well. I control emotions very well. Was able to act, if you want to call it that, beforehand, so the person in the store didn't realize, hey man, what's this guy up to? He's nervous. I was able to keep calm and get everything under control, so it's harder than you think. And afterwards, I always wanted to be a fly on the wall. I always wanted to know what was going on, how long it took the person to get there, the cops, and get out of the stuff. It was one of these things I had, and I couldn't, obviously, stay around. You know, that's crazy, and I never knew. And to this day, I never knew. So, but afterwards, you do feel good. There's no question. There's no calm. But then when you got $1 million in jewelry in the trunk of your car, it's kind of like, I guess, I hate to say it, rewarding that you knew you beat them, you beat the system, and you got away. So that's the feeling. That's being honest. Next question. What do you think of the recent Germany heist? Well, that's a good one. First of all, total professionals, and a little bit pretty bad security by the museum. $1.4 billion was stolen of some rare jewels dating way back into the probably 1600s. Some of it's priceless. They put an estimate of $1.4 billion, but they really don't know how much. Total professionals. They knew when to do it. They knew to shut the power off and the whole power grid. They also knew that the glass that the stuff was behind was not bulletproof, which I'm really surprised. So somebody dropped the ball on the security in that place. So the hardest part's going to be is how are they going to get rid of that kind of stuff? It's all signature pieces, so you can't just sell it. You have to break it up into smaller pieces and take all the gems and stuff that are out of these exotic swords and a crown and that kind of stuff. And I think it's going to be hard to get rid of. I mean, how do you get rid of jewels like this? So this is a heist that they planned very well, and they probably had an out before they stole it. Most professional criminals do. So I think that was a pretty good question. Another question. Why steal jewelry? Why not collectibles? And why did you specifically choose to be a jewel thief? Well, I didn't specifically become a jewel thief. I was a gangster, and my first jewelry store robbery was actually a setup. The owner wanted the insurance money, so when he got the money, I got the jewels, and that turned into a lot of money. And then I said, wow, I can do this and make money. Why not collectibles? Well, even cash. Cash is king. I always say that. But, you know, you can't rob $1 million in cash. It's not as easy as you would think to get cash like that. Or $1 million in jewelry, or a very large number of jewels you can steal and get away with it. Case in point, they stole $136 million in jewelry in Cannes, France, a few years back. Think about it. You couldn't steal $136 million in cash. How would you lug it around? You can't do that. Obviously, the jewels was in a briefcase, and we stole $136 million. So collectibles, obviously, they can be stolen, but it's a lot different. You might need a truck. You might need a different getaway. Where you're going to get rid of them. Everything has to have a fence. But jewelry picked me. I could say I don't think I planned to go be a jewel robber. I ended up becoming a jewel robber. Next question. How did you manage to evade the FBI for years? What led them to catching you in the end? Well, I don't know if you can call it evading them. I didn't know how hard they were on my tail. They did know my MO, my modus operandum, so they knew that I'd go in acting like a builder in the area where I was, and I was looking for a jewelry ring for my wife, and I had to upgrade it, and so I had a same MO, and then the FBI caught on to that, and then how did they catch him? Let me tell you how good the FBI is. The FBI used to flood the area where I was at, and they would actually go to all the jewelry stores in the whole area and interview other jewelers that I might have cased. And they'd also take the cameras out of all the stores, the Wawas or 7-Elevens, anything in that area. They would take those and they would look at them and see if there was some kind of similarity between crimes. And how the FBI caught me is one of the jewelry stores that I did not rob, that was trying to sell me a ring, actually got my license plate. And they got my license plate, and the car wasn't registered to me. It was a rented car. It wasn't registered to me. It was registered to a guy who worked with me, not in the jewelry business. It was my neighbor, and he would rent the car. He was 350 pounds, so I wasn't 350 pounds. They go, wow, this isn't him. But they looked at the co-driver, and once they showed pictures of me to the jewelry store, the one I robbed, the other ones, they picked and said, wow, it's him. And then they started piecing together the other robberies, and like I said, the FBI is good. Next question. Presumably, you have stopped stealing. I have. Not even thinking about it. What keeps you from doing it again? Is it simply because you were caught and you know you'd be caught again? Or did you come to some moral epiphany and did the thrill go away? I'm genuinely curious to know what would make a successful criminal stop. I think we all change. I don't know if it's a moral epiphany. I think everybody changes. You're not the same person you were when you were 20, when you're 30. You're not the same person you were at 40 when you were 30, and so on. And I think people evolve. I always say I think criminals stop being criminals because they grow out of them. I don't believe in long prison sentences to reform people. I think time reforms people, and here's what I mean. I think if a person does a crime, they should do 3 years. 3 years. People go, what do you mean? I said, yeah, he sells 5 kilos of cocaine. He should get 3 years. Maybe the 3 years will open his eyes that this isn't the life he wants to keep, and he loses enough in that time. We got to do 3 years. The next crime he commits, he gets 7 years. Does a whole 7 years. If it doesn't get to him, he's getting older. He doesn't change. He already did 10 years in prison. He doesn't change. He gets out, he does another crime. Not a life sentence. It doesn't do anybody. Unless it's, wait, let me emphasize that. Unless it's a violent crime where you're hurting people. Of course, rape and murder and stuff of that nature is off the charts. They should do certain things to people. The next crime he commits, he sells drugs, he should get 10 years. Now he's done 20 years in prison. By that time, he's either too old to do it, he's lost all his connections, everything's gone, and society is not at risk for anything bad. And the person changed, and we're not housing a person for life in a prison that costs $28,000 to $30,000 a year to house one inmate. Doesn't make sense to me, and I think we can complete and the same objectives without destroying so many lives, and our system could be better. Another question. What's non-jewelry thing you saw that you wanted to keep for yourself during a heist? Well, that's funny, you know, that's really a pretty good question. Whenever I went into a jewelry store and I robbed a jewelry store, I took a clock. I know it sounds crazy, but I took a clock. Like they'd have like an antique clock. I'm talking the small ones, not like a big piece, of course. Small one, or a different kind of clock that was in there. It could be like a designer clock with a little bell in it or something. And I always took those clocks, and I don't know why I took those clocks, but I did. And it's something I think about often now. And I said, why did I steal a clock? But it's something I did do. Here's another question. You had an impressive skill set. How did you build them, and what pushed you into crime? I think organization is my best skill set. Planning everything out, obviously, is the skill set, but you have to really pay attention to detail. I'm very detail orientated, and that skill set you hone over time. And as you go, you become better at it. You understand about casing the place better. You understand who's coming and going. You understand if there's any police in the area, what mailman, did he drop off mail at the time, when's the customers coming. All of those things are attention to detail, and I guess my skill set is also nerves. I can handle pressure and nerves very well. Some people can't. A little case in point, I had a guy who said he can work with us in doing a jewelry robbery. And not everybody can, thank God. And like I say, I always say I'm never promoting this. He couldn't do it. He actually panicked. Whenever I even tried a new person to get in this business, I made sure I had a second out so I can cover myself if something went wrong. And sure enough, it did go wrong. He panicked. He was supposed to come around back. He never did. He actually left. You know, some people said, why didn't you kill the guy? Well, and the guy just left you hanging. I kind of had an idea he didn't have the nerve. And it takes a lot of nerve and I guess guts and you have to stay calm under pressure. And then when you can do that, obviously you become good at whatever you're going to do. Sadly, I picked this profession. I wish I didn't, of course. Next question. What are your thoughts on your actions now? Do you feel reformed? Well, I know I'm reformed. I mean, if you call reform not wanting a crime, trying to help people not commit crimes or get into that business, that's me all the way. I don't want to see anybody get hurt. I don't want to see anybody in this whole world have problems like that. So yes, I'm reformed. I love what I do. I like helping people. And now I'm giving my life to some of these YouTube videos to try to show people how people can change, that people aren't all that bad no matter what they've done in their life. And last question, was it worth it? Follow-up, what do you think you'd have done with your life if you had chosen a different path? You know, nobody's ever asked me that question. That's a great question. Was it worth it? Nothing is worth losing your kids and losing your time the way I did, so no, it's not worth it. Do I regret it? I don't regret much in life, and I don't think you should live life in regret. I don't think anybody should. It is what it is. It makes you who you are. Do I wish I can do it differently? Absolutely. I wish I never committed any crimes. What do I think I would have done with my life? That's a great question. I personally would have loved to stay in the Coast Guard for 30 years. I got hurt in the Coast Guard, so I couldn't stay. I would have loved to stay in the Coast Guard. I think that would have been my path, and I would have retired there, or maybe a lawyer. I like the legal profession. I like to try to help people, so I think helping people get less time and stuff like that I think is important. well, I hope you enjoyed me answering these questions. And I think, you know, we're opening people's eyes. You know, I'm enjoying communicating with people.
This is Larry Lawton, and he's an ex-jewel thief. Larry's a former career criminal, once considered the biggest jewel thief in the United States.
All of a sudden I hear her say, they're coming, and I jump out of my chair, and the door flies open, and they got guns in my face. I go get ready, get my crew, and it's just two guys this time. So it's me and Davey. So we head up and we head towards the northeast. And where do we go? We go to Pennsylvania. So I go into Pennsylvania, and I know I can't get a robbery in the city of Pennsylvania. That's just a little too hard. Cities are really tough. Like a lot of just getting away is tougher. It can be done, and I've actually cased a few, but they're harder to do. You're better off in the suburbs. So I found a store in Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, and it was a pretty good store. So I said I could do this store pretty good, and it was in Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. It was in a strip mall. Same thing I wanted to do. It had the glare going at the right time, and I had my same MO. So I go and I get ready. I get all my stuff. I got my good clothes with me. I got my pillowcases in my stomach. I got flex cuffs on me. I have my rubber gloves. I have my fake gun. I got a BB gun on me. So we're all ready to go. And I go in and cased a few stores. Cased about, probably 20 to 30 stores in that area to find the right store. So we did find the store in Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania. So we do the robbery. I go in.
This is Larry Lawton, and he's an ex-jewel thief. Larry's a former career criminal, once considered the biggest jewel thief in the United States.
They have a buffer machine up on the next tier. They put him underneath. They're just talking to him like nothing's going on. And they drop this buffer machine on this dude's head. Okay, everybody, I'm back. We're doing chapter 13 today. We're doing Yazoo and Forest City. That's the two next prisons after Edgefield. I'm going to start them right now. Hope everybody's enjoying it, and stay tuned to the end, and I'll have some updates on what we're doing. Things are going great, and I want to say that. Anyway, I was in Edgefield, and I got transferred. So where am I going? I'm going to Yazoo City, Mississippi. That's a prison in Yazoo City. And it's a new place, and it's a gang unit, I find out. But what happens when you get transferred? You got to do the whole process. You got to go down first from the hole, do the pack up, and you got to get transferred. So when you get transferred, what do you do next? Obviously, the next thing you do at getting transferred is the big thing, is going on Con Air. But first, they get me to Edgefield, and they take me on a bus, and I end up getting to Atlanta, where they're going to pick me up with the plane. So I'm in Atlanta, and I'm saying, oh shit, I'm back in my old freaking crap-ass place I was in, and here I go. What's going to happen? It didn't take me a few hours to find out what happened. We go in, and in the Atlanta holdover, that's a unit where people are just held over, getting transferred for wherever they're going to the next prison. This is not the yard. I was in the yard in Atlanta, but now I'm in the holdover unit. So I go from the holdover unit, and I'm in the holdover, and they put 2-man cells. They got 5 guys in the cell. That's how overcrowded it was. They got 5 guys in a 2-man cell. Oh man, this is going to be great. I got a towel hanging from my bunk, like to where the light wouldn't hit my face if I tried to even close my eyes. And guard bangs on the door. Take that towel down. I said, are you worried about a fucking towel? And you got 5 of us in this little cell? It was unbelievable. You talk about inhumane conditions. It's crazy. Sure enough, what do? They come in, a whole goon squad, lock up. I end up getting cuffed up, and I'm thinking, oh, what are you going to do to me? I'm in the holdover. So what are you going to put me to another cell? Nope. In Atlanta, they take me on an elevator, and they bring me to the hole for the prison. In the prison. I go, they're not even supposed to do that. So they head me up. I'm going to the elevator. They take me and they put me in a cell. It's cold out. It's 50 degrees outside, but I'm in the cell. They strip me naked, literally naked, and they throw me in a holding cell. And I'm literally curled up in a ball, naked, no blanket, nothing, shivering. I'll never forget it. And I'm just shivering. And I thought, oh, here they go. They're going to fuck with you. They put me in the hole in the prison. Now I'm a holdover inmate. That means I'm not assigned to that prison. I shouldn't have been in that hole. But they did it anyway. And I thought they were going to do some beatings or something on me, but they didn't. They didn't beat me at that point. I end up getting back. About 3 or 4 days later, they put me back in the holdover. And again, I'm in a crowded place. I think there was only 3 inmates in that cell. Out of a 2-man cell, but it was 3 inmates. And here I am. I said, okay, I'm whatever. I'm waiting for the plane. So I'm in the holdover for a few years. And anybody you ever meet who's ever been in the federal system, you'd ask them about the Atlanta holdover. It's just as bad as the prison. It's terrible. One time, guards let out another 4 inmates to mess up another inmate. Now this is in the holdover unit, and they got him. And I helped the guy with his lawsuit. They stabbed him in his eye and knocked his eye out. So I mean, this disgusting place that Atlanta is. It probably is that way to this day. So anyway, do that next process. The bus comes, they pick you up, cuff, search everywhere. You're going on Con Air. You're doing the whole route again. I'm on Con Air. I go to Oklahoma City. I'm waiting to get transferred because I'm going to Yazoo City, Mississippi, and that's my next prison. So I ended up getting to Yazoo, Mississippi, and it's a new unit. It's pretty new, almost brand new, and I find out it's a gang prison. It's a gang unit. Okay, so whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I got a good reputation. I'm a stand-up dude. People who know me know I fight the system and the whole work. So I'm in Yazoo prison, and you know when stuff happens all the time. I'm in Yazoo prison 1 week, and you know when you've been in the prison system for a while, you know you can pick out tension. You could feel tension. You could feel it in your body. And you know when something's going on. There's little signs, like if you're looking around, you see a dude who's normally with flip-flops. And he's got his flip-flops on at night every night. All of a sudden, one night you see him in boots or sneakers. And you go, what's going on? It's like a telltale sign. You'll see a dude with 2 shirts on. And you'll wonder what he's got, because one shirt is holding up magazines. They use magazine for body armor when you get stabbed. It's literally like body armor. So the little things you see going on in a prison. And one night, you know something's going on. Everyone was drunk. It was a prison that was going crazy. And I said, oh, something's going down. I could feel it. I know something's going down. Sure enough, the next morning, the doors get cracked at 6 a.m. So the guard comes around. It's not electric doors like you'll see in some movies. It's what they call turnkey, which means you have to, the guard goes to every cell and comes, and you hear him start coming down, and you're ready. You're getting up. Well, this day, now, the prison system has no money. So you're talking about messed up, and they got sued on this, actually, the Federal Bureau of Prisons. You have 2 units, one here and one here, and in the middle is where the offices are, like explained in all the earlier videos. So there's unit here, unit here. Well, at nighttime, when all the inmates are locked in, the prison system had 1 guard that would handle both units. So when the guard walks around at 6 a.m. to open this whole entire unit, he's got to go to the next unit and open up that unit. Well, when he opens this unit up, all the inmates come out of their cells. Everybody. All ready to go. It looked like it was some kind of coliseum. And these 2 inmates, a black dude and a Hispanic dude, are in the middle of the unit going at it. Now, myself, I'm up against the wall. I met an inmate, Big Ron. To this day, he's a great friend of mine. So Ron, he was a huge dude. He's an older dude at that time. He's about in his maybe late 50s. And a big old dude. I mean big. And him and I really become close friends. We used to walk the track together. Hands were humongous. And we were standing, he was selling a few cells down from me, and he comes up, and we got our backs against the wall. We're watching this whole thing. Now, there's inmates all over the place. These two dudes go at it. And when I say go at it, I mean blood. One guy gets the bat, he starts kicking the other guy. Every time he kicks him in the face, blood is splatting all over. Bam, blood, bam. They end up breaking it up. The two shot callers, the heads of the Hispanic gang and the heads of the black gang, they break it up, and they go against, and now the guard walks into the unit. He knows something's going on, but he don't know what's going on. He's a rookie. He's pretty new to the system, so he really didn't know what was going on. And what does he do? Nothing. They call chow. The whole unit goes to the chow. Sure enough, somebody snitched. Somebody did something. After chow, they call lockdown. Lockdown. When they say lockdown like that, they don't know why. They're locking the prison down because they knew that there was a fight between the blacks and the Hispanics, and they don't know if it's the Bloods and Crips against the Vices or the Mexican Mafia or the MA or the Sureños, the Aztecas, whoever. They don't know. So they lock the prison down, and there goes that process. When they lock the prison down, everybody's locked in their cell. You get fed in your cell. They're supposed to give you showers. A lot of times they don't. And what do? Every cell gets shaken down. So they'll come and they'll take you out. They'll strip search you, and they'll get against the wall. And they got 3 or 4 guards go in that cell, and they rip your cell apart. And I mean everything. They find everything. They find if you're making wine. They find any little shank you have, little razors we cut with, all of that. It's gone. It's lost. And the guards, if it's bad enough, they throw you in the hole. You'll see them marching people off to the hole. Now, during this process, they also know what they're looking for. They got enough snitches in the system to know, oh man, I could guarantee that, they say, hey, these two guys went at it. This is what it's over. Somebody owes money. So they start, you could see them pick and choose who they want to really mess with. And they got the people, and they're gone. Eventually, the whole yard opens up in about a week when they know nothing's going to happen. They'll literally get the inmates together and find out what's going on. Is this going to be a massive riot? In my opinion, I think the prisons want that. They don't care about that. And they rather see inmates fighting each other than thinking about escaping or thinking about any other kind of thing they're going to do. They actually do that. And the brawl, so after that lockdown, another inmate comes into the unit, and the 2 shot callers I end up getting inmates in the unit, and there's a hit out on them. So what do? The 7 guys come into the unit, and they fuck this dude up. But the gang of the other dude, now this is white guys now, the gang of the other dudes fight. So now there's about a 7-on-7, 7-10, whatever it is. There's fighting going on all over the place. These guys are fighting. These guys are fighting. You're in the unit, and I'll never forget, I was playing chess. I used to play chess, backgammon, pinochle, gin rummy, and I'm playing with a friend, and we're just playing chess at that time in the morning. I used to play chess. I used to be pretty good, not anymore. Obviously, you don't do that for a while. You can lose some of that. So anyway, they go at it, and here again, it's another lockdown. So we come out of that lockdown, and I got the guys who were fighting. There were 2 white gangs. I got them together, and I said, what are you guys doing? I'm already got a reputation in the prison system to be a stand-up guy. I used to fight the system. I used to help a lot of people out with legal work. So I had a good reputation. So I told these dudes, I said, what are you fighting for? We're in a prison with 2,000 inmates, and there's about 350 white guys. And this has nothing to do with race, because people who know me, even on here, anywhere, there's no racism in me. There's 0 prejudices in me in anything. But here are these guys, I'm saying, what are they doing? Why are you fighting each other when we got 350 white guys on the yard and you're fighting each other? You shouldn't fight other inmates. You want to fight the system. Fight the system for what's going on in the system. That gives me I give you a lot of respect when you're fighting the abuses that are going on in the prison system. There's enough of those. There's no rehabilitation in the system, and we're going to talk more about that. So I'm in this prison thinking, okay, all right, I got it going. I'm there a couple of months. Who pops on the yard? Rick Brawley. Rick Brawley was now he comes to Yazoo, Mississippi. He was sent by LaManna. He comes to Yazoo, Mississippi as the head of SIS. This dude was my unit manager in Edgefield when I was fucked with so bad that they sent him to Yazoo, Mississippi as the head of SIS to fuck with Larry Lawton. Sure enough, I'm on the yard. Never forget, I was talking with Ron. He'll remember it to this day. And sure enough, I actually said to Brawley, I said, man, just leave me alone, man. I don't want to start trouble. I won't write letters. I won't do it. I just want to do my time. I only got about a year and a half, maybe 2 years left, less than that, on my bed left. And I'm going home. I just want to do my time, man. Nope. Throws me in a fucking hole for some bullshit, maybe a gambling ticket or some bullshit. And it was bullshit because I was doing nothing on that yard. I was doing law work. And I said, okay, fuck it. Start writing letters again. I'm writing senators. I'm writing everybody. Brawley tried to break me, is what he tried to do. Because before I go to the hole, I was in Yazoo, and I started watching TV. I didn't bother anybody. I went to the TV room. It was a gang unit, so I was pulling paperwork. And pulling paperwork means in prisons, they don't let you bring your paperwork with you, meaning your legal work. You, as a person out there, if you're watching this and you get arrested and you go to Federal Bureau of Prison, you can't bring your legal work to the prison with you. And the reason they do that is because they want to protect the snitches and they want to protect the pedophiles, the people who have charges that I used to look up. So if a gang shot caller wants any information from a dude on the street, guy wants to become a gang member, what does he do? How does he do it? He comes to Lawton. He says, hey, La. He goes, I need you to do me a favor. He goes, here's this dude's number. Here's his social. Here's where he lived. Here's his date of birth. And here's his name. Can you find out about him? It was easy for me to do that. I had a lawyer on the street. I used to send all that information. They could look it up and you what they get called a docket sheet. So you can get the docket sheet of a guy's case. And in the docket sheet, it says what the case is. Now, there were certain codes you'd have if you were a pedophile. Now, let me give you what I mean by that. If you're a 17-year-old kid or an 18, 19-year-old kid and you had sex with a 17-year-old girl, we didn't give a shit. We didn't care. Even though it's against the law, that was a crime we'd give a pass to. That we didn't consider you a pedophile or a child molester when you did that shit. Even though you got charged with that, we didn't consider that a charge that you should be fucked up with. Now, there's a charge in the code number, 1800 something or whatever it was, would be if you had sex with a person under 12. If we found that out, you were fucked. You weren't getting away with it. It was some of the worst things that ever happened. Matter of fact, what happens in prison, if you're my cellie in prison, and I pull your paperwork, and I find out that you were a child molester, that level, fucking with an under 12-year-old, it's my duty as a convict to fuck you up. So the cellmate of a dude who thought he was cool, he might have gave him soups, hung out with him, didn't know that the dude was either a snitch or a child molester for sure, would fuck that dude up. So we pull paperwork on this fat, dumpy white dude in his 40s. Looked like a little, I hate to say the typical look, but I'll never forget this fucking guy's look. He's fucking short and fucking dumpy, fat, and fucking, he just looked like a fucking pedophile. Sure enough, I pull his paperwork. Has the charge, had sex with a girl that was 10. Never forget that, 10 years old. So I bring the paperwork to the dudes. A bunch of the guys got together. We're in a cell. I said, man, this is it, man. Look at it. It's your cell, you motherfucker. It's your job. Your day. Now, we'll wait a minute, and we give him a guy a day or two to take care of this fucking problem. Sure enough, the fat, dumpy guy's sitting in a TV room. He's looking up at a TV. Yeah, now that you could tell he's not a real convict. He doesn't know. You put your back to the wall if you can or whatever. And he's sitting in his chair. This dude comes up from behind. Bam! Fucking slams this fucking guy right in the head with a punch. Knocks him down. The dude had steel boots. I'll never forget the boots. Because he used to always walk around with boots. It wasn't that like you needed to. Sneakers, yeah. Anyway, this guy was a troublemaker. If you want to call him a troublemaker, a dude that always wore boots. You were always ready. And we're all standing there watching this up against the wall. And blood goes flying. Blood's flying. Blood is flying. He's kicking this fucking dude in the head. Guy's fucking out. I mean, literally. I mean, totally out. We all get out of there. We go. There's no cameras in TV rooms. There's no cameras in the TV room. So sure enough, the guy's laying there, pool of blood. We all go, just leave. Sure enough, a guard makes a round. See, so first of all, he saw a lot of people up around that area in the corner where the TV room was. He walked by. Everyone's gone already. Hits the alarms, hits the deuces, the button on their radio. Hits them and, starts screaming, lockdown, lockdown. Everybody's running to their cell. Everybody takes off. And they get to their cell, and this guy is dragged out of there, literally on a stretcher, fucked up royally, and that was taken care of. The dude who did it, good dude, got to give him a lot of respect. He did what he had to do in the joint. If you're a child molester, they're worse than rats. And especially, again, child molesters is a funny charge, because if you're a 20-year-old kid out there and you have sex with a 17-year-old girl, it's consensual. I'm not talking rape. Talking you girls with girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Even though that's legally a charge, we didn't consider it one. The convicts, listen, man, that's a pass. That's bullshit. We're not going to fucking hold you accountable for that. It's just not what convicts do. And we didn't do that. And that's it. So here I am, after all this kind of shit goes down, Brawley's on the yard. He probably also, given this, he knew it was Lawton that pulled the paperwork. Lawton had a reputation to not like snitches and not like child molesters for sure, because of my own past. And everybody, if you read the beginning of my whole entire book, I was molested by a priest when I was 11 years old. And I don't ever make that as an excuse of why I turned out fucked up, but a lot of people say it is, and even psychologists I deal with. Just a lot of things happened after that I guess I was acting out. But I don't make an excuse. Happened after 11 years. You read the beginning of my own past, and everybody, if you read the beginning of my whole entire book, I was molested by a priest when I was 11 years old. And I don't ever make that as an excuse of why I turned out fucked up, but a lot of people say it is, and even psychologists I deal with. Just a lot of things happened after that I guess I was acting out. But I don't make an excuse. My choices are what put me in prison, not those choices. But now here I am in the hole again. I met a great guy. To this day, I know him very well. Ron, he's a great friend of mine. To this day, we talk a lot. I love him. He's out of California. He went away he was actually in San Quentin. He's a real convict. Ended up going to the feds because he was a convict with a gun in Montana. How do you're in Missoula, Montana, and you have a gun. Doesn't everybody have a gun? And being he was a convict, got 10 years in prison. 10 years. I tried to help him with his legal work to try to get him out. Couldn't do it. So here I go. Where am I going next? In the prison system, you're supposed to go to a closest prison. I only got about a year left, maybe less. And you're supposed to go to a prison closer to your home, because you're getting discharged out of the prison system. They're supposed to try to help you reintegrate in any little way so you get more connections with your family and visits. What do they do to me? They send Lawton on a fucking bus again, the whole transfer process, to Forest City, Arkansas. Even farther away from my home in Florida. So are you kidding me? You want to talk about being screwed over? Of course I got screwed over. Prison system. So here I go to Forest City, Arkansas. I get to Forest City, brand new joint. I was an opening bus loads that came in there. Sure enough, it's a great prison. I actually had no Brawley, no LaManna. They kind of left me alone. There was a lieutenant, a lady there, and I don't remember her name. So I did not remember her name, but I remember her, and she was all right. She knew my record, said, listen, Lawton, nobody's going to bother you here. Do your remaining of your time and get out of prison, and you're done. Nobody's going to bother. And I did. I mean, I went to this prison, and I'm like, wow, this prison's not that bad. I'm in Forest City. It's a long way from home, but it's a lot better than the prison I just came from, where they screwed me. The prison was again, there's the brawly and the fucking people that followed my record. You know, people out there might be saying, oh, you started all this shit, Lord, you could have laid down. I'm not going to lay down when they're killing people. I'm not going to lay down when the Federal Bureau of Prisons is killing people. And they're doing that to this day. Private prisons now are the biggest mistake, but I'm getting off track, which is normal. So here I go to Forest City, Arkansas. And what do? I'm doing legal work. I'm in the library. I got a good reputation. People knew me in the prison system that, hey, Lawton, when you start transferring in the prison system like I was, and because of why, I had a good reputation. I was a convict, known as a convict, and I also helped people a lot. Did a lot of legal work, fought the system, fought rules like the jacking off rule or whatever it is. I fought stuff to help inmates and to help people in the joint. So the prison didn't like me, but the convicts knew who I was. People knew me. So I'm on the yard, and I meet an inmate who was the head of the Aryan Circle. This guy's name was Bruiser. Good dude. Bruiser was the head of the Aryan Circle. He was their shot caller. And he knew I wasn't a gang member, and I'm not a gang member, and I didn't want to be in any gang.
For that he had, was accused of raping an 11-year-old girl, and he got 25 to life for it. And I told him that's enough. I don't want to hear anymore. I first, punched him a couple times. Still wouldn't shut up. Still kept telling me he wanted to explain that he didn't do it, that he was being set up and all this stuff. And I don't know. I just got mad and then hit him, and then I killed him. When I hit him and knocked him out, and then I took the shoelaces
Trying
out
to break the window.
tied him together, wrapped it around his neck, and strangled him. Then, after I was done, I was aware of what I was doing.
Это Ларри Лоутон.
Да, они вместе со мной едут, я хотел их пропустить. Ебать ты крыса, блядь. Ебать ты баребух ебаный. Причем я остановился там, в тени. И они тоже остановились. Ой, ебать ты мышь. Я ебать не ожидал такой хуйни. Ты просто подлый трус. Подонок ебаный. Что-то присолил, да? Бля, как подкат сделать? Как тут стрелять? Что мне делать? Здрасте. Сука. Блять. отвлекли. Соси жопу, сука! Вы не охуели, блядь? Что-то какие-то... А что делать-то? В смысле? А что делать? Соси жопу, сука! А, блядь! О, ебать соль. Я уверен, тут многие просто, блядь, никогда в жизни бы с первого раза так не прошли. Понятия не имею, сколько у него там воздуха. Наверное, игра меня предупредит. А, блядь. Вам показалось. Долбоёбы, вам показалось.
Приходите на стрим, мой донейшн открытый, буду песни вам петь, за донат приседать.
О, 690, бля, я думал 300.
Доброго вечерочка, Сергей.
Спасибо, батя. Да? Спасибо. Спасибо, кстати. Бля, ебать, спасибо. Да, кстати, спасибо. Батя, что 90, спасибо. Плюс чат, если также передвигаешься по улице. Так, все, началась головоломка. Угу. Ага. И че? Что-то надо отсюда притащить, раз я дверь открыл. Но долго ли мне пиздошить вот так вот? Ну, походу я уже пробежал. Что это за веспы, я не пойму. А, кролики. Б сверху что-то пропустил. Пизду. Как тут раскачаться? А, во. Как ты сейчас спиной прыгать будешь, гений? А, их куда-то заманить надо или что? Они ж недаром за мной так бегут. Может, сейчас нажать надо? А-а-а! И вот когда они под этой хуйней будут, надо засосать их жопой. Эта хуйня засосет их вон туда вот и эту сдует. Бля, я это проходил лет 6 назад, наверное, эту игру. Когда она только вышла. Вот она только вышла, я сразу ее купил. Потому что я в Лимбо играл до этого. И какого года игра? — 2016-го. Ну, 4 года назад. И, короче, блядь, не припомнится мне, чтобы я какие-то затупы тут исполнял. Все из-за проклятия стрима. Все, я понял. Сейчас приманим сюда виспо. Ну я зачем вообще этого нихуя не помню. То есть не так, что я прохожу и помню, как проходить. Я ни капельки не помню. Я помню только в конце за жирную жижу такую играть надо будет. А вот что дальше будут, какие квесты, вообще нихуя. Так, я понял. Assassin's Creed. Блять. Умер от болота. Под водой проплыть надо? Ебать! Да ты шо, рофлишь, Василий? Ой, да я на рандоме его забайтил, я не знал, что делать. Вот здесь знаю, здесь надо головой в эту желтую поебень. Я контролировать зомбаков буду тех. Да, блядь, я не могу попасть. сука, ёбаный свин. Походу надо дальше.
Страдает
Просто встать под ним надо?
Даже различать внуков.
Надо поднести.
У нас будут?
Головоломка. Всего, что в теории я только могу свинью, ну, теоретически я только свинью могу подвинуть, а что-то она не двигается. А, блядь. Эй, блядь, ты чего? Блядь, я ей хвост нечаянно оторвал. Блядь, да сори, ну реально. Блядь, сорян. А, какой-то хвост, который на бешенство ее влияет. Видите, он двигается, червяк. Бля, может я ей одолжение сделал? Бля, сорян. Не выглядит так, что я в рот ебу ее. Вот я за зомбаков, короче, тебе играю. 2019. Взять. А, надо решетку вверх поднять. Сил не хватает, да? Ансабы ёбаные. Или это мои 4 тиммейта, блядь? А, ну все, можно слазить.
Серега, беги. Ща реально пизда будет.
Тут вся игра сплошная пизда. Ну, тут такие напряженные моменты, я помню, бывают, конечно. Блядь. Ай, минус ноги. Не, ну это не совсем прям... Ну, это головоломка в первую очередь, а потом уже... Ну, это не хоррор, это так, чисто атмосферно. Как бы такое я люблю. А вот хорроры ненавижу, бля. Какой же душняк был в визаже, это просто пиздец. Самые худшие 2 часа моей жизни даже. Не, ну амнезия, она тоже пизда душная. Я помню, в тюрьме это навсегда мне запомнилось. Это тюрьма ебучая. В смысле, не когда я в тюрьму попала, там какая-то локация, тюрьма есть, кухня, вот это вот все. Там, где еще в кастрюлю кидаешь вещи, и они там вылетают. Короче, вот это вообще пиздец был. Худшие воспоминания в моей жизни. Ненавижу хорроры. Я не тупой. Игра прикольная тем, что, ну, креативная такая, она не однообразная. Типа ты чуть-чуть вперед двигаешься, и что-то каждый раз новенькое появляется. И так вот, ну, тут геймплея на часа 2, по-моему, 3, не помню. И каждый раз что-то новенькое. Бля, это такая большая площадка, выглядит, как будто сейчас реально пизда будет. чё? А это чё? Вот так вот. Я понял. Пиздец, как говорил мой дед, все мы ганстопы до тех пор, пока в картине не застрянем. Да в пизду! Чё так сложно, блять? Ладно, я его до конца сейчас протащу. Просто не знаю, как я должен буду потом туда прыгать. Ну, по логике он должен просто вдаль войти, как сказать. В ту плоскость 3D-шную. Вглубь. Да сука, ты шо, рофлишь, блядь? Ладно, походу с разгона надо в 2 прыжка исполнять. Так, первый прыжок и второй с разгона. Так хотел, блядь. А, ну тут близко, ебать, я клоун. Я думал, надо серединку найти золотую. Самому бы не упасть. Я не это имел в виду. Я имел в виду, блядь, не упасть, пока толкаю. То есть тут же не видно, где она заканчивается. Че, умер, блядь? Там пиздец высота, нахуй. Напомнила игру Принц Перси, самая первая, когда вид сбоку, также, типа, там такая же механика, типа, ты к краю подходишь, вниз нажимаешь, у тебя персонаж вот так свисает на руках и висит, ждет. Бля, охуенная игра, кстати. А тут в какую сторону, непонятно. Наверное, влево выглядит как тайник какой-то, который не каждый заметит, может, не только лишь каждый. Типа потом сюда вернуться, когда вот этот шнур желтый подключу или что? Или это просто какой-то бонус, который я уже открывал на этом аккаунте, бля, хуй пойми. Выглядит просто как какая-то потайная комната, и ачивку получаешь и идешь отсюда уже. Лампу. Сейчас рычаг дерну и вообще беги, пизда будет. What's up, dog? What's up, dog? Ну, что делать? А, во. Поцелуйтесь. What's up, dog? Что? 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 А, все понял, они на кнопку нажимают, все дошло. Это... Переборщил. Опять переборщил. А, вот что. Не знаю, что изменилось, но, короче, похуй. Засолил. What's up, dog? Так, так, блять, какая, good game. Зря прыгал. И меня могут атаковать, интересно. Не понял. Так, а что делать? Ебать, он смачно приземляется, он прям ноги ломает каждый раз. Что делать, блядь? Мать я умный. Нахуй. Сперва на разведку сбегаю. Спишь? А, ну это... Окей, этот лифт работает как...
Go to the watchtower and take our guest.
realised I needed to puke and it just would not stop. So, I thought, right, at least it's only this much late. And now I'm really, really late because I was. So, for those of you who waited for me, I love you so much. My life is hell. I'm so lucky I have a patient community. So hopefully you guys can rest and just enjoy your coffee. Because I really like you.
This is Larry Lawton, and he's an ex-jewel thief. Larry's a former career criminal, once considered the biggest jewel thief in the United States.
Here we are, Gangster Redemption, Chapter 12, Part 2. It's Abu Ghraib of America, which is the prison that they abuse people in Iraq, and I called the place I was in, and you're going to hear why right now. Obviously, you know, from the last chapter I was talking about being...
Бля, чуваки, я сейчас переписывался со знакомым, он гуманитарий. Насколько же иногда технарям нужны гуманитарии, чтобы по-другому взглянуть на ситуацию, а гуманитариям нужны технари. У нас что-то про Гартман зашла речь, и типа... Ну, чел просто знал ее там, и книгу, и это, он такой, а чё она тебе доебалась, типа, со словарями своими? Я говорю, вот катарсис, типа, меня двоечником обозвала. Он такой, так а чё ты определение двоечников в словаре не посмотрел? Я такой, чё? Такой, ну она же за словари, правильно, да? Типа, так посмотри определение двоечников в словаре. Она говорила, что она не хотела тебя называть двоечником, имела другое, так посмотри. Я посмотрел, там типа не успевающий ученик, постоянно получающий двойки. Действительно. Блять, наконец-то, Татьяна, вы больше не властны надо мной. Уходите из моей головы. Нет, Юрий, я всегда буду поправить. Уходи, Татьяна, уходи. Тебе не место здесь. Ты в своем ебучем любимом словаре не удосужилась посмотреть значение слова двоечник. А я-то все про другое говорил. Все про какие-то прескриптивизм, не прескриптивизм. А на самом-то деле... Достаточно было, вот у гуманитариев другой взгляд, просто, так что, она тебя называла двоечником и сказала, что она другое имела в виду, да? И она фанатка словарей. Так посмотри в словаре определение слова двоечник. И я посмотрел, и... Ну да, Татьяна Гартман насосала хуев. Она по своим же любимым словарям она такая, я имела в виду двоечник как образ жизни. И да, это было бы допустимо для любого из нас. Для любого из нас, кто не считает абсолютной истиной в последней инстанции словари. Кто...
Меня зовут Татьяна Гартман, и я училка. Сегодня героиней моего выпуска стала блогер, психолог Вероника Степанова. В ее речи встречаются очень интересные моменты, и мне бы хотелось ими поделиться с вами. Начнем с существительного, которое напрямую связано с религией.
Как в будущем решать вопрос о вероисповедании детей? Это, кстати, можно вообще отдельную тему снимать по поводу вероисповедания.
Не вероисповедание, а вероисповедание. И да, действительно, на эту тему можно снимать отдельное видео, потому что ошибка эта очень популярная. Слово у нас сложное, состоит из двух корней – вера и исповедать. И в глаголе исповедать ударение падает на корень, обрезание. Ну, как замок, замок. Обрезание – это религиозное существительное со склонением существительного.
Соответственно, если ты хочешь получать блага от того места, в котором ты живешь, постарайся принимать этот устав.
Не блага, а благо. В этом слове неподвижную
in a hole, and I was in the hole for 11 straight months. Think of that. You're in the hole, you're going crazy, you're communicating with people under the doors, with kites that are thrown, you're being abused by guards, and I'll tell you how bad it got. I used to go crazy in the hole myself, and the warden wanted to stop me though. I was writing letters so bad. I mean, I kept writing senators, congressmen, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, Department of Justice. I sued the prison. I am fighting them. I'm learning this, that you have to keep writing. And you want to talk about patience. It's not like the internet today. You know, in the internet, you could, you know, you get answers quick, email, you know, you can get Amazon Prime and you're there in 2 days. This is the prison system where mail takes forever, out, back. We don't get pens. You get a little pencil. You get a pencil like a golf course pencil to write on and to write letters and to write even briefs and stuff like that. You don't get anything. You're in prison, you get abused. So here I am, I'm going crazy, and the warden wants to shut me up. Lamanna wants to shut me up. I never forgot the arch thing, Steve, never to this day. That poor guy's family got screwed. That guy didn't have to cover the window. When they maced me, they maced you in the face, and you'd be on your side, belly. And they what they call 4-point me. That means they strap me down in a 4-point position. They take my clothes off. I'm buck naked. They strap me down, 4-point position. One guard, he took his penis out and peed on my face. Man, I fucking just got chills down my whole body. Peed on my face. I'll never forget it because the taste of urine is very salty, and it just, I think about that. And they beat the living shit out of me right when you open my cell, so when they came in they would slip. I tried that. I used to cover the window. When they maced me, they maced you in the abused. So here I am, I'm going crazy, and the warden wants to shut me up. Lamanna wants to shut me up. I never forgot the arch thing, Steve, never to this day. That poor guy's family got screwed. That guy the guy only had about a few years left when he died from that heart, and they knew it, and they didn't give a shit. Matter of fact, when I got out of the hole later, I went up to a lieutenant in the kitchen where, you know, they always stay for lunch, and I said to him, you guys killed that man. You guys killed him. You know what he said to me? He actually said, yeah, his family will get paid. What fucking kind of answer is that? What kind of sick answer is that? He'll get paid. They don't care. Just they don't care. So anyway, I'm in the hole. Lamanna wants to shut me up. So what does he do? He sends the goon squad down. I'm talking some badass shit now. So I'm fighting. I try to fight, you know, and I used to put shampoo on the concrete right when you open my cell, so when they came in they would slip. I tried that. I used to cover the window. When they maced me, they maced you in the face, and you'd be on your side, belly, snot coming out of your nose. You're just in the fetal position. So then come in, they'd beat the shit out of you, kick me, boots. I mean, literally, a piss and blood. I'm puking. I got broken ribs. I got broken hand from trying to hit somebody in the helmet. I'm trying to fight. And so this one time they take me, they beat the living shit out of me, literally. I'm half dead. They pull me out of the cell, they take me to a room, and they what they call 4-point me. That means they strap me down in a 4-point position. They take my clothes off, I'm buck naked. They strap me down, 4-point position. One guard, he took his penis out and peed on my face. Man, I fucking just got chills down my whole body. Peed on my face. I'll never forget it because the taste of urine is very salty, and it just, I think about that, and I could picture it right now, his dick and him peeing on my face, and it took me about 7 years after prison before I said I wouldn't kill that man. It took me that long before I said I wouldn't kill him, and I mean it. It took me that long. To this day, I get so angry, and they took the dick. I'm strapped down naked. I can't move, and they picked. One guard took a big spit, and he spit on my face, and he said, "Lawton, keep writing senators. Keep writing senators. You think anybody listens to you?" And I'm laying there. I was in that position, 4-pointed for about 3.5 hours. I don't even know how long, but that's what it felt. They're not supposed to let you out, but I know that the darkness in the window, because when they came into my cell, it was about 3 o'clock or 2:30, 3 o'clock, and when I got back to my cell, it was pitch black. So I don't know how many hours that was, And to this day, I don't think I could ever let anybody handcuff me. I believe in my heart it would take 10 guys to take me down and handcuff me now, because I think I would go crazy. I never knew this. Now I'm claustrophobic, like really bad. I can barely get on an airplane. I have to come with mental shit to get on a plane. I can get claustrophobic in a room. I'll tell you, we down in Fort Lauderdale a couple of years ago, they had a hurricane, so they put shutters up in the condo I lived at, and I couldn't stay in it. I literally went out in the middle of the hurricane because I got the chills. I got started having a panic attack because of this, what they did to me, and being strapped down naked. It's called four-pointing, or they have restraint chairs now, and that's just as bad. Man, I get heart palpitations thinking about it. That's how much it drives me nuts. And they did this to me, and I was in the hole for 11 straight months. And when I tell you, you start going nuts. You're really off. You're crazy. I used to do things to try it. I've been concussion grenaded. I've been a lot shocked. I've been gassed. And I will tell you, you feel you shake. You think you're gonna go nuts. But when you're four-pointed, it makes you crazy. And until it happens to you, you'll never understand what I'm talking about. Until someone takes you and strips you naked and four-points you, and just you're sitting on a slab and you think you're gonna die. Legally, they're not supposed to do that. There's supposed to be a doctor there, and they're supposed to check you every 15 minutes, and there's a lot of reasons that they're not supposed to do that. But they're beating the hell out of people anyway. They don't give a shit what they're doing to you. And I just wouldn't quit, though. I got back to my cell, and I was writing senators. I was fucking writing congressmen. So what does the prison do? You're gonna like this one. What do? They stop my mail. They're not allowed to do that. It's a federal offense. If you mess with the U.S. mail, that is a federal offense. I don't care if it's a prison. I don't care who it is. And a postmaster general, they'll arrest their mother. So, I don't know. I get a visit from my dad. You get visits in the hole. And I tell my dad what's going on. I said, Dad, I don't get any letters from you. He goes, what do you mean you didn't get any letters from me? I go, Dad, I'm writing you too. He goes, I didn't get any. So I said to Dad, I said, I think they're messing with my mail. I says, I want you to go to the Postmaster General at the post office where you live in Florida, tell them what's going on, and tell them you want an investigation, you want to send something in and see if it comes. Sure enough, they did that. I'm in my cell. Down, all of a sudden I hear the door open, and you hear the footsteps, and they come right to my cell. And who's at my door? Lamanna. Piece of shit Lamanna, the warden. And he says to me, hey, Lawton. I'm sitting on my bunk. I don't even get up. I don't give a fuck about him. I'm at this point of my life that I think I'm gonna die. I could care less. And he goes, Lawton. So he goes, come to the door. And I slowly get up. I go to the door. What do you want? He says, you see this lieutenant here? This lieutenant's gonna pick up your mail every day, and he's gonna deliver your mail every day. He goes, and somebody was demoted and somebody was fired. I go, what are you talking to me about? I'm a fucking inmate. What are you talking to me? He says, the Postmaster General did an investigation. Is that okay? What do you mean, is that okay? I don't even know. My dad's investigation got them to get me my mail. And I was like, oh man, they're really hating me now. But now there's people watching them. There's the U.S. Postal Service now watching them. I got congressmen, senators. I had my buddy Joe Framini. I had Louis Constantino, my dad. They're all writing people on the outside. They're writing senators. They're writing congressmen. They saved my life, those people. Because if I didn't have that kind of support, so many people are dying today in prison. And it drives me nuts. And that's why I want prison reform. And that's what I want to build this thing for. Get that prison reform. Get all you people behind me. Mess with these. Let's flip the switch. Let's show them that we are human beings. Anyway, so now I got my mail coming, and everything's okay. You think I'm getting out of the hole? No. Turns up the heat more. Here's what they do. You're in a cell. So you'd think, oh wow, you're in a cell and you got a shower in your cell. Wow, the outside world thinks, wow, look at these guys. Man, they're spoiled. They're in a prison cell and they got a shower in their cell. Here's what the guards do. The guards control everything on the outside of the cell in what they call a in between the cells. There's one cell here, one cell here. In between is where it's the pipe chases, where they have all the pipes and stuff. But it's all from the outside. They don't have to come into your cell for anything. So I'm in my cell, and what do? They shut the hot water off. So you have to take a freezing shower. I didn't give a shit when my dick shrunk up and I'm fucking freezing in the shower, but at least I'm showering. So I don't give a shit. I'm showering. They're just doing this to mess with you. It really was bad when they would shut the cold water off. Because when they shut the cold water off, the water would get so hot, you could literally make instant coffee, put instant, it got boiling. That water had to be 140 degrees. It was so hot, that water, that you could not take a shower. It would scold you. So I remember not taking a shower for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Think about that out there. If you didn't take a shower for 2 weeks, do you know how much you'd smell? I don't give a shit if you sat in your bed all day and did nothing. Your body starts reeking. You smell yourself. We're taking our clothes off. I'm taking my clothes off and trying to wash them in a sink with water, and just trying to do that, just to wring them out and dry them. And I couldn't do it, because you can't take a boiling water. It was boiling water, and they do that. So now you think, oh, some people think, oh, they got a shower. Here's another thing they do. I can't tell you how many times they give me my food, and it'd be a gob of spit on the top of the food. I would have to take that gob of spit out and still eat the food, because you don't know what you'll do when you're hungry. You are that hungry. You will take the gob of spit out and eat it. And you know it's the guard who does it, because if it was the inmates, they'd spit under the food, because the inmates prepare the food, but the guards give the food out. So they're doing that. Then here's another thing they do that's the worst than anything. They control, in prison you have what they call suction toilets. Literally, I've ripped up a mattress. I've ripped up a mattress in the hole, literally with a razor blade, and ripped up a plastic mattress, only that thick anyway. I ripped it and I flushed it down the toilet. A mattress. You can literally do that, because it's got that, it's like a suction. It sucks the thing down. It'll suck anything down that toilet. Well, you know what they do? They shut your toilet off. It's nothing. It's not working. Shut it off. You still got to shit. You still got to piss. You still got to use the bathroom. The shit and the piss would be coming up tight of the toilet. You can't sit down now, because there's all crap in your toilet, and this is the guards doing it. And they'll come to your cell and they'll say, "Hey, Lawton, beg me to put it on." "Fuck you, motherfucker." You tell them that. Did you know I ended up begging them to put it on? I begged them to put it on. You'll die in that cell. The smell and the disease that comes in your bodily fluids and your shit and your piss, it was the worst thing. I mean, I think back at the humanity of these people, and I always say to myself, you know, I get people having hatred toward people or whatever it is, child molesters. I hate them with certain things. How do you treat another human being like that? It just drives me nuts when I think about what they did to me, and I think about how mad I got and how upset the whole thing made me. And now that I'm older and I'm out, and I think of the humanity, and I think about how they can do that. It's like there's a jail where I live in the community I live right now in Brevard County, Florida. They have a jail here, and let me tell you how bad they treat the people at the jail. They don't give women sanitary pads. Think of what I just said. If you have a daughter, if you're young and you have your period, somebody or your girlfriend, and they won't give them sanitary pads. That means if they're on their time of the month and they happen to get a bullshit charge and they get pulled into the jail, they're not going to even be able to take care of themselves. I have a daughter, and I think about that all the time, and it makes me sick. How another human being could let that happen, I don't know.
and I don't know where their humanity goes. I think they got some problems, mental problems themselves or whatever. They always say there's a fine line between an inmate and a guard, and I totally believe that. But that's exactly what they did. So, I mean, fighting these guards, doing what I did it was crazy. But I'll tell you what happened after a while. I started getting support. I got support from some guards. Like I said, I don't hate guards because there were guards that saved my life. There was this one big black guard. He used to come to the door and he'd open the food slot and he'd talk to me about the Bible, talk to me about whatever he could talk to me about. And I used to get mad for a lot of years thinking, you know what's going on here. Why are you letting it happen? Why aren't you helping me? And then it took me many, many years when I got out of prison to understand that that man was, one, trying to feed his family. Two, there are psychopaths in prison, inmates, and if this guy pisses other people off, is he going to be in a position to get killed? But that's why the guards have the highest suicide rate. They have one of the highest suicide rates out of any profession because they know these people don't deserve this. The good guards can't make it. I'll never forget also, there was a guy named Butch Lewis. Butch was the head of the OSHA, like the safety of the prison. He came up to my cell and said, hey Lawton, keep fighting him. He goes, you're mentioned in the warden's office all the time, but keep fighting. People are starting to listen. That was, I'll never forget him, Butch Lewis, and he was the head of the safety department at Edgefield at the time. And Butch was like, these little things gave me encouragement to keep fighting. So, and I kept fighting and I kept fighting. So eventually, while writing, I also write a magazine called the Arctic Beacon. So the Arctic Beacon was a magazine. Greg Saminsky was the author. I'll never forget him either. Greg Saminsky was an author of Arctic Beacon. He writes a whole article that went national, and you could look it up. If you're out there right now,
and critically, inhalers.
How many ohms you vaping there?
It was tough for the asthmatics, already picked on for their feeble bodies. Their weak lungs, embarrassing. Everybody laughs at the asthmatics, even if we, pretend and say nice things to their face. The next big one would be gloves. Once they were recommended, there was a run on them too. And once those were out, there was a run on, surprisingly, condoms. The thinking man's glove. If you need to press a button on the elevator or push a trolley around the grocery store, no problem. Just use your cock. Last story. In a medical center in Delhi, there's a gang of monkeys scheming. Son of a bitch. I'm in.
вот это не одобряем, осуждаем вот это вот.
True story, right? Some red-faced rhesus macaques, tired of their situation, go rogue. They bust out of their cage and attack a researcher, snatching COVID blood samples as they make their way to the exit. Give me that. No, Mojo, no. Put that down, bad monkey. They make a break for it, evading staff and guards, and leap out the window to freedom.
Ray or Mojo.
One was later seen in a tree.
I want you to Google Arctic Beacon. The Arctic Beacon, Larry Lawton. And he wrote an article about the abuses that were going on in Edgefield, and he dubbed the article Abu Ghraib. And he talked about the abuse of the inmate I talked about with no legs. He wrote in the article. So I get out of the hole after all fighting these people, and I got some senators behind me, support. So now I'm out of the prison. I get out of the hole. I'm in there 11 straight months. And I'll never forget, I'm walking the yard and I'm smoking a cigar at the time. I still had those little Denable cigars.
Holy shit. Did you see that? Look at this. Did he kill this guy? Hey everybody, Larry Lawton here. We have a great video. I'm going to be reacting to some failed robbery attempts in this video. But before I get started, please check out my book, Gangster Redemption. You're going to love it. It's in the links below. Check out our member program on Patreon at Larry Lawton Jewel Thief on Patreon and also on YouTube as well. I asked Darian, my editor, to put together a bunch of clips. Now, I haven't seen these clips, and I want to react to these clips for the first time. So as you're watching this, I'm watching this. So this should be a lot of fun, this video. I needed a laugh. I think we all did. I do get serious. You guys know where my heart is with prison reform, with police reform, all of that stuff. It is always there, and it will never end. But we need these kind of videos to keep us happy, keep us motivated, keep us looking at the lighter side of life. And I guess dumb criminals make us all laugh a little bit. That's what I'm hearing. Let's get right to it. Oh wow, here's a guy sneaking into this lady's car, getting her bag. I've seen these things before. I've seen videos just like this. He's off on a scooter. Look at You gotta stop that. Did you see that? He crashed right into a wall. The reason I'm laughing so hard is I don't know if you guys know that I bought 2 scooters. I went away on a quick vacation to Key West, Florida. And you guys know I have an RV. So I have now a trailer, and Darian's gonna put that picture up now. And believe it or not, some people have been asking, I actually crashed my RVs, not into a wall like this moron. I actually tried to jump a curb. I must think I'm 20 years old on my old, I used to have a Yamaha 100. And it was a dirt bike, and boy, I used to jump everything with that thing. Well, I crashed this thing already. I bought these scooters a week and a half ago, went on vacation, road rage right down my whole arm, and it's pretty bad in my leg as well. So that had me cracking up. You know, I've seen videos like this one where they actually, you know, they called, those are sneaky robbers. They just get a bag of an unsuspecting woman, and you know, what a moron. I mean, I don't know what you think you're gonna get. I don't know how many people are really going into, you know, carrying that much money or any jewelry in them. That's really like a, you know, just a scumbag thief, if you want to call them. Again, you know, I often talk about this on my shows. If you're gonna rob something that's worth something. What are you getting there? And the guy runs right into the wall. How would you like to be in the prison cell and say, how did you get caught? Well, I got away with it. I had the bag under my arm and I ran my scooter right into the wall. What a moron. I love it. Let's check out the next clip. Oh, somebody says he's running out of a mall. He's running out of a mall. He must have robbed something. That kid's fast, man. He thought the door was closed. He thought that side was open. He ran right through. Again, are these people just so stupid? That kid was fast. That kid wasn't getting caught. And you know, there comes a time when you got to stop running. You either walk fast like you're going somewhere, but you running that fast, everybody in the world is looking at you. Obviously, you're on camera. But this guy, boy, that hurt. I mean, that had to hurt. I don't know what he got. That's kind of a funny one, but boy, I'm telling you, I remember in my day, I was pretty fast. But I never had a run like that, because when I robbed things, I did it the right way. I got out of the place, you know, I was usually in a sports jacket and looking nice, or a long sleeve shirt, looked like a businessman, and you got out of there. I always say my biggest thing there is I always wanted to be a fly on the wall. That's something I always wanted to do. I wanted to be a fly on the wall after a robbery, because I do know stuff came out in newspapers and it was big robberies, stuff like that. But I'll tell you what, if that didn't crack you up, just watching that guy go straight through that glass, boy, he didn't know what hit him. All right, let's go to the next one. All right, here's a guy. He's coming in. He's in a bicycle helmet. Wow, did Darian put these together because of my new scooter? I don't know, but here's the guy. He must be robbing a scooter. He's robbing a motorcycle. Well, that's a motorcycle. He's robbing. Now he got stuck. All right, this guy got stuck. Why didn't he open the gate? Why didn't he open the gate? He's stuck. This guy's stuck. He can't get this scooter out. Look at him. He's stuck himself. He's stuck. Now he's freaking out. He can't get the bike out. What another idiot. Oh my God. Look at it. He's trying to kick the gate. The guy. Wow. Wow. Let me stop that one. That was clip 3. That's pretty funny too there. Here's a guy that doesn't even do the rudimentary, just open the gate. You know, when you look back at these and when these guys look at themselves after this, because I don't know where Darian got these, and they're kind of funny because they're idiots. They're people who get caught doing the stupidest and not even robbing something that's good. I don't know if I told you guys on one of my videos, I got my bicycle robbed in a vacation. Not a scooter now. I got a bicycle robbed. I actually have a police report. Believe it or not, I have a police. But it was a good bike. It was a $500 bike, man. I'm not a rich guy. I don't want to lose no $500 bikes like that. But I did. I lost my bike. And I'm just thinking about that clip there because that guy snuck in, was rolling that bike. I don't know if he had a key to that bike either. I don't know why he was, getting that, and he had a helmet. So he was prepared. He seemed prepared. But I don't know how prepared you're going to be, and then you don't open the gate, you get stuck. I mean, just a moron. And even go look what's stuck. I mean, this is not rocket science. This shows me that these people are total amateurs. They don't even plan anything out. What am I going to do? This is what they are. They're idiots. What can I say? Some people are just freaking idiots. That's an idiot. Let's go to clip 4. All right. Breaking a glass. This is kind of common. You break the glass, but once you break that glass, let me let you know, the alarm is off. I mean, obviously. They might even have a sensor. It looks like there's a sensor right next to that window if you look real close. All right, the guy sneaks in. I don't know what he's getting in this place. It looks like it's out with his bicycles out front. So, in clip 4, I just got to think these guys got to be stoned. I mean, how messed up are you that you don't even go through the same hole that you built? You broke a window. Now, obviously, if you break a window and walk in, why don't you just click the door open, unlock the door? I don't get that one, too. Then you can walk out. Obviously, again, these guys, he was in and out, seems quick. These guys are in. I don't know what they're robbing in these things. So I wish they had it where I could see what they're robbing, but none of these guys seem like they're rocket scientists at any way. I did it when I talked about joining Larry Lawton's crew, as a joke. What you did could have you made my crew because of the crimes you committed. And if you remember some of my videos, what's my number one thing? Know what you're going to rob. Make sure it's worth the robbery. Obviously, we're not talking about rocket scientists here. And either they're super stoned, super stupid, or just, I don't know. I don't get them. It's beyond me at this point. But let's go to clip number 5. This should be good. All right, these guys backed up. They're in a handicap spot. I noticed that. So he's taking, look at the TV he's taking. The TV's bigger than him. He can't get it off the wall. Are you checking? This is good. First of all, he's ruining the TV. Did you see the guy just comes and runs into the wall? Oh, this is a real smart crew here. They got 3 guys. They can't get this TV off. Look at them. They're running into each other. Look at this guy. Again, what do they do? Must be a doctor's office or something. I'm looking at a cafeteria. Look, they get it down. They fall. This guy falls down too. That one is hilarious. That one is hilarious. Did you see how many times they fell down? They couldn't get the TV off the wall. So these rocket scientists figure out to break a window, go into a place to get a big screen TV. First of all, you can get a 65-inch TV for $449 at Walmart. So I don't get these people going in and trying to get this TV and ripping it off the wall. And did they have a remote control for it? That's another thing. Don't you have to rob the remote control with it? But again, this is 3 morons. When I see tapes like this, my first thought is, how fucked up are they? Are they all sitting around smoking a joint, saying, "Hey, I think we can rob that TV that's in the waiting room, or in this little, look like a couple tables were in there or something. There's a waiting area, or maybe a little a reading room or a library. I don't know. There was a desk there. It looks like a check-in desk. And are they sitting around saying, man, I was in that place today, and I know we can rob that TV. What do you think you're going to get for that TV? Just tell me, what do you think you're going to get for that TV? Are you going to get $100? $100? You're going to get a breaking and entering charge? The glass you broke will cost more, and the damage you caused to the wall, taking that off the wall, will cost more than the TV that you can even get. Not even close. It's not even, probably cost more than the TV itself. And these rocket scientists over here, I hate almost laughing at idiots like this, but you have to laugh. You gotta laugh, but what a sad case that these idiots are robbing a TV off a wall in today's climate. I mean, this is kind of funny. I'm loving these clips. We got to do more of these clips. If you like them, make sure you comment. Make sure you let me know about that, because I read comments, everybody.
Yep.
I'm real big about that. I really like
long to catch up.
Let's look at clip number 6.
A little surprise I prepared earlier. And from there, it's an easy walk to the docks where we've got a boat ready. We skim around the waterfront and down the labyrinthine canals of Stockholm and make a beeline for Malar Lake. Then we dock in a quiet area and make it on foot back to the road.
Let me guess, you already have a car waiting.
Of course.
Да, мракобесов. Криминал по-русски. Вот это. Почему Good Game опять шел фильм режим онли? Потому что у нас Twitch есть. Потому что у нас теперь есть Twitch. Good Game теперь, да, для авторского контента и для того, что нельзя на Ютубе и на Твиче. Вот. А так есть Twitch. Он, в принципе, тот же Good Game, только...
Yeah, holy shit. I'll have to find a supplier that makes miniature guns that are actually operational, of course. I'll get on that. Because, then they'll be the right size for me, too, so win-win. Dark Hawk, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Huh. Turn left. You like my belly? Nah, that's alright. I'm still working on it. I didn't go to the gym once last week, so I've still got some belly. It's right there. More. It's all that pizza. Blech. Oh, some people redeemed hats. Let's do the unicorn hat first. I'll kill you. You're next! Oh yeah, I saw penis. So 2 comments I want to answer while we're waiting for Tony to come back for her shower. The first one is, you're a sep. Where's my money? Breakfast. Where's Wally? Ah, I love it. I love Wally. Oh. I don't want that anymore. I don't know why. My hands are clean, but I just don't want it anymore. Moisturizer. I'm gonna smell interesting. I'm gonna smell like the fruit then. Buddy! Buddy! What was I saying? Oh yeah, so there was someone asking what can they do about their mom not believing that they have Tourette syndrome, and the second one was someone liking bee vomit. Okay, so let's go with the bee vomit first. We'll go there first. So, I don't eat honey. I won't eat honey.
Salam need to def meat white wall.
Yeah, this so that. Стоит весер, значит.
Tiny blink.
I can TP.
Fine, guys.
You can TP, but I don't agree more.
Too late. We need to use one with smoke.
Fresh top.
Не, самое, что стрёмное в этой игре сейчас происходит, то, что они четвером вот тут уже 3 минуты стоят, и они могут додуматься просто покинуть эту линию, пойти Свен убить, который на нашем вижене уже все минут фармит. Странные очень типы играют в эту игру. Котик просто 1000 ранг Свен. Даже верно думается на руну полететь забрать. Потому что он делает в разы лучше, чем все мои тимы. No iron here, please use fucking smoke one time this game. What are you doing?
Can you go with me in this and try to kill some target?
No iron. Хорошо, что я не задаблил эту игру. Они просто стоят как боты, ничего не делают.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're back.
you later, nerds.
Okay, oh, he's in a phone store. Guy's trying to rip the phones off. You know they have those wires on phone stores. You go to like First of all, here's another rocket scientist. You don't even... Did he go in there and he's going to rob one phone off of a stand, you know, in one of those... Holy shit! At least be a good criminal. I don't get these people. Just stupid. Let's look at the last clip, everybody. It's a lot of fun. It's making me laugh. I'm having a great day. Last clip. All right, these two people... They're trying to break a window. Holy shit, did you see that? Look at this. Did he kill this guy? Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. That is sad. Did you see they tried to... First of all, the moron couldn't get a brick through the window. I mean, great arm that guy's got. I guess he wasn't playing baseball as a kid. But the other guy throws the brick and slams it in his head. And he's out. That dude is out. Don't you... I mean, that guy's... He might have hurt that guy really serious. You can't throw a brick towards a window that hard and hit a guy in the head. You could kill that guy. And here's the sad part of that case. Did you know if he really caused damage? This guy goes in a coma. The guy dies. It can happen. Trust me, people out there. It can happen. I know a friend of mine who went to jail for a long time because he had a fight in a bar, hit a guy, and when he hit the guy goes down and hits his head on the corner of the bar and dies. And he died. And the guy went away for manslaughter. He went to prison. He got 5 years for manslaughter. So if that dude right there trying to break in throws the brick, hits his friend in the head, and kills him, puts him in a coma, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't know what happened. That could be you can go away for a manslaughter charge, and that's during the commission of a felony. You know what people don't understand in robbing something? If you rob a gun out of a store, that's an armed robbery, even though you didn't go in with a gun. But you took the gun out. That's an armed robbery. Think about what I just said. Or if you and another dude rob something and the cops show up and something happens and that dude gets killed, your partner gets killed, you get charged with the murder. You get charged with a body, as we used to call it in prison. You get charged with a body. That's a fact. That's not me just saying it. Look it up. You get charged with a felony murder because that guy died. It could even happen in the commission of that felon if you're escaping and you leave and you run the car into a pole and the pole kills the guy. That's felony murder. Felony murder. There's so many more consequences that people don't get with crime that they really... it's sad because a lot of these cases are just stupid people making stupid mistakes. And, listen to me, I'm not going to brag and say I was a smart criminal or this or whatever it was. At least when I robbed something that was worth money. And I got a lot of money for it and all the stuff that I did. And trust me, people, please don't rob. Please make good choices. Look at this. Laugh along with me. Have fun with this. But just make good choices. Don't think it's something to get on a video and get me to talk about a video of you being an idiot, because you're just gonna ruin your life, and I don't want to see people ruin their life. You all know that. But I did have fun. Here we are doing another video. Thanks for everybody for your support. You guys wanted me to try Payday. What I did was I brought my son. Larry, say hi.
How you doing, guys?
Larry's gonna play Payday. He really doesn't play Payday. He plays GTA, but we figured let's answer what the people wanted. So we're gonna check it out. I'm gonna be kind of looking at him, see how he messes up, and what I would have did different, or how maybe the game could be different, or at least look better. This should be a pretty good video. It'll be a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun doing the last GTA 5, and we're going to be doing more GTA as well after this. So let's check this out. Larry, let's rock.
Here we are. Get in there and get me the required amount. We go in quiet and go out with a boom.
Alright, here's the game. Okay, I'm just seeing a bunch of people. I guess they're casing it, but the guy's throwing a mask on. He puts a gun out. I don't know what he's doing that and what he's just pulling it out. So, what is he looking to do? Kind of confused with the game right off the bat. And what is he doing? Is he going in armed? Just go fast. If you're gonna go fast. You're not out just to. Why did he kill somebody? Well, what kind of crazy game is this? Well, he went to the wrong store. He went into the car dealership. This is funny as hell. Oh, this is gonna be good. Killed somebody. My son's going to jail. I gotta visit him in prison. That's the first thing. Okay, he's in the place. He's shooting everybody. I guess this is, oh, the guard didn't get him. He's a good shot. I give him that. Okay, everybody's ducked and he's killing some and not others. I don't get that. Okay, this is a lot different than the GTA game. So this is gonna be fun to do. I like the graphics. I like the first person. It's like you're it. In GTA, you were actually looking from a different angle. On this one, you're actually the guy doing it. I guess it's first person. They're going in. He's kind of half robbing it, and he's killing people. Look, he's carrying the jewelry out. He's breaking cases. That's another thing. You got some high-end stuff. Either these cases will be alarmed, so the cops are coming. That's for sure. Now he's running out without much. He got shot at. The cops are out there already. Yeah, this is I'm visiting him for prison for sure. He's going to jail if he's not dead after this show. This is different. All right. Wow, Payday. I like the graphics. I think they're pretty cool. They're showing more jewelry in the cases. He can't break them. He's trying to break the glass and get the jewelry. Oh, he's stealing the stuff now. All right, Larry, make sure you get all the stuff. There you go. Get all of it. I want to see it all gone. Now you're missing stuff. There you go. You missed the gold. Well, why would you miss those gold? Get that gold. There you go. If you're going to be a robber, be the right robber. All right, get some more stuff. Since you're shooting up the place. Don't miss those watches. I used to get $2,000 of Rolex. Regular presidentials. Just pull them. Get every one of them. Rolexes. Each one of them is $2,000 in your pocket. You didn't get them. I guess you're shooting people, reloading. All right. I'll tell you what. That's his partner. Don't shoot your partner. All right. How are you going to get out of this robbery? I'm already getting a kick out of this because I want to see if he has any kind of planned getaway, which I don't think he does. Obviously, we're just learning the game, so this is pretty fun. Cops are coming with shields. They wouldn't do that anyway. That's not how cops are coming in. They would have tear gassed them. There's hostages in there. It would have been done a lot different, everybody. A lot of dead people in this game. Now, we got the grenades, and we're throwing them outside. So that's a little bit of a change, too. Okay, there's nobody outside now. There would be helicopters. There'd be SWAT team. There would be everybody. I haven't seen anybody. If they're coming in with shields, that means the SWAT team was out there. So I'm not getting that. Along the way, he's still stealing stuff. I get a kick out of that. He's in a shootout and he's stealing stuff. Wait a minute. Put this game on hold. Put it on hold. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This one's got a lot of information to digest. First of all, here he is. He's playing the game, and the shootout starts right in the beginning. Obviously, we don't play this game. He's going to learn it if we get a big reply back and when they want us to play this game. I will do it. I'm starting to like these games, so I think I'm going to start getting into this a little bit more. And it is kind of fun to do. Watch this kind of stuff. I do like the point that it's from the first person, meaning you're the one with the gun. Obviously, he's walking around too, and how you're getting stuff. That's obviously part of the game, the way they build the game. It's kind of fun because you get right into action. I kind of like that. It's not like the GTA where they did a little bit more planning and they met. There's a whole different scene. This scene is hit and go. So if you want action, that's a positive. Obviously, GTA is more involved right now, and I think it's pretty good. Let's roll that. Okay, here he is still. He seems like he can't get the goal. Hey, they got it there. All those diamond rings. You missed the whole thing. You missed the whole. There you go. All those rings. Get those rings. If you're gonna get them, get the rings. Oh man, my son is not me. Thank God, ladies and gentlemen. And he's not gonna be a robber for sure. Okay, don't kill your friend. He's throwing grenades out for whatever reason I don't get. Okay. Now I notice he has a different gun. He's got an M16. Before he had a pistol. Should be a better. Oh, he's got even a little bit of a better sight. Oh, he's got a machine gun too. Wow, this guy's loaded for bat. Alright, pretty action game actually, you know. I'd like to know what the setup of the police is going out. I think that will be pretty cool to know. Okay, what's his partner's doing? I don't get that. So I think he's lost on what to do next. Put it on hold. Alright, we're at, right now we don't know what's going on, which is kind of fun. It's like we're learning as we go as well. So this is pretty good. Something different. I haven't played a game like this. I'm getting a kick out of it. I'm right next to my son, so that makes it all worthwhile. He's my son. You'd have a pistol. Sometimes people react differently in robbery. You didn't shoot that lady, son, did you? Man. Okay, maybe get in the front seat there. Alright, you gotta figure out how to jump this thing. Crap, they're still shooting the cops out. I put it on hold. It's kind of a crazy game. We're gonna do another one, but we're gonna keep doing this one. People love this. We can get out, blow the door, but he's gonna blow the door. There. Go ahead, keep it out here. Bystander. So it is pretty, you know, you have to think as law enforcement. They got to think on their feet under very stressful.
To your return for a modest sum. Interesting tact. This is, of course, completely illegal. Lawyers can't just negotiate ransoms for their clients.
I was in one prison. We had 2,000 inmates, 800 for how he joins the white supremacist gang. He gets picked on by a black guy and he sticks up for himself, and a white supremacist in the place sees him and like thinks he's a cool guy, so he kind of brings him in, and he wants to give him protection in the place if he smuggles heroin and ends up killing a snitch that's in the gang. Well,
What makes the case of Jennifer Pan unique among others
Жмелевский ругает Еш Сармата за расизм. Вот это очень смешное видео сейчас будет.
Ежи Сармат смотрит мультики.
Дикие животные Африки про гориллу, мультик для детей, развивающий. Мультфильм «Дикие животные для детей».
И мои скид.
О!
Все горилла.
О, при чем тут Украина?
Глубоко в джунглях.
Я не...
Вот за это и вы внесли в список миротворцев. Сразу Украина. Не одобряем расизм. Категорически.
Окей, не одобряем.
Это не обезьяны. Не одобряем расизм категорически.
Блядь,
не одобряем
Ежи.
риторику автора канала.
Бля, Ежи вот круто, он на Ютубе сидит, а мы еще и на Твиче.
Да, я хорошо устроился.
На всякий случай ехидство-то над этим не одобряем.
Какое может быть ехидство над расизмом?
Взрослая горилла весит примерно 180 килограмм. Это...
Ну весит и весит 180 килограмм. Что
ну
за,
весит
блядь,
и весит.
Шейминг начался. Мы за бодипозитив.
Да бесспорно, бесспорно.
Вес двух взрослых мужчин. У горилл длинный.
Да, двух взрослых.
Бля, это украинская реально какая-то тема, вы слышали? У горилл...
У
горилл.
Двух взрослых, блядь, белых мужчин, охуенно, блядь. Не одобряем категорически.
Да ёбаный в рот.
Расизм и белый супрематизм.
Не одобряем подобное издевательство со
Не
стороны
шерсть, а
Ежи.
волосы, блядь. Шерсть только у животных бывает. Категорически не одобряем.
Блядь, категорически не одобряем то, что не одобряет Ежи там.
Лапы, блядь, какие лапы в пизду, идиот совсем, что ли. Не одобряем расизм, не лапы.
Как же ему хорошо на
все
Ютубе
человеческие
сидеть.
расы. Да, мне хорошо на Ютубе. Они одинаковые. Поэтому категорически не согласны с риторикой автора данного канала. Осуждаем.
Осуждаем, да. То, что Ежи тут пытается...
Не на задних лапах, а на ногах,
из этого
идиот. Не одобряем ксенофобскую риторику автора канала.
И предпочитают ходить на 4 лапах. Горилла.
У африканцев не лапы, а руки.
Пошутили, хватит!
Не
одобряем риторику, да. Ежи.
Очень угрожающе, но они очень...
Они не выглядят угрожающе. Белые люди выглядят угрожающе, потому
тоже не одобряем, блядь! Любая дискриминация, она не одобряем.
Токсичную мускулинность и агрессивную whiteness.
Не одобряем.
Африканцы
Ежи любят смаковать, да. Это мы видим.
Блядь, мирные животные, да ты охуел.
Да, у меня тут в голове тоже такой
я
вопрос.
Возмущен этой риторикой
про
ненависти.
охуение кое-кого
Гориллы живут группами, семьями. Они проводят все время отдыхая и кушая фрукты и листву. Гориллы строят себе...
Это welfare они едят, кушают фрукты. Это welfare.
Кровать из веток и листьев. Горилла серым мехом на своей спине. Это вожак.
Не мех, а волосы.
Вожак.
Не вожак, а руководитель диаспоры, комьюнити.
Ну вождь, блядь. Не одобряем.
И водой недалеко. Он решает,
Да, пролетарский вождь.
когда приходит время для отдыха и сна.
Мы против подобной
Вожак — это
риторики.
защитник. Он отдаст свою жизнь за...
О, правду сказал. Ой, бля. Пиздец. Вот ведь Ежи, а? Что творит, а? Ай да Ежи, ай да молодец.
Ну, хорошо, что не ай да ежи, ай да сукин сын. Да, хорошо, когда стрим окупается. Да, не одобряем алкоголизм, но Жмелевский отличный просто. Он очень интересный стример и толковый.
Алло.
Алло.
Так, здравствуйте.
Здравствуйте.
Жмелевский ругает Еш Сармата за расизм. Вот это очень смешное видео сейчас будет.
Ежи Сармат смотрит мультики.
Дикие животные Африки.
Елена, скажите, пожалуйста, кто не может устроиться к
Может, хотя бы там в долларах это все.
вам на работу?
Несовершеннолетних мы не берем, потому что вредный производитель.
Там что-нибудь про экономику,
Ну, там 3-5 тысяч просмотров, а тут сразу 20 тысяч. Это мне нравится. И кроме того, вот смотреть, говорят, сколько он работал в Шмелевске? 3,5 часа.
Работал, я работал. Пиздец, я не понимаю начала, у них так сумбурно.
Надеюсь, чат в записи сохранится. Там в первые 40 минут было весело, но бояре не читают. В целом, это просто байт названия. Про тебя почти не было.
Да?
Свет в будку проводишь. Онлайн 1К на пике был лол.
Лол. Ну, слушайте, ну, Борис Сергеевич, когда он только начинал, у него был онлайн где-то 2К, потом он упал очень сильно. Так, подождите, блядь, где начало-то?
Там какая-нибудь битва на молодях. Кто это специалист по битве на молодях, да? Цао Цао, это, по-моему, персонаж из китайского фильма, как его звали-то?
Битва у Красной Скалы,
у Красной
да.
Скалы, Цао Цао. Он 100 рублей прислал, спасибо, Цао Цао, отина, карасо.
Я и осуждаю Бориса Сергеевича, блядь, мне приходится осуждать Бориса Бояршинова, ёбаный в рот.
Водит. А будете Жмелевского смотреть его реакцию, да? Ну вот вообще это здорово было.
Так.
Значит, ну мы вот нам понравилось вообще весь этот скандал, потому что он привлекает публику. Вот, например, сделал я какое-нибудь видео, да?
Так.
Хорошее, как мне казалось, качественное видео о том, что там что-нибудь там про гравитоны, про там что-нибудь про экономику. Ну, там 3-5 тысяч просмотров, а тут сразу 20 тысяч. Это мне нравится. И кроме того, вот смотрите, говорят, сколько он работал в Шмелевске?
Там 20 тысяч? Ну-ка, блядь, сейчас проверим. Сколько просмотров? Так, тут 3000, 2000, 5. Стрим с единороссом 24 тысячи просмотров. Ну... Нормально, кстати. Я, между прочим, настаивал, да, на том, что запись этого разговора должна выйти сначала у Бориса Сергеевича, чтобы контент принадлежал ему, потому что он сказал, что он в нем заинтересован.
3,5 часа.
Рад за
Мы
него.
готовы это сделать, но вот, значит, цену мы предлагаем, значит, 20 тысяч
Любим
рублей.
денежки.
Да? Вот соберите нам как-нибудь, пришлите 20 тысяч рублей, мы вот это дело посмотрим.
Нихуя! 20 тысяч рублей? Нихуя! А стоп, а сколько бы у меня это стоило? Так, 3 часа. У меня бы это 9 стоило. Пиздец. Вы чё, блядь, это на рынке контента совсем поднялись, я смотрю.
Между собой соберите, сложите и нам присылайте.
Ну, у меня на стриме с просмотром
вот,
видео.
желательно на карточку, да? Там у меня есть. И мы
Ну, кстати,
сделаем вам реакцию. Ну, что там, посмотрим, поговорим, посудачим. И, кстати говоря, ты ведь не смотрела, по-моему, его,
Я
да?
не смотрела. Мой, значит, как
Бля,
бы...
пиздец, она даже не смотрела, и типа, но стрим называется Антижмелевский.
Значит, мне сказали, что Змелевский снял видео, а тут была такая ситуация, что я в этот день решила, таки, как его все несчастные защищали, я решила посмотреть с ним видео.
Все несчастные или несчастного защищали. То есть даже то, что ей указывали на то, где она не права, совершенно...
Малолетние дебилы не хотят смотреть про гравитоны.
Ну, что поделать, такие вот они люди. То есть даже те люди до записи этого видео, которые указывали ей на то, где она, очевидно, обдристала свои шаровары, даже эти люди, ох, эти несчастные, защищали его.
Какое-то нашла специально, ну, он же специалист по Ближнему Востоку, как я понимаю, и она была Жмелевский, Израиль.
Ебать, она просто вот уровень познания, сразу вот познание, погруженность в материал. Она даже не смотрела запись с Борисом Бояршиновым, где я говорил то, что я не...
две руки, блядь, нормально.
Телепорт эпический.
О.
У меня ассасимулет найти такая эпический.
У меня собака даже нету, блядь.
А мне по пояс эпический.
Вот аутовать, вот это вот было по.
А ты замок лутал?
Нет. Тут резкий пояс там у вас есть.
У тебя чел там бежит снизу.
Да?
Да, вот здесь он. Где-то здесь.
Вон он, да. Их двое там.
Он лоу хп.
Вижу.
Ебать, он орехом разбил орех.
Одного, нет.
Блять, куда ты там?
Одного,
Этот улетел.
Я за ним, ну типа он недалеко.
Блять, телепорт такая залупа, конечно. Чтобы гоняться за челами. Все. А, у него этот феникс ебаный. Сука. Не тайминг.
Нашел его?
Ну, он, да, он летел вот здесь вот он.
Ребят,
блять.
там слева от меня 2 героя было.
Да ёб, какая он тварь, блядь. Это я. Убил его?
Да.
Хорошо.
Это чела изгоняй, Малик.
Надо это, хилки забрать у него. Я без арморов, без хилов. Я возьму. Это тебе надо? Походу нет.
Ну я армор взял.
Понял.
Не в фильме она жила.
Специалист по Ближнему Востоку. Ближний Восток — это хобби в регионоведении. Все. Я не востоковед, то есть я не дипломированный востоковед. Но...
Там 2,5 часа лекция. Ну, я где-то 20 минут первые послушал, потом я уснула, проснулась и послушала последние 20 минут. А потом Борис Сергеевич мне звонит и говорит о том, что, значит, вот Жмелевский снял на нас видео. Борис Сергеевичу позвонили старшие товарищи. А мне уже как бы еще 3,5...
Ебать, просто такое ФСБ маленькое. Все всем позвонили. А вот там вот этот вот.
Часа очень тяжело тратить, поэтому мой друг, кстати, бывший бейсболист, он играл с бейсбольной битой, бегал, он пошел
Еще раз.
Часа очень тяжело тратить, поэтому мой друг, кстати, бывший бейсболист, он играл с бейсбольной битой, бегал, он пошел.
И уже Борис Сергеевич понимает: блядь, ты что несешь, дура ебаная? Что ты, блядь, несешь? Это что? Это кого? Зачем ты несешь ебанатство? Не надо.
Вас спросили на стриме, почему все это скандал. Ну, он так и сказал. Вы же видите.
Да?
1К онлайн, 20К просмотров. Как-то так. Госпожа Е сегодня ведет себя в целом спокойнее. Дурачком не называла.
Не, ну... Мы видим, как она спокойно себя ведет. Она еще рэп там читала вроде как.
В спортзал и послушал Жмелевского на быстрой скорости. И даже мне вот, что прекрасно, написал конспект. Значит, сейчас...
Конспект!
Сейчас он тут вот нам поможет. Во-первых, что мы семья снобов.
Было дело. Подтверждаю, галочку ставь.
Вот Мы семья
Ну, есть
снобов.
такое, да, есть такое, да. Да, есть такое. Вот в отличие от Жмелевского, да, мы семья снобов, согласен.
Галочку ставлю.
Мы семья снобов. Потом, что я должна снять корону. Ну, мне еще, может, своих воображаемых друзей...
Подтверждаю.
Значит, разогнать кругом. Ну, мне еще, может, своих воображаемых друзей, значит, разогнать кругом.
Чё? Что? Ебать. Прошу, ей интересно вспомнит, потому что тут подходит.
А потом, ну вообще, в принципе, видео было такое довольно...
Я как-то раз студентов говорю, вы сходите лучше в кино. Вот там кинотеатр, возьмите с собой моих воображаемых друзей, посмотрите там кино. У нас с ним
что происходит?
У меня были еще лекции, а я с ними своих воображаемых друзей отправил кино.
А я что-то рассказывала как-то студентам про воображаемых друзей, было очень весело. Сейчас я не знаю, кто... звонки у меня, ну, какой-нибудь банк очередной звонит. Очень было смешно, что я как-то студентам говорю, знаете, это, я не помню, что я там рассказывал, это как воображаемые друзья. Вот видите, у меня стоит воображаемый друг, смотрю, ну, типа, смотрю, и они такие, они реально поверили в это. Ну, погодите. Дальше Жмелевский делает...
Короны нет, то есть, на голове.
Мне комплимент. Он говорит, что я похожа на Марию Захарову. И если нас
поменять,
никто не заметит. Я очень этому благодарна, да, потому что у Марии...
Вроде раньше тебя меняли местами с этой...
Собчак. Видишь, повысили.
Ну, не знаю, все-таки Собчак кандидат был в президенты, и вообще Собчак это... А это какой-то пресс-секретарь.
Зато ты видишь, какие ноги у Марии Захаровой?
Ну,
у меня нет таких ног.
Ну, это все...
Ну, комплекс,
дальше,
это
подождите,
не ко мне.
Так, что...
This is ridiculous. This is... All right, 2 months into quarantine. I just want to create. So I just want to create. The quarantine is really causing a lot of creativity. People are doing a lot of cool stuff. So, you know, I don't like when people are better than me. So I'm gonna try to create some stuff. I'm gonna bite a lot of people's stuff. I'm gonna do a lot of stuff I've seen other people do. So I'm gonna steal a lot of stuff, and cause I'm famous, I'm gonna try to make it more popular. Don't use that in the vlog. All right, so we're rolling. We're rolling. Hold up. I look crazy, but it'll be hot when you see it. Oh shit! That's a cool shot too. I'm looking at my balls though. I hope that comes out. That's something. Quarantine got me just sleeping anywhere.
Hey, I'm about to do a jump rope thing. You guys want to do a jump rope thing with me? You want to do a little jump rope thing?
Oh, wow, this is going to be bad. This is going to hurt. Ouch! Ouch, now it's still rolling. Right in the shin. This is how I suffer from my art. You do not want to hit yourself with this thing. Ah! Ah! I'm just scared after it gets going. All right, here we go. So it's like, this is like a jittergram. It's got everybody's phones in the house. Hold up. Get those. Hold on, I gotta find my spot. Hold on. Find my spot in all the cameras. Hold on, there we go. This is ridiculous. This is... Oh shit, that didn't work. This is not... I saw that going differently in my mind. I don't know what this is gonna be. It looks stupid, it feels stupid. This is like one of the first times that my brother has been here on a shoot. And as he has felt for years, what the fuck is this guy doing? I don't see it. Just so you know, Harry, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, I'm sure. Wow. Okay, we're ready?
Yeah.
I'm taking the torch to the Olympics!
Wipe and I'll wipe.
I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush.
Yeah, no, it's hard work, man. I'm a content provider, son. That's the one thing about quarantine that's great, just creating. Random creating that you don't normally get the time to do.
No, man, get out of here. We got people for this.
Jazz, I'm a team player. I'm part of the team. Just toss it.
No, please no. We hired people for this.
Jazz, toss it. Come on. I can help. Just toss it.
All right.
Forget it.
Gonna pretend like you're throwing a boomerang.
Whoa, hey.
Bad bitch, she do it, I say so too. Big 40s and a big ass Draco.
get some water first. So no, Wentworth and I are both rather nervous about this.
Yes.
It's both our first times.
We're on the same page.
So I wanted to start with the fact that as you were saying, you were born not far away from here in Chipping Norton. Your father was a Rhodes Scholar. Do you feel a connection to the UK, to Oxford, coming back? How does it feel?
I do. It's, well, first of all, thank you for having me. And thank you for coming out this afternoon. It's my real pleasure to be here. It does feel like a homecoming of sorts, which is strange because I have no recollection of Oxford whatsoever. My family left when I was 1. We moved back to the States, but I do feel like I have roots here.
Going on to your family then, your father was a Rhodes Scholar, and on your Wikipedia page it says how many different countries you have ancestry to. What was it like growing up in something like that? Do you feel a connection? Do you feel cultured in a way because of that?
Right into race. I do. I feel honored to have a variety of ancestries that I can think about and call on when I need to. I have ancestors who were slaves in the American South. I have ancestors who were coal miners in the small towns throughout Pennsylvania. And there have been times in my life when I have needed to draw on some reserve of courage and endurance and perseverance and the thought of what my family has gone through, their various struggles and achievements, what they've overcome, the mere fact that I exist because they persevered has given me strength.
And how does that relate to your career then? Have you been able to draw on aspects of that in particular roles? Has it been able to be a transition from your personal life to your professional life, I guess? It's
a complicated question with a lot of moving parts. I feel as though there is a parallel between who I am as a person and the road that I've walked and the parts that I've been able to play. I think Michael Scofield, for example, on Prison Break, part of his appeal is that he's an escape artist. He's a survivor. He's someone who has been through extreme circumstances, and I think that to watch him on his journey, to see him constantly turning straw into gold is inspiring. It's something that everyone can relate to in their own way, and it's certainly something that I can relate to personally.
So perhaps you could tell us then a little bit more about your creative process and the artistic process with which you approach each role.
It's kind of a hodgepodge. I studied at a variety of different schools. I think in the end, an actor has to find what works for them. For me, I do look for a personal connection with the character. How can I relate to the circumstances in which they find themselves? It's also about archetype. Storytelling is a centuries-old tradition, and there's the warrior archetype, the magician archetype, the king archetype, the lover archetype, figuring out which one of those my character resonates with most strongly, and tapping into that in whatever way that looks like. And sometimes that might be a song, that might be a piece of art, that might be a photograph from my own childhood.
Лицемерка, раз я не матерюсь в прямом эфире, он не лицемер. Так,
а вот то, что ты лицемерка совершенно по другому поводу.
Этот человек, что за почерк? Я ничего не понимаю.
Даже друга своего, который на ускоренной, блядь, посмотрел это все. Даже друга своего, блядь, почек хуёво.
So Hollywood has decided to jump in full scale and make mockeries of themselves. So I'm old enough to remember when 2 weeks ago, Madonna had her son dancing in the kitchen to Michael Jackson, and we were all mocking this, like, oh, racism solved, guys, racism solved. But now get to Aaron Paul, Oscar winner Aaron Paul, in his finest performance.
And killer cops must be prosecuted. They are murderers. We can turn the tide. It is time to take responsibility. Call out hate, step up, and take action.
I realize why they cast Aaron Paul as Jesse Pinkman, because he actually is Jesse Pinkman. He's just Jesse Pinkman. Like there is no other Aaron Paul. It's not like he was putting it on when he was doing. He really dials that Spinal Tap 11 there for Aaron Paul. Okay, so the point of this is not that this is important. The point is that it is frivolously unimportant, and we have reached the point of frivolous unimportance in this debate. We have. Remember, this thing started off as how do we enact police reform so as to quash police brutality? How do we do that? Has anybody talked about any of that, like in the last week? In the last week and a half? Hey folks, so in this video you're going to see me react to some of the supposedly great Ben Shapiro moments, the Ben Shapiro destroys moment. So it begins.
Being brave is being yourself, and being transgender is about the bravest thing you can do. Did she deserve the award? Yes.
Why are we mainstreaming delusion?
It's not delusion. Why would you call it delusion?
Because Bruce Caitlyn Jenner, I'll call him Caitlyn Jenner.
No,
because
it's
that's
her. You're not being polite to the pronouns.
Because
disrespectful.
Okay, forget about the disrespect. Facts don't care about your feelings. It turns out that every chromosome, every cell in Caitlyn Jenner's body is male, with the exception of some of his sperm cells. It turns out that his brain structure is male. It turns out that he still has all of his male appendages. How he feels on the inside is irrelevant to the question of his biological sex.
I don't agree with that. I'm not on that train. I'm not on that train. She wants to be called she. I'm going to call her she.
So you don't know what you're talking about. You're not educated on genetics.
Would you like to discuss the genetics? Or
well, no.
What are your genetics?
So I'd stay away from the genetics and back to the brain scans.
You cut that out now, or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Yeah, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political discussion. Yeah, this one was wild. There's a lot to this particular backstory. So, first of all, I was invited on the program, and backstage, the producer says, I used to produce Jerry Springer. This should have been my first hint that things were going to get wild. And I said, you know my perspective on this. And the person said, right, that's why we're having you on. We want it to be like a lively debate. We want you to just express your opinions and everything. All right, fine. So then the way they seat this, obviously, is they seat Zoe Tur right next to me. And pretty quickly, this thing goes off the rails, because the moment that anybody suggests that perhaps a genetic male is actually a genetic male, and that a genetic male who believes he is a female is just a delusional male, that apparently is unsayable. Now, again, that's not to suggest that gender dysphoria isn't tragic. It is tragic. But to suggest that a person with gender dysphoria is therefore a member of the sex to which they claim membership is, of course, absurd on its face. So, as you can see, this debate started to go off the rails even before Zoe Tur decided to get physical in the debate. You can see people saying that I'm being disrespectful to pronouns, which is bizarre because pronouns aside from facts not having feelings, actually pronouns don't have feelings either, as it turns out. And then the entire movement of the debate away from the realm of the rational toward we're just going to insult people, and Zoe Tur suggested, you don't know anything about genetics, little boy, you don't know anything about genetics. And when I asked him about his genetics, that's when the physical threat came out. What was funny is right after this, when the rest of the panel immediately swiveled and turned on me. You knew you were going to offend Zoe that way. You knew you were going to offend Zoe. Okay, well, number one, I generally refer, I mean, honest to goodness, I promise you this. I was not thinking in the moment, I'm going to call this person sir in order to insult them. This is a large physical male sitting next to me who's speaking directly to me. And that's how I speak to men. I mean, this is a man. And so it sort of came out unconsciously. And then the fact that Zoe Tur got physical about it and started making physically violent threats on the set, that was something I didn't expect to happen. My main reaction there was just puzzlement. I honestly could not believe that this was a thing that was happening on national television. It was absolute bizarro world. After this happened, Zoe Tur, on the way out, kind of growled at me, "I'll see you in the parking lot, little boy." And I was like, well, that is a weird take. As my mother later said, not very ladylike behavior. And I said, well, no, I'm not gonna meet you in the parking lot. That's a thing that's not going to happen. And then later, of course, Zoe Tur threatened to curb stomp me on Twitter, also not super ladylike behavior. And the debate turned into, you're not allowed to use somebody's pronouns when you are, somebody's proper genetic pronouns, when you are talking to them on national TV. Now, as I've said before, if I am...
Корону не по размеру. Была бы ничего такая. Я то надеялся, что там разбор какой-то будет. А там всего несколько минут прожмыха. Чисто для хайпа названия.
Ну, бля, ну что поделать, такие дела, ребят.
Ну, я ничего не значу без Бориса Сергеевича, именно...
Безусловно, это говорил я, да, пиздеж. Я говорил то, что ты его приплетаешь к этому совершенно зря.
Мой бывший воображаемый друг КСТА, президент КСТА, однажды рыгнул в горло птенцу голубя КСТА. Спас его КСТА. Без негатива. Приглашаю новых друзей. После разгона старых...
Спасибо, Павел, за 50 рублей.
Нет, ну она без Бориса Сергеевича много чего значит. Она, вообще говоря, кто она у нас? Она закончила философский факультет. Всякие мудрости про философию, это она очень
Это да, не очень комфортно Борису Сергеевичу, но смотрю, ему весело.
Бля, она заеблась со своими друзьями. Друг посмотрел. Друг сказал, откуда у нее друзья? Кто с ней общается?
Да я хуй знает, но короны, как вы видите, на голове у нее, оказывается, нет.
Сказывает, всякие мудрости про кинематограф у меня от нее идут, я потом их с умным видом пересказываю. А, кстати, вот ко мне сегодня пришла, интересно, моя любимая зрительница Анастасия Пивоварова. Я ей хотел сегодня фильм посоветовать посмотреть. Я как раз ночью засыпал и думал, какие бы фильмы
ты думаешь об Анастасии
Пивоваровой? Да, об Анастасии Пивоваровой я думаю по ночам.
Ну,
да.
Я без Бориса Сергеевича хожу только в Амхат иногда выступать, иногда хожу в какие-нибудь там кинофестивали меня зовут, иногда какие-нибудь, я не знаю, ну, музеи, лекции читаю, иногда, ну, то есть что-нибудь такое, конференции, вот. Ну, если бы я как бы ничего не значила...
Преподает все-таки она в школу,
ну, да.
детям, как я называю, я студентов детям.
Да, Борис Сергеевич переводит темы, в принципе, нормально.
Есть 40-летний взрослый.
Есть 40-летний.
У меня был очень прикол, у меня как-то говорят...
У меня-то старше меня все-таки не было.
Нет, у меня был веселье, у меня такие говорят...
хотя бабушка была одна, да, она училась, это была группа выходного дня, и я так подозреваю, что это вот чтобы вот сегодня бабушка не может, сегодня бабушка учится. Но она была натуральная такая бабушка.
У меня было интересно, у меня был как-то
была старше
колледж.
Это что сейчас было? Самобичевание?
Дети. И я такая, заочники, я такая думаю, сейчас я им пообщаюсь, потом какой-нибудь фигни расскажу, ну, потому что ну, какой-то даже 5-6 пара, а приходят люди, им всем за 40, все такие с ручками, все с бумажками, давайте мы будем вас слушать, но там уже фигней не получилось. Дальше, подождите, что тут было еще? Ну еще, конечно, если бы я ничего не значила без Бориса Сергеевича, здесь некая проблема. Во-первых, вы меня не обсуждали отдельно, а во-вторых...
Отдельно! На этом видео ты была не отдельно! Заметь, на этом стриме ты тоже не отдельно. Это к вопросу о том, значишь, не значишь.
Весело же.
Ну, по какой теме? Вот это вот единственный вопрос. Спасибо, Змейка, за 50 рублей. По теме рэпа? Или чего?
Это, как говорил Джек Воробей, но
Вы его не слышали. Я самый жалкий пират.
Самый жалкий пират, о котором я слышал, но вы обо мне
А во-вторых, я бы тогда пошла по стопам Бориса Сергеевича, потому что это было бы очень просто.
Да, вы вот вместе сидите. Какие-то доказательства еще нужны быть.
Короче, про друзей в чате. В основном я писал, что друзей у нее нет. Ибо она фригидная бабень, которая не умеет с людьми общаться. И все ее шарахаются. Извините, если шо.
Ой, ну я подумаю, извинять вас или нет. Вы знаете, вы не заслуживаете, наверное, моего извинения. Каблуков у меня, конечно, тоже нет, но что-то лизать придется. Мда.
Конечно, ты жмиль хуёвый, такой гнусный, что даже в хейт-ролике занял всего пару минут.
Да.
И тут даже не смог нормально подгадить. Королева, богиня и просто дочь Бориса Сергеевича. Готов лизать вам пятки.
И просто дочь. Но не просто.
Кстати, меня тоже называли, что очень я жалкий какой-то доцент такой вот. Ну, вы обо мне слышали.
Так, ну тут так, я не умею искать информацию, надо я посмотрю.
А она, кстати говоря, знаток американского кино.
Да, но заметь, наверное, к этому у тебя нет никаких претензий, что информацию ты искать не умеешь и ничему жизнь не учит.
Кино. Я-то больше по французскому. И советскому, да. Вот там тема ее научной работы, это значит, как это сказать?
Взаимовлияние эстетики американского и отечественного кинематографа.
Да, в случае с Джеком Воробьем про Елену Борисовну можно было бы сказать то, что вы самый гнусный, мерзкий человек со времен серии, о котором я слышал, но вы слышали о моем отце.
Ну, так сказать, потому что нельзя сказать...
Ну, там значит, начала советской власти.
Нет, от Российской империи.
Серьезно?
У меня, да, и тут.
Неужели там уже повлиять?
Да, там уже были влияния, хотя на самом деле там было больше влияния немецкого кинематографа, но опять же, если читать Нила Гербера, их собственная империя, многие основатели крупных студий американских, это были евреями, выходцами из Восточной Европы, многие из которых знали русский язык.
Ну и, кстати, выходцами, но вот, например, твоя бабушка,
какой же кликбейт!
И вот первый год советской власти, еще там Поле Негри, Багдадский вор.
Вот это... Научные термины не осуждаем.
Это было очень интересно. Это 30-е годы.
15.
Ну, так как мы теперь знаем, что как бы Жмелевский, то, что он матерится, и то, что он говорит, это признак умного человека, я в пересказе своего друга...
Это безусловно, в пересказе друга. Я же говорю о том, что материться — это признак умного человека. Конечно же, не наоборот, что когда человек не матерится, это не обязательно признак умного человека.
Знаете, пыталась заняться как бы герменевтикой и вот поиском смысла в его тексте.
Семиотика еще.
Герменевтика — это наука о чем?
Ну, искусство как бы чтения текста, поиска смыслов и семиотикой. И
да.
Даже чтение между строк.
Ну, да. И вот мой друг, он тут
это,
говорит...
кстати, очень напоминает психоанализ.
Так это и есть психоанализ, в семиотике, если человеческой.
Нет, скорее это напоминает криптококониграфию. И мой друг говорит, что, значит, Жмелевский в конце стрима называет меня словом пиздец.
Да. Ну как, я называю пиздец все, что происходит. О, материться.
Передайте, пожалуйста, Бояршиновым на сборы для просмотра реакции.
Да, охуенно, спасибо за 150 рублей. Я, Елена Борисовна, не словом пиздец вас называю. Словом пиздец я называю все, что здесь происходит. Вас я называл тупой манденью, дочерью гнидой и совершенно омерзительным человеком. И я не отказываюсь от своих слов. Не отказываюсь.
Он же умный человек, он же знает, что у этого слова есть феминитив, его же Васил использовал. Но тут я просто поняла.
Да, ты поняла через своего друга, который тебе передал.
Да, я поняла, что он просто отсылает к тексту Оксимирона, а пока тебе, я знаю, пару часов на усёк поднялся на крест, хоть и понимает, ты однажды уйдешь, моя девочка...
Блядь. Это сильно.
Пиздец. И я в этом плане хочу очень честно ответить господину...
Вот она, семиотика и герменевтика в фактическом своем проявлении, то есть своей реализации. Вот как она выглядит. Поэтому я всегда считал, что герменевтика и семиотика, они, конечно, интересны для изучения, но это полный пиздец.
Моим любимым текстом из моей любимой группы «Птицы ем» «Голобородька Толик», великомученик Толя Голобородько.
Голобородько! Она, кстати, уже его вспоминала в предыдущем видео, кстати. Так что не нова.
Про политику, про Крым, да и просто разбор полетов, если угодно. Тип как гость на стриме. Они решили попробовать в пиар-конфликт. Why not? Лает срачек. Весело же. Главное, чтобы без негатива.
О, да, это главное, безусловно.
Я Голобородько Толик, учусь в 8 классе. Каждый третий в нашей школе ко мне в портфель лазит. Что?
Хуйня. Ой, блядь, ну и шизик, ёпту.
Там что-нибудь про экономику, морскую базу в Черном море. Ну, да. Там что-нибудь про экономику.
Блядь, господи помилуй. Какая же хуйня. Ой, блядь, ну и шизик. Я так понимаю, это говорил маргинал, да? Знаете, что я могу сказать? Марго, помнишь?
This was my playground. Baby did a bad thing. Jewelry stores, car dealerships, clothing stores, warehouses, you name it, I robbed it. I stole over $15 million in diamonds. I was the biggest jewel robber in America, then I got caught. I spent 11 years in maximum security prisons, and I came out a changed man. Now I use what I know to help business owners stop guys like me. I'm Larry Lawton, and this is maximum security. There's been a lot of robberies in this area in the last 6 months. Boutiques have been getting hit. A shop not far away got hit for about $35,000 and stuff. And they think it's a high-end robber. It's professional. To catch a professional, you need a professional. Tony, how you doing, buddy?
Larry, good to see you, man.
He's the owner of one of the premier cigar shops in the area. I mean, they got probably $100,000 worth of cigars. They got high-end memorabilia. It doubles as also a bar as well.
I caught wind of a couple robberies. There's been another cigar shop that got hit. You know my store. I've got a lot of high-end stuff there. I'm really, really concerned that something could happen to me. I could be the next guy getting hit.
Well, you came in the right guy. I don't want your staff to know anything. I want you to keep this between us. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna rob you. I'm gonna actually rob you to find out where your weaknesses are. It takes a thief to know a thief, and I was the best there ever was. When you get robbed, call me. Don't call the cops. Robbing people is not as easy as people think. But I prepare. A professional prepares. To case a store is the most important thing you can do. I'm gonna live and breathe that store for X amount of time. There's the back end of the store. There's no cameras. There's no cameras with the store next to him. There's no cameras to the store to his right. Case the back. Now it's time to go in the store. I'm gonna go inside the store as a customer to really pinpoint the value of what's in that store. You know, you gotta first figure out if there's enough money in the store. How you guys doing? Is it worth your chance? Is it just the cigars? Does he have high dollar items in there that I don't know about? Joe DiMaggio signed memorabilia. That's 10 grand right there. Any robber who does high-end robberies know there's always going to be a gem in there. The gem is the Joe DiMaggio picture. Here's the high dollar room right here. $250 a box. $350. Wow, there's a lot of money in here.
Others in the true crime genre is the overabundance of raw footage freely available in the public domain. There is over 11 hours of material that not only recounts her entire life in meticulous detail, but gives us considerable insight into her psychopathological state. Jennifer herself will narrate her own story in this video, which is the reason the following lead-up segment will be condensed, as a brief outline is all that is needed before delving into the extraordinary mind of this individual. Jennifer was born in Markham, Ontario, where she was raised with her older brother in a middle-class household. Her parents, Beek and Han, were originally from Vietnam, and their method of parenting was strict, very strict, what some might even class as authoritarian. Success and achievement from their children were seen as outright obligations, whether it be in academics or extracurricular activity, and some might argue these expectations took precedence over the well-being of the children themselves. Jennifer initially took the imposed pressure in her stride and put everything she had into figure skating. She had exceptional talent, and at one point was expected to compete in the Winter Olympics, but she suffered a serious knee injury at the age of 14 and was told she could no longer compete. Her dreams were cut short, but of more concern was that her parents' expectations now had to be met through the more traditional route of education. And the issue was that Jennifer wasn't anywhere near as academically gifted as she was athletic. She was averaging a C- when her parents wanted straight A's. So rather than communicate with them, she decided to meet their expectations under false pretenses and began faking her test results. This led to her faking her end-of-year report cards, which eventually led to her faking a high school diploma, and then a university acceptance letter to study pharmacology. In the abstract world of her parents, Jennifer was on her way to a noble and well-paid career in medical healthcare, when in reality, she was a high school dropout living with her drug dealer boyfriend, whom she had been dating in secret for almost 8 years. She was eventually found out in 2010 when her parents discovered she had been living a double life, and was then given an ultimatum. At 24 years old, she had to choose between one of two options. Option one was that she had to live at home under a strict regime, cease all contact with her boyfriend, and only leave the house to go back to school and pursue an education. Option two was that she could do whatever she wanted, but she would then be disowned from her family. She could never return home, and all financial support would cease immediately. Jennifer evidently decided neither option would suffice, so she created option number 3. She had her boyfriend arrange a mock home invasion, where 3 of his acquaintances would enter the Pan household and stage a robbery gone wrong. The 2 instructions were to first ransack the home and then murder the parents. The planned date was Monday the 8th of November, with the scheduled time being roughly 11 p.m. Jennifer would unlock the front door, and 3 figures were caught on a neighbor's surveillance camera entering the home at 11:05. They were then seen running out just under 18 minutes later. It was at that exact time 911 received a call from the same household.
Avenue Road. Yes. Can you spell the street name for me, please? Dad? Ma'am. Hello. Hello. Yes. Ma'am, I need to know your address. Avenue Road. Can you please spell it? In Helen Avenue. My dad just went outside screaming. Ma'am, can you spell the street address for me, please? H-E-L-E-N. Someone broke in and I heard shots like pops. I don't know what's happening. I'm tied upstairs.
Beek Pan was shot twice, once in the neck and once in the head. She was killed immediately. The father, Han, was also shot twice, once in the shoulder and once in the face. He astonishingly survived and was put into an induced coma once he arrived at the hospital. Jennifer was taken to the same hospital as a precaution, but was soon cleared of injury. She sat by her father's bedside for roughly 3 hours before she was taken to the Markham police station to give a statement as a witness.
I want to go through a form with you. It may seem kind of, why you're doing this, but this is it's like you're swearing to tell the truth about what you're going to talk to me about, and it's also going to explain to you the penalties for not telling the truth. I don't expect you to help me, but for a homicide investigation, anyone who's very close to the investigation, we do this with. Okay, so this isn't suspecting that you're not going to tell the truth. This is more of a feature that you understand the importance of telling the complete truth.
Jennifer is not a suspect at this moment. She is only giving a voluntary statement under oath. She has not read her right to silence, but instead informed of her rights as a witness. She is basically told that fabricating evidence with the intent to mislead is an offense. After reading the notification off paper, the detective gives Jennifer a more human explanation of the instruction.
What I've just explained to you is you're here voluntarily to help us, that you don't have to talk to us if you don't want to, but the importance of talking to us, and if you're talking to us, the importance of telling the truth. And if you don't tell the truth, there's criminal consequences for not telling the truth. That's all that stuff had to deal with. Okay?
The investigator then leaves to get the Commissioner of Oaths, which is for the purpose of swearing in the witness, but he first brings in a box of Kleenex. This is universally recognized as getting startled, yet the official term in neurophysiology is the startle reflex via auditory stimulus. Hyperarousal from a traumatic event can often exaggerate this response in a manner similar to how Jennifer reacted to the sound of the door.
Hello, my name is Andrew Spiro. I'm a Commissioner of Oaths with York Regional Police. I'm here so you can give a truthful statement, either by solemn affirmation or swearing on the Bible. Which do you prefer?
Swearing on the Bible.
Okay, just put your hand on the Bible. Do you, Jennifer Pan, swear that the evidence you shall give on this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Once Jennifer is sworn in, the lead investigator returns to collect the statement.
Now I want you to sort of take yourself back to earlier on today, yesterday, meaning the 8th of November, and tell me about your day. Okay, start at any point in time, wherever you feel comfortable, and then we're gonna move forward. Okay.
Yesterday, probably around 9 o'clock in the morning, 9:30. My mother. She woke me up and she told me that she was going to visit my grandfather.
Throughout the day, Jennifer explains that she practiced piano, studied piano history, talked on the phone with her friends, and had dinner with her parents. Her mother left for line dancing at 8 p.m. and returned home at about 9:30, at which time Jennifer was alone in her room watching TV, ready to go to sleep.
And then suddenly I just heard my mom calling for my dad to come down. And that's when I lowered the volume on my TV, and I could hear the voices weren't any voices I was very familiar with. And so I was scared and I couldn't move. I just sat in my room for a while. And then I thought I heard them all leave the top floor, and I peered out of my bedroom door. And a guy was there, and he came at me and had string in his hands and tied my arms back and said, I have a gun behind your back. Do what I say. If you do what I say, then no one will get hurt. Where is the money? Show me where your money is. My mom kept trying to get up, and they kept telling her, sit down. And so I didn't want her to get hurt, so I told her, Mom, sit down. They were trying to find her wallet, but her English isn't good, so she kept saying purse. They kept pushing her down onto the chair.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time. All this is very important, so take your time.
Jennifer's nonverbal communication up to this point has made sense, and the reflection of her mother's last moments seems to push her over the edge. It could be assumed the detective still considers Jennifer a victim at this moment, but in the next moment, he will start becoming suspicious.
They kept all the lights off on the main floor. The only time there was light was when they opened the fridge door to see if they could find where my mom's purse was.
Take yourself back to a moment in your life when you have been overwhelmingly upset about something, and at the same time were trying to explain to someone why you were upset. You wouldn't quietly and reservedly convey the events. You would likely blurt them out in a forceful and disordered manner. Your sole focus would be on processing your thoughts and conveying them into speech. The emotional turbulence of severe hysteria and grief makes it very difficult to convey thought into actual dialogue, and the simple wording of a sentence becomes very challenging. Jennifer seems to be more concentrated on how she's being perceived, yet finds her words easily and executes her sentences perfectly.
One of the gentlemen asked my father if he had money in his wallet and where his wallet was. So they took me, because I was next to the stairwell, they took me up the stairs to show them where my father's wallet was, but I didn't know. They had turned the room upside down. I didn't know where his pants were at that time.
The intruders retrieve $1,100 from the master bedroom and then tie Jennifer to the upstairs banister.
Next thing I know, I think I heard my parents going down the stairs, and my mom was asking them for me to come with them. They wouldn't let me come with them. And after they said, the last things I heard them say was, "You lied to us. You lied to us." And then I heard 2 pops. My mom screamed. I yelled out for her. And a couple more pops.
Take your time. Take your time.
And I think I heard my mom say or moan or something, and then they did one more before they left, and then one of the guys said, "We have to go now, it's been too long." And then they ran out the door, and I think once they were out the door, I heard my dad go up the stairs, and at that point...
Jennifer has clearly gotten her story straight beforehand, yet in the next moment appears to realize how unusual it is that she was able to make a phone call when her hands were tied behind her back to a banister. She hesitates, stutters, and even looks to the detective for approval twice before she quickly moves on.
I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So I had my phone on me, behind me, that I had hidden there that they didn't know about. So when I thought that they had heard them all leave and my dad ran up the stairs, I whipped up the phone and I called 911. But I still hadn't heard anything from my mom, and all I could hear was my dad running on the street, just moaning and making sounds.
The detective then breaks the event down into components and has Jennifer go through each moment in more detail. The first of which is the appearance of the intruders. Jennifer now describes the one who appeared to be in charge.
The only thing I can remember was him was he had dreadlocks.
He had dreadlocks. So can you describe his race to me?
He was black.
Was his head covered? Was his face covered? Do you remember anything about that?
Just that his dreadlocks were kind of flopping all over the place. I couldn't really see his face, and they kept the lights dark as much as possible.
Did he have a gun?
Yes.
Did you see the gun?
I only saw the top part of the gun.
What did it look like?
Kind of, it was black.
Yeah. Do you know where the other guys involved in this are?
I know one stayed with my parents downstairs.
Okay.
The other one, I'm not, at that point in time, I was more focused on him, he was seeing me and he was coming after me.
So you're saying there's 3 for sure?
Yes.
That's all, you saw a total of 3 at one time, you saw 3 people
Yes.
together?
Yes, when I went downstairs, I
Okay.
saw 3 shadows.
She details the appearances of the other two assailants, whom she asserts were also black males. The detective then brings her back to the one in charge.
Now, the first guy who spoke to you, what kind of, did he have any accent? Was
None
it
that
clear?
I could make out.
Was it clear English?
English.
Unbroken?
Unbroken.
No accent?
From the terms he used, I didn't get to pick up an accent, no. He used short phrases.
He sounded Canadian.
I would say, yes, he was born here.
He was born here.
She asserts that the second intruder didn't speak, while the third had a Caribbean accent. She then goes on to say she was taken downstairs for a brief moment and saw her parents under guard in the living room. Her father was asked where his wallet was, and he told them it was in the master bedroom. Jennifer was then taken back upstairs alone with two of the assailants to help them find it. They don't find the wallet, but instead retrieve a pile of cash from inside the nightstand. Jennifer was then tied to the upstairs banister and left alone as the intruders went back down.
And the next thing I can hear are them telling my parents to move to the basement.
Okay.
And I'm asking them, why, where are you going? And my mom's yelling to me, I want my daughter. Why can't my daughter come too? I want my daughter.
Jennifer then hears one of the intruders yell, "You lied to us."
Who do you hear yelling, "You lied to us," or to that extent?
Number 3.
Number 3.
I'm assuming it's to my father, because he was the one asking for the wallet.
Now you hear this commotion downstairs. You said you heard 2 pops. And you heard who scream?
My mom.
Your mom. And what was she screaming? Do you remember?
I couldn't make it out. It
No?
was kind of like a cry yell, so it was just...
Okay.
They had made the first round, or pop, and they had said, okay, that's enough. Let's go.
Who said that? Whose voice is that?
Number 1.
Okay.
And then I heard one more after that. And they were like, that's enough. Let's go.
Okay. And again, that's number 1.
Yes.
So what do you hear next? After you hear the scrambling, they're gone. Because you're hearing no more. I gather that's how you assume they're gone, is because you don't hear it. Then you hear your dad.
I reached for my phone at that point.
And you call 911. Okay. When your father exits, you hear the door open. Because you hear your dog, and then you
And then I can hear like the outside noises.
Okay.
Like the wind coming in, and I just hear my dad, I think he's...
You think that he's sustained some kind of injury because he's not, you can't understand what he's saying. Okay. What about, can you hear your mom? Okay. Where does your dad go? Do you know where, you never see your dad again until when we're at the hospital. I think that's what you said, right?
I saw him when he was on the gurney.
Is there any reason to suspect, or anything that's happened in the recent weeks leading up, that would have you guys be a target of some type of incident like this?
We live a straightforward, kind of almost routine life.
Whenever Jennifer smiles, it takes her a couple seconds to realize she's not exhibiting the correct behavior, and she...
И все. Ну, причем ты можешь сказать, что ты можешь идти в билд через физ-урон, но нихуя подобного. Это полная хуйня, этот билд. Ну, меня вряд ли он убьет. Закупал там БКБХа у него, но это ничего не дает ему. Мьёльнир на себя дали, начинает впитывать. Ебутся коты. Ой-ой, как хорошо. Вот только хотел сказать, что надо снимать эту хуйню. И сразу буйствую, ебутся коты. Инвокер, видели, торнадо дал, глобал снял. Ну, не глобал, а гашку снял.
Так, ну еще один и баиньки.
Кто это? Подожди. Сейчас посмотрю, кто задонатил. Уже один спать ушел. Один уже боец ушел спать. Дочь маминой подруги следом идет. Спасибо, дочь маминой подруги, за 1000. Блять, конечно, вот этот предыдущий трек, эти гачисты просто душат пиздец.
She then snaps back into her solemn stare. The two looks are so diametrically opposed to each other that it becomes glaringly obvious she's forcing one of the emotions.
What, in your opinion, would cause people to target your house to think there was a large quantity of money?
I'm not sure.
Now, you say your mom drives a Lexus.
It could be because of the aesthetics, yes.
What about your dad?
He drives a Mercedes and he loves that baby.
Is that right?
The questions end here, and the detective leaves the room for half an hour to double-check if he needs any more information. After 15 minutes of Jennifer waiting alone, we're gifted with another performance of the startle reflex, only this time it's slightly less convincing. If investigators were certain of Jennifer's innocence, this would have been the first and last time she would have been questioned in such a manner. Police are extremely careful in how they involve victims in investigations as to not cause further unnecessary trauma. But on this particular occasion, it would come as no surprise that Jennifer's psychological well-being was of less concern. She was officially still a victim and witness, but unofficially a leading suspect. She was called back in to give another statement just 2 days later at 9 a.m. She was told the reason was to collect more details, but you'll notice that the line of questioning and the answers they attain have little to no use for anything outside of Jennifer's culpability. The actual reason for this second statement is to collect further information to use against her at a later stage. In this interview alone, they already start the process of cross-examination and start to catch her out in previous lies. Jennifer is still a witness at this moment, and the exchange is void of any direct confrontation. Yet she is still put under a modest amount of pressure, and the holes in her story start to become ever more apparent.
Take that first interview that we had, which was, hours after what had transpired, put it aside. It's almost like we've never spoken before, okay? So we're starting afresh. We're starting from new. That way you're not going to say, I think I already told him that. Don't worry about what you've already told me.
Do you, Jennifer Penn, swear or declare that the evidence that you give in this investigation shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
We're going to see if we've learned or if you've remembered anything else. And there's some questions with respect to that statement that I'm going to ask you about. Okay, but I'm going to let you start again, and let's move forward from any time in that day where you want to start. If it's the time you woke up or if it's the time that your first interaction, it's your choice.
Okay, I'm very nervous, and
why are you nervous? Tell me about why you're nervous.
Because I don't want to say the wrong things.
Because
that day was a lot.
You're right.
And I've been scattered, and so bits and pieces are here and some pieces aren't here, and
So I want you to sit back in your chair, okay? Just sit back in your chair, take a deep breath, okay? Close your eyes, just follow my line, just sit back in the chair for a second, sit back, relax the best you can, close your eyes, and just breathe for a minute, okay?
The most curious detail you've probably come to notice is this. It's known as a self-pacifying gesture. A person who does this is most often uncomfortable and sometimes fearful of what lies ahead. It's a coping mechanism to dissipate stress and afford self-assurance.
What I can remember is when I woke up, I had some breakfast.
She practices on the piano, studies piano history, plays games on her phone, and speaks with her friends on Facebook during the morning hours. Her mom leaves to visit her grandfather at around noon and returns at 3 p.m. to prepare dinner. Her father comes home at around 4:30 from work, and dinner is served 1 hour later. Her mother leaves for line dancing at 7, then returns at 9:30. Jennifer at this point is in bed talking with her friend on the phone, and her father is in the computer room. She then hears her mother loudly call out to her father.
What is she saying?
She's calling him by his name and to come down.
Okay, so give us verbatim. What do you hear her saying?
In Vietnamese, she's like, Hanoi, xuống đây.
She's clearly aware that she has to appear mournful over the subject matter, and sensibly draws out this emotion at the correct moments. Yet what's fascinating is how she's unable to maintain this emotion when inquired over the same elements. In this very moment, she appears completely grief-stricken, but when the investigator inquires further, this supposed grief rapidly dissipates. It's extremely difficult to convincingly act out an emotion while evaluating a question. It requires two completely different parts of the brain, which is why most people can only do one of these things at a time. This is exactly what you see in the next moment, and continuously throughout this interview.
And what does that translate to?
That's my father's name, Han. Come down here.
Does she say anything else associated with that?
I can't hear clearly because, like, I was on the phone and the TV was on,
Sure.
but that's what I heard.
Is she yelling? Or is it normal?
It's a loud, she's not yelling, but it's a loud tone.
Okay.
She then hangs up the phone with her friend once she hears the commotion.
As I'm hanging up the phone with him, I hear footsteps going up the stairs.
Okay.
But they're heavier footsteps than what is to be expected from my parents.
Okay.
Jennifer hears unfamiliar voices, so she opens her door to investigate. She has spoken for 2 minutes up to this point without being interrupted, and once again manages to build up her emotion to correlate with a supposedly terrifying event. Yet as soon as the detective interjects with a question, we once again see this emotion dissipate.
I peered out and there was a person in what would have been my brother's room.
And where's your brother's room located?
Just a little bit down the, I could see from my doorway to his doorway, just
Okay.
a little bit down the hall.
Okay.
The first intruder then robs Jennifer at gunpoint before taking her to the ground floor, where she then sees her parents sitting next to each other.
From where I was standing, my father was sitting on the right and my mother was sitting on the left.
Sitting where?
On a couch, on our couch.
Sitting on the couch. Are they looking out towards you?
No, their backs are towards me.
Okay. And you're now on the ground level? Are you on the floor? Or on the
I'm
sitting on the
the
stairs?
floor. I'm sitting on the floor.
All right, where are your hands?
They had tied my hands,
So let's
as
go.
I said.
Let's go back up to the stairs. Remember we said
Her emotional display in seeing her parents in distress gradually faded after each interjection, but you'll now see it completely cease altogether once she realizes that she made her first mistake. Everything she had said up to this point correlated with her initial statement, but she had just forgot to mention that she was first tied up before being taken downstairs, and only brought it up when reminded by the detective.
take the other statement and whatever we've said before.
No, I said it earlier.
She didn't say she was tied up earlier. She completely forgot to mention it and seems to be trying to convince the detective otherwise. It's a moment of slight panic, which becomes far more pronounced when you compare it to her supposed grief-stricken recollection 5 seconds earlier. The detective doesn't challenge this, as it can be used against her at a much later stage, and the main objective at this point is to collect as much conflicting information as possible.
Okay, then we must let's get back to that area. I think you might have touched on it. We went back into the description. So where do you get your hands tied, and where does the string come from?
I'm not sure where the string comes from, but he had the string.
Okay.
And after I gave him my money, that's when he tied my hands.
She is then taken downstairs where she sees her mother being interrogated by the second assailant over the whereabouts of the cash. According to her first statement, the second assailant never said a word the entire time.
He had pushed her back onto the couch, and she
Who
kept...
pushed her?
Number 2.
Okay.
He was pushing her back onto the couch. And she kept saying, "Where's my purse? Where's my purse?" And the guy kept telling her to sit down, and I didn't want my mom to get hurt.
How many times does she get up and get pushed back down?
I'd say she got up twice.
Has number 2 uttered a word at this point in time?
I can't remember hearing him.
Okay. So we're just correcting what you said earlier, because you said earlier that it was number 2 who was asking where the purse is, what the purse is, and now you've said now it's number 1 guy who would initially...
I'm sorry, it's just...
No. It's all a purpose. The purpose here is clarifying what you're saying. So number 1 is...
I just don't want to...
Number 1 is the one who's doing the talking about the purse. Number 3 is focused on your dad's wallet. Okay.
Jennifer continues to make contradictions and is forced to correct herself multiple times after she notices the puzzled gaze from the detective. He inquires over the appearance of assailant number 2, who is wearing a hoodie according to the first statement.
Do you get a good look at number 2 now of what he's wearing?
All I could tell was he had a vest, and his face was like a long oval face.
He had a vest?
No, hoodie.
Okay.
Dark hoodie.
Okay. Did you see them recover anything inside your mom and dad's room?
I did not see anything, no.
Are you sure? Because when we spoke the last time, there was some mention of some other money that went missing.
I believe when they were looking for my father's wallet, they had opened the drawer. And there was, it was in an envelope.
What drawer would that have been in?
If you're at the doorway where I was standing, on the left side, the bedside table.
Whose side of the bed is it?
That's my mother's side of the bed.
Okay.
More than likely a total coincidence, yet she almost appears to be praying that she gave the correct response. Fortunately for her, she was correct on this occasion.
And approximately how much money?
I'm not sure how much she took out for our trip, but I can only estimate about a few $100s.
Few hundred, because at the time, the last time you told me, you were pretty adamant about $1,100. So I'm curious to know how you came up with that number.
I believe because when we were at the border, we stopped at the duty free. My mother was deciding whether to use her U.S. currency or her U.S. currency or her Canadian currency.
So it was at that time you remember hearing $1,100, and is that the inference you're saying? Is that because you're pretty solid saying that it was $1,100 that went missing, that was taken, and that you saw it when we spoke, and who took it? Who took possession of the money?
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
The detective lets the contradiction slide once more. Jennifer is then brought to the moment where the intruders had just left and she is tied to the upstairs banister.
Let's come back to now. You're being taken to the banister in the upper.
Sorry, I
don't apologize, okay? I'm going to try and ask you questions to try and clarify points, okay? If you don't remember, you don't remember. Okay, so there's no apologizing. The only reason you would apologize to me is if you've lied to me.
No.
Okay,
No,
so then in this case, then don't apologize to me. It's okay. Okay, I'm going to ask you questions to clarify points.
Okay.
You're now bound to the railing. Can you show me? Can you stand up and turn around and tell me? Just show on the camera how your hands are bound and how you are against the railing. You don't have to sit down. I just need to see how you were.
Just tell me.
The only reason that I need to do this is that I'm also going to ask you is that so take this back take it out of a traumatizing event, which it is, and put yourself into a more clinical position, because I want to see how you could physically get your phone out of your waistband. We're obviously going to need to know that. It's very important. So traumatize away, now put yourself into just a state of, I need to mechanically show how I can get access to my phone. Okay, because that's obviously very relevant. We know you made the phone call, but questions are going to obviously raise is that if my hands are bound and I'm against the railing, how do I talk to a 911 operator? Okay, so clinically, this is now a clinical demonstration. Just stand up, focus in on how you did it. And I want you to stick that in your waistband as an example. Okay, so just take your sweater off, because this will be a very smooth, very quick thing. It's a one-time demonstration. I'm not going to ask you to repeat it.
The two critical parts of this demonstration are where Jennifer states she was tied, and the movement of her arms as she takes her phone out of her pocket. The investigator is hoping the mechanics of the two components would be illogical and contradict each other.
They tied my upper arm.
Yes?
Around the banister.
Yes?
But my hands were bound together.
So your hands bound together, and this is the arm that's the strings wrapped around against the banister?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now how can you get to the phone? And how do you make the phone call?
Whether it be a stroke of luck or that Jennifer had prepared for this moment, this actually made sense. Had her arms gone left or the point of restraint been below the elbow, none of this would have been possible. It's perhaps the single moment where Jennifer's statement was somewhat beneficial to her defense. We know Jennifer was tied up when police arrived, but the assumption was that she had her phone in her hands the entire time and wouldn't have had to retrieve it from her waistband. She can now argue that this portion of her testimony is genuine.
911? And do you talk down like that?
Yes, I'm yelling at the phone like this.
And how can you hear?
I turned the volume on max.
Yes? So that's exactly the way that you're talking to her against the railing? Okay, that's good enough. Sit down.
Jennifer is then brought back to the moment just before she heard the gunshots.
At this point, I started hearing my parents get up. And they're moving. And my mom's yelling, "Where's my daughter? I want my daughter. Where's my daughter?" And I'm yelling, "Mom, I'm here."
Here. Jennifer, take a Kleenex and just take a minute.
You'll notice that she doesn't wipe her eyes or blow her nose, just buries her face in the tissue, which the detective later testified remained completely dry.
Okay. So we're now down in the basement. They're down in the... You know your parents are down in the basement.
I heard pop. And then my mom. I heard her squeal.
Multiple pops occur thereafter before she hears the intruders leave through the front door.
Once the door closed, I heard my father. He ran up the stairs and all I could hear was moaning. Dad. Once I heard him starting to move, that's when I pulled out the phone and I was trying to call 911.
This is untrue. She only realized her father was alive midway through the 911 call. And in that exact moment, you can actually hear genuine fear in her voice compared to her fabricated panic the moment before.
Some people broke into our house. Okay, this shows all his money. Okay, ma'am, where are you? What? Avenue Road. Yeah. Can you spell the street name for me, please? Dad?
The final part of this statement is collecting information to set up the main strategy for Jennifer's interrogation that will take place 10 days later. They go through Jennifer's past and gather intel to lay the foundation for what's known as the how and why solution, which will be explained in further detail at a later stage.
What I want to do now is I want to go into your past, okay? And start talking about things that have been going on with you.
The detective now morphs into a therapist, and what's fascinating is how Jennifer doesn't once question the new line of inquisition. Many argue that it was the first time Jennifer was even asked about such matters, giving reason for her willingness to open up. This may have been the first time in her life she was able to process her frustrations and vent to someone who appeared to care. The first topic is her parents, and the expectations and pressures she was under to succeed, which led to her faking her grades and then her college degree as to not be a disappointment.
How did you feel about that? How did you feel about having to lie to your parents?
I felt guilty, but every time I tried to bring it up, there was just so much expectation.
Did you have any resentment towards them for this?
I chose what I chose, but in the end I chose my family.
She just referred to the ultimatum she was given by her father, the choice to live at home and go back to school, or be completely cut off by her parents and live with her boyfriend. Information gathering on Jennifer's past goes on for roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes. The detective then ends the exchange by putting her under some pressure. It's not a direct confrontation, but it's by far the most uncomfortable position she's been in up to this point. The detective subtly switches back to the home invasion and how the intruders were able to gain access without breaking in.
Like you didn't hear a doorbell, you didn't hear a door knock, you didn't hear a door kicked in, you didn't.
I was watching TV on the phone. I don't know how.
Yeah, I know. We went over that back and forth. We don't know how. So somehow they got into your house by getting through your mom down on the lower level, right? Because she's the only one who's down there.
She was the only one down there.
So It's very confusing. Generally, random events are not, in most cases, random. There's a rhyme or reason why they've come to your house. But from what you've told me inside the house, the only thing that you hear them saying to you is they're looking for money. They're not looking for a specific quantity of money?
No.
So you're telling me that you had no involvement in what happened, meaning not saying how the outcome came, but you had no involvement in any type of illegal activity that would have drawn you or the attention of you to have bad people come to your house looking for large sums of money. You're not involved in this any which way. Because the question obviously stands, Jennifer, is you're upstairs and they're downstairs. Right? So it's a natural concern when, why would they leave you alone? Why would they not do the same to you? You can't answer that question?
The only thing I can say is he said I cooperated. But I asked him to take me.
The number one guy said you cooperated. Okay. Who's to say this whole thing isn't a lie? That what you're telling me is a lie? Because if you are lying, it's the most cold-blooded thing that I have ever faced in my life. There is nothing that you've said to me today is a lie. Now, back to another very difficult question. But if I don't ask it, it's an obvious one. The resentment that you may have had towards your parents for the interference in your relationship and your life and essentially locking you down in your house.
At the end of the day, I love my parents and I chose to be with them. And if I wanted to, I could have just left, but I didn't. I wanted to stay with them and take care of them.
So this wasn't some evil plot that you thought up to...
Oh my God, no.
No interaction, no belief, you didn't have anything to do with this thing at all, whatsoever. No. You don't engage in illegal activity?
No.
Because you know that it'll be very easy. It will be a very easy thing to discredit you on, right? We're in the process of trying to add credibility to what you tell us, and that's through the process of asking people and doing whatever. Through that same process, it will be very easy to find the flaws in what you've said, which again then turns the focus back to you. Okay? It's a natural progress. It's a natural thing that investigators do. We eliminate people, or we draw our attention to them. It's a natural thing. It's not brain surgery. Okay?
The detective leaves the room for 20 minutes to allow Jennifer to stew in her own thoughts before they end the statement. He comes back to add one last bit of psychological pressure that he carefully disguises as reassurance. Jennifer will leave terrified, but still believe the police are on her side.
Okay, we're done, essentially. How are you feeling?
Sorry, you really scared me.
Did I? What'd I scare you about? Sit down and take a load off. Tell me how you're feeling and how I scared you. I don't want you walking away from here thinking I'm evil. I want you to walking around from here thinking that this guy is helping investigate my mom's murder and he's going to turn over every stone possible to make sure that we catch the people who do that. That's what I want you feeling. So I don't want you walking away from here thinking that I scared you or I'm a bad man. Sometimes we have to ask very, very difficult questions, but it's my job. Okay? You're our only link. You're it. Until your dad is back and being able to be spoken to, right now you're our only link to this case.
Her father had bullet fragments lodged in his face that doctors couldn't remove, and a shattered neck bone. At the time of this interview, the consensus was that if he did regain consciousness, he would be useless as a witness due to irreversible brain damage.
So we may rely on you heavily until we can speak to your father. Okay? So don't be afraid. If you've told the truth, the last thing you should be afraid of is anything. If you've told the truth and you've been truthful through this whole process, then you're helping. You're doing your part. Okay? And don't be afraid of me.
I'm just afraid because, you know, like, I know everything is just all pointing negatively right now, and I don't understand why. I feel that, like, the way you're speaking to me, it's kind of like, I know you said that you had to say those things, but it's here, and I've already said it to the special victims yesterday, but there's, like, ideas in my head.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid to say it out loud. But
ideas about speculation of what happened, how it happened. Unfortunately, at times some of us have to point the finger, or seem like we're pointing the finger, and it really is just to provoke you to see what you're going to do, how you're going to respond. Okay? So it's only a question, and it's been answered. And if you've been truthful, okay, you have nothing to fear. Absolutely nothing. Okay?
Police kept Jennifer under close observation from this point forward. A surveillance detail was assigned to track her every movement, and she was even monitored at her mother's funeral 3 days later. According to reports, she was emotionless the majority of the time, only showing what appeared to be feigned grief at certain moments. She never shed a single tear, and kept her eyes to the floor or completely shut for the entirety of the service. Jennifer's father had in fact awoken from his induced coma the day prior, and miraculously seemed to remember everything from the night of the incident. He would give an official statement in secret on November 16th, and multiple parts of his story contradicted what Jennifer had told police. The most significant detail was that she was never tied up, but instead walking around freely and talking with the intruders as if they were friends. He actually spoke with Jennifer over the phone, but was informed by investigators to act amnesic and not to confront her, only to ask her if she thought her ex-boyfriend was behind it. She stated that she was almost certain he wasn't. The only issue with Hahn's statement was that he had suffered minor brain damage from the gunshot, which could be used by a defense team to refute his testimony in court, or even get it thrown out altogether. Furthermore, it was essentially his word against Jennifer's, and their turbulent relationship would also work greatly in the defense's favor. York Regional Police knew they needed a confession for the best possible chance at securing a conviction, so they assigned their most experienced investigator to conduct Jennifer's interrogation. She was called back into the Markham Police Station on the 22nd of November at 2:30 p.m., a week and a half after the incident took place.
So just for the record, it is the 22nd of November 2010. We're at the 5 District Station in the town of Markham. My computer right now says 2:39 in the afternoon. Okay. Just for the record, my name is Detective William Gates. You can just call me Bill here today. And what do you like to be called?
Jen.
Jen? Yep. What do you prefer, Jen or Jennifer?
Jen.
Either or? Okay. So Jen, you're aware that the audio tape and everything's on. It's the same as last time. Okay. You've been here on 2 other occasions, I understand. On the 9th of November, and I believe again on the 11th of November. Is that correct? Okay. And do you know why we're here today?
Just to discuss stuff.
Yeah, regarding what?
What happened at my home?
Okay. And as a result of that home invasion, your father and Pan was actually shot, and your mother, Pan, was actually killed. Is that correct? Yeah, you'll have to speak up a little bit just so I can hear you.
Sorry, yes.
Okay.
What's unique about this interrogator is how he immediately adopts a no-nonsense approach, yet manages to build rapport and remain sympathetic at the same time. You'll see that he has far less patience compared to the previous investigator, yet seems to create a stronger connection with the suspect. It's a hard thing to explain, but easily observed as you'll soon find out.
So that's what we're going to discuss here today.
Jennifer this time around has read her rights to silence rather than her rights as a witness. If she knew anything about the law in Canada, she would be wise to the fact that she is now a suspect. Fortunately for the investigator, she remains completely naive to the situation throughout the opening phase of the interrogation, making her far more susceptible to the strategy he is about to employ.
Okay, just hold on a second. Okay, we're having technical difficulties here. Okay, so that's why they interrupted me. What we're going to do is, if you don't mind holding tight there, I'm just going to move my equipment to the other room. Okay, and then I'll come over and we'll move over there next door, okay?
I'm just not comfortable doing on my own.
Okay, I'm going to be right here though. Okay?
With respect to interrogations, it's common knowledge that the psychological manipulation begins before a single word is spoken. The physical layout of the room is designed to accelerate the sense of discomfort and isolation, and it's fascinating to observe how each interrogator has their own unique methods of setting the tone. Knowing how this interrogation plays out allows us to realize this detective's procedure. The considerable distance between him and the suspect will keep her relaxed enough to be influenced by phase 1. But this same distance will intensify the pressure once he eventually closes it during phase 2. You'll notice this detective is slow with his first strategy, but swift with the second. He takes his time in building trust and establishing rapport, yet once this initial connection is secured, the transition to aggression will be abrupt and ever increasing from that point forward. Jennifer takes a seat in the room 15 minutes since she was first informed of her rights. It's important to note that she is still free to leave at any time at this point. She is unknowingly a suspect, but not under arrest.
So just for the record, this room is being videotaped and audio taped, just like the other one, okay? And I'm just going to grab my chair from across the way, okay? Okay.
The detective goes through Jennifer's history of teaching piano and her earlier years of high-level figure skating, which was cut short due to injury.
If you didn't get injured, would you still be doing it? Yeah. Okay. So that's nice. And did you, as far as that, did you do like competition skating or? Okay. And how did you do with that?
I wasn't at the top of the pack, but I was in middle average.
Yeah, so that's good though. But you did actually enjoy it. It was more than just going for competition. You enjoyed actually doing it.
I was petrified of the competition.
Okay. All right. Do you have any students right now? Or?
No.
Okay. And why not?
The students I were teaching, they went to high school and lost interest.
Oh, okay. Yeah, too big for piano. Yeah, I took it in grade school too, but I think I went to grade 7 in it, I think. Like when I was in grade 7, I stopped taking it, but I still remember Swans on the Lake. I know how to play that, that's about it.
The detective then goes through Jennifer's work history as a server before touching on her future plans in education. Jennifer mentions that she plans to go by her parents' wishes and pursue a career in healthcare, at which point the primary strategy is initiated. The how and why solution. The detective gradually begins to shift the blame away from the suspect and onto another set of circumstances that prompted the suspect to commit the crime. He starts developing a theme that will afford her a psychological justification in doing it, and this theme will be further established as the interrogation progresses. It starts off subtle so that she remains oblivious to the agenda.
Now, if you could pick any job yourself, I'm not talking about anybody else, but if you could pick for yourself, what would it be?
I'm going to be a piano teacher when I come home. But in the daytime, I'd like to have a simple, maybe like a lab technician job, just work 8 hours a day, and then come home and teach piano.
This is an answer the detective was hoping for. Jennifer's preferred career choice is at odds with what her parents wanted, so he now builds on the concept of the overly controlling parent and the unfair limitations it causes the child. He then links this concept with the subject of Jennifer's boyfriend and how she was kept from seeing him.
Now, eventually you were discussing Daniel. What happened with that relationship?
I hid it from my parents at first. They didn't agree with me having a boyfriend.
Okay.
And once they found out, they didn't like the fact that he was of mixed race.
Okay.
And they told me to stop seeing him.
Okay. And how did that make you feel?
he was the person who just filled an empty void for me. So it felt that a part of me was missing.
When you broke up, you felt the part was missing? Is that what you're saying?
When they first told me to stop seeing him, stop talking to him, I felt like a part of me was missing, and I fell into a little bit of depression.
Okay. How did they find out?
One day when my mother came to pick me up, she saw me with him. He had dropped me off.
Okay. Dropped you off.
At Pacific Mall, and my mother was coming to pick me up from Pacific Mall.
Okay. And somehow they saw each other, I guess?
Oh, my mother saw me hugging Jason goodbye.
Okay. That gave it away. What happened next then?
I tried to bring him home. My mother at first was like, bring him home, let us meet him. When I brought him home, they automatically didn't like him for some reason.
Okay.
And that's when they told me to stop seeing him.
Okay. So you were told to stop seeing him. So what happened then?
At first I stopped for a while. But like I said, I just felt really empty and I felt depression, and I started talking to him again.
Jennifer then goes on to explain in further detail how she carried on the relationship in secret and how it became more and more of a struggle hiding it from her parents.
Now, how has Daniel taken it when your parents said that you couldn't see him anymore? How did he take it?
He was hurt.
Yeah. And how did you feel?
Also hurt.
Also hurt. Okay.
She then goes on to explain that she was living with Daniel at his parents' house for 2 years, while her own parents thought she was studying at a university.
And his parents were, I guess, more liberal than your parents.
His parents, they loved me.
Yeah, okay. And they recognized that you loved each other.
Jennifer recounts how she bought a fake diploma for $500 to show her parents, and the many other avenues she went down to keep the lie going. She eventually gets to the day she was found out.
How did you end up back home, I guess?
They called up my friend, who I said I was staying with, in the middle of the night, and she was groggy and forgot what day it was, and so she's like, isn't she home? And I wasn't home.
Okay. She messed up.
I don't blame her, but...
No. Okay.
Jennifer then goes on to explain the ultimatum she was given and the restrictive measures that were put in place so that she wouldn't be able to see her boyfriend.
So how has that felt, being under those guidelines for the last 18 months?
It was okay, like, it wasn't the best feeling in the world, because, I just felt like trapped.
Okay.
But it's what I chose to be with my family.
Okay. And so you made a choice between what?
Living out on my own with Daniel and staying home with my parents.
Did you feel you really had a choice or not?
There was no choice because family always comes first.
Okay. And where do you get that from? Where do you get that belief? Okay. So family's number one?
Yes.
The detective then brings up Jennifer's earlier assertion of being depressed and then affiliates it with the restrictive measures she was living under.
What was the worst the depression got?
I cut myself.
Okay. And when did that happen? Where did you cut?
On my wrist, and once people started noticing, I'd hide it other places, but never twice in the same spot.
So how many cuts do you have on you?
Now, none.
None? They've healed? Okay. And did you want to kill yourself?
Yes.
Jennifer asserts that she tried to kill herself when she was 19 by overdosing on sleeping tablets. She also states that her self-harm was a distractor from the pain and frustrations she was going through.
Did you ever feel that they expected too much of you? How so?
Comparisons to other people.
Okay, so who would they compare you to?
Like classmates, clubmates, cousins.
Okay. And so some of them have been successful recently? Okay. And what did they say to you?
Wish you could have been that person.
Okay, so that's pretty hard, right? Hard to take for you?
What I've heard all my life. Nothing.
Okay. Did you ever feel like, I know you're smart and they believe you're very smart, but did you ever feel you weren't as smart as what they thought that you were?
Yeah.
Okay, I get that feeling, that it's pretty tough to live up to their expectations. Okay, like your dad ultimately would like to see you be like a doctor. Those were pretty high standards for anybody. Not everybody can be a doctor. Okay, but they may have acted like you could have done it no problem. Their expectations were so high that few people would be able to reach that expectation. I'm not just talking about you, I'm talking about anybody. And it started at a young age.
The detective further explores the stresses of living with overly strict parents, and Jennifer explains in further details the way she would cope, which for the most part was lying about her grades and living a double life with her boyfriend.
How did it feel having to lie to them all those years?
Really hard. Really hard. Like I wanted to tell them, but it just they always looked down and disappointment.
Okay. I'm sure there were days when you actually planned that this is the day I'm going to tell them, and then you just couldn't spit it out.
The opening strategy of the how and why solution has now been executed. A connection has been attained, and the desired narrative established. The next phase of the interrogation is about to commence, which is first set up by a two-step strategy. Step 1 is to induce fatigue. Step 2 is to induce fear.
Now, when's the last time you spoke to your dad?
This morning, just to see if my brother had made it into school.
And what have you and your father discussed about this case?
He just asked me if Daniel was behind it.
Okay.
And I told him I don't know 100%, but I don't think he did.
Okay. Why would he ask that?
Because he believes that we still talk and that he would go to anyone to be with me.
Okay. And what do you think about that?
I know that he's moved on, so I don't think he would go to these lengths to be with me when he's already moved on.
The detective has Jennifer go through the entire incident once more, but unlike the first investigator, offers no reassurance nor consolation. Jennifer starts fake crying again, yet this time is given no tissues to wipe away her non-existent tears.
Now, do you think there's any reason why they tied you up and didn't tie your parents up?
I don't know.
Does that seem odd to you? Why does it seem odd?
Because I was away up here separated from them the whole time.
And does it make sense that they would leave a witness behind? If they were going to kill somebody? Does that make sense?
I guess
Just thinking about it. Would it make sense for somebody that was going to kill somebody to leave a witness behind that could describe them? Does that make common sense for killers?
it's not.
What do you think?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that was a mistake they made then?
I don't know. They kept saying that they're running out of time, and it just.
It doesn't take a long time to kill someone, though, does it?
I know. I don't know.
Jennifer's dramatics intensify as the discussion of the home invasion continues. She's trying to give off the nonverbal cue that she wants to move past the incident. The detective doesn't respond, but continues to go over the different stages of the night in more detail. He jumps from the beginning to the end to the middle, back to the end, and then back to the beginning again. None of this is for the purpose of information gathering. He is inducing mental fatigue as to diminish Jennifer's critical thinking. This is often done before a direct confrontation, as it can diminish the suspect's ability to consider the long-term consequences of a decision. Jennifer will get stressed and tired, not because she is traumatized by the event being recited, but because it's exhausting keeping up such an act when it's not genuine, and this performance eventually starts to dwindle and becomes gradually less convincing.
How did the conversation end with Ed?
I heard my mother calling for my father.
Okay. And then what?
I have to go through this again.
Okay. When you went to bed, was your mom home yet?
She'd just gotten home, and I went down. I told her I'd be right back, and I went down. I said hi to her, and I went back up to my room.
Okay. Were you injured at all during the whole process?
Not really.
Okay. Not really anything?
Step 2 of the confrontation setup will now commence. The detective employs what is known as the futility technique. He will tell Jennifer that he has an abundance of resources at his disposal, and even fabricate much of what he asserts. He's indirectly telling the suspect it is useless to resist due to the overwhelming evidence against her.
Now, the reason why I'm here today, okay, is that I'm an expert, okay, in what we call truth verification. I talk to thousands of people, okay, and I basically know when somebody's not being straightforward with me, okay. I can tell by the language they use, how they answer the questions, their body language, how they treat the question, that something's wrong here, okay, this doesn't make sense.
The detective then gives Jennifer an 8-minute narrative on police tactics and forensic technology, some of which is embellished, but for the most part true. He then asserts that police are able to use infrared satellite imagery to see the occupants inside a household. This is entirely false.
And basically, if people are moving around in a house, it's like an x-ray, okay? And basically we're able to tell, you know, are those movements, are those actions, that number of people consistent with the story that we've been told? Are the people in the positions that the witnesses are telling us they were in? Or are they different? Okay, and if they're different, why are they different is what our question becomes, right? And so at the end of the day, okay, there's so many resources available to me that at the end of the day, I'm going to know if a person's telling me the truth or not.
The detective is now about to initiate the confrontation, but first brings the entire setup full circle by re-establishing the notions of reasoning and rationale. The suspect is fatigued and scared, but still needs to feel the detective is on her side.
Now, I can tell you that nothing surprises me in this job, okay? I am well aware that anybody on this earth is capable of making a mistake. Okay? I don't care who they are. I don't care if they're a priest. I don't care if they're a school teacher. I don't care what the situation is. Given a certain set of circumstances, everyone has the capability, Jennifer, of making a mistake, doing the wrong thing. Okay? The key, though, when I talk to people is when they made a mistake, okay, that's one thing, right? The key is to not keep making the same mistake. And to get that information out and get it off your chest. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? So, at the end of the day, from this case, and I can tell you I've spent literally a week on this case, going over information after information, accessing all the sources, speaking to every other expert on the case. And at this point, Jennifer, I know that you've not been truthful with the police. Okay? You've not told us everything that you know, purposely. You've spent a considerable amount of time in the last 7 years telling half-truths. And I can understand why. Okay, you've had a tough life. What's happened to you, to me, equates to abuse. And all the stresses that you've had and forced to lie, I can understand why you did it. Okay, but you're in another situation here where you're under another tremendous amount of stress. And it doesn't feel good inside, does it? It breaks down the person that you are. Because at the end of the day, you're a good person. I know that. You've got a good heart. In this case, though, you've made mistakes, okay? And you're involved in this. I know that, okay? There's no question about it. The only question right now is, are you going to keep making mistakes? Are you going to go on the route that you've gone on over the years and try to pretend that things happen that never happened? Okay, are you going to not face reality here? We know that you're involved. We've done our homework, okay? We have to resolve that now, here today. I need to know from you what really happened. And I know why this has happened. You have spent your whole life trying to live up to expectations that you can't meet, okay? And that stress the hell out of you. You're a 24-year-old woman being treated like a 15-year-old, okay? You've never done anything that terrible in your life, but you're being treated like you have. You're not being treated like the adult that you are. Yes, you made some mistakes, big deal. You're not the first person that has gone out and not told their parents that they're dating a guy, because in your culture they don't accept it. I understand that. I've talked to people in here that have kept that secret for their whole life from their parents. Okay, so that's not abnormal, but that puts a lot of stress on you, right? That's not easy for you, is it? No. Now, what we need to get down to here today, Jen, is what really happened. You need to tell me what went on, because you know who was in that house that night. You do, Jen. There's no question about that, okay?
While remaining empathetic and understanding, the detective still needs to keep Jennifer's confidence low. He watches for denials and stops them immediately. Letting the suspect deny her guilt will only increase confidence and morale. This needs to be stripped away as much as possible, as early as possible.
There's no question about it, okay?
The focus is kept from the magnitude of the crime and concentrated on the justifications of why someone would commit it.
Yes, their intentions might have been good, but they're not realistic. They're not, Dan, were they? Jen? Their expectations weren't realistic, were they? You couldn't live up to them, could you? You tried to. Right? Am I right? And finally you had to bite back, right? You had no other choice. You felt like you had no other options. You thought of everything else, including killing yourself. This is Canada. We're in the 21st century here. You cannot take everything out of a person. You can have expectations for your kids, but you can't expect them to do everything the way you want. It doesn't feel good to have secrets, does it?
No.
You have to let me know what happened here, okay? Okay, but you were involved, right? That's the part we need. Okay? We need to hear that from you because we know you were.
The detective appears to be getting nowhere, so he now lowers the gauge of admission. A confession to a lesser offense is far easier to attain, but once it is attained, can be used to build on the more damnatory elements of the case. You'll also notice that he uses broad terms that infer guilt, yet don't directly accuse Jennifer of murder.
You knew before that night that this was going to happen. I'm going to make that easy on you. That's a true statement, right? You knew before that night that they were coming. Right? Ken? It's not worth it anymore. It's hurting you.
She seems to be on the cusp of giving some form of admission, yet wants reassurance as to what it means for her own sake. She asks this question 9 times throughout this interrogation. It's one of the few things investigators can't actually lie about, as it's been used countless times in the past to get a case thrown out under misdirection. They can avoid the question, yet they can't afford any false promises with respect to sentencing.
I need to know the details. I can't even say. But I can tell you one thing is that we already know, so you can't change that.
Then why did you stop?
I know you did. but it got too far ahead of you, right? You didn't think this far ahead, did you? But once they started, once they came in, you couldn't stop it, could you? Could you? Jen? Hmm?
I wanted it to stop.
I know. Why didn't they stop for you? Hmm?
I didn't know who they were.
But you were part of the planning, right? You have to tell me that part, and then we're going to work through it together. Do you know what I'm saying? You didn't want this, you wanted to stop it. You have to prove that to me now. Because at the end of the day, we have to stop this from happening to someone else. Right?
What happened to me?
Jen, we're going to have to deal with it one step at a time, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. I need to know what you did. And then you and I are going to work through this together. Because the most important part of this whole thing is that we do the right thing for your mom. Right? I am her voice right now. I'm working for your mom. That's my job. And I have to get to the bottom of this for your mom.
Appealing to compassion isn't necessarily uncommon when the crime is first-degree murder, yet it can send a mixed message when a justification for the crime was a focus point early on. The detective takes his chance with it, which at first appears to work. Jennifer initially responds in a poignant manner, but you'll soon come to notice that her empathy, alongside her concern, is solely focused on herself.
But we got to start.
But what happened to me?
Well, I don't know at this point. Okay, because I don't know what you're going to tell me other than that you were involved, but I need to hear it. What this all was a latch-this effort to live your own life, to be your own person, to make your own decisions. Look at all your friends. Look at all the people around you. Does anyone else have a curfew for 9 o'clock at 24 years of age? You had no choice here, Jen, I know that. And anybody else in your situation would have done the exact same thing. The only thing different is I would say that they'd have done it a lot earlier. They would have looked for a way out. When did you first start planning this? When was the final straw? What was the final straw? So that's what this is all about. Do you want to be a good person here?
Jennifer knows exactly what questions to answer and what ones to ignore. Anytime a question is non-incriminating, she gives a response. Yet when they are incriminating, she remains silent. She is no doubt feeling the pressure, but still very aware of the situation and the potential ramifications of her words.
Okay. And you know when a good person makes a mistake, they have to face that mistake, right? Right? What do you think should happen? I don't know. You're going to prove to people that you know what the right thing to do is. That's what is going to happen. That's what your mom wants right now. She's watching us here. She's wondering, is Jen going to make the right decision here? Is Jen, after all of this, going to come out on top doing the right thing? I'm here for you, Jen. I'm here for your mom. Well, you have to tell, it's one of those situations, you know what, we know that what you did, okay? But you have to be able to explain to me what happened, okay? I can't tell you what's exactly going to happen to you. You just have to be brave here. You have to be brave.
"3 hours, 20 minutes, and 26 seconds. The exact amount of time it took for Jennifer to display genuine emotion. The investigator would later testify this was the first moment the suspect was being authentic. He allows her to fixate on whatever thought brought this on, and remains completely silent for just under 2 minutes.
Sorry, didn't you? They were supposed to take you? What? Okay. So they were supposed to take the whole family out?
No, just me.
What went wrong?
The detective now has one foot in the door. It's not an outright confession, but Jennifer has now admitted to planning the home invasion all along. And although she asserts that she was the intended target while her parents were meant to be spared, the information she has now given is enough to place her under arrest. Jennifer is no longer going home after this interview. The detective now presses for more information on the amended storyline. It's essentially step 1 of day 1 all over again, but from a more powerful position. He knows she is still lying, and now locks her into as many lies as possible within the new narrative.
What happened? Why did it change?
I don't know.
Okay, what do you know? How come it was supposed to be you?
Because I didn't want to be here anymore.
Why not?
Because I was a disappointment.
Okay, you made mistakes, but nothing that couldn't be corrected. Why was it supposed to be you?
Because I was never going to be free from me.
Why did it happen this way then?
I don't know. I never going to be free from me. I was a disappointment in everything.
Okay, but why did it have to happen this way?
Because when I tried suicide, I failed.
What did you want done? How?
Didn't matter.
Okay. So who did you get to do this then?
I don't know who he is. I just got his number.
Okay. And what's his number?
I don't memorize it.
She skirts around the questions surrounding her accomplices and gives multiple fake names. She stated that she got the number of the supposed hitman from an acquaintance named Rick, and that she took everything from there over the phone. It becomes apparent she doesn't want to give up, or even mention her boyfriend, so for the time being the detective allows her to recount her amended narrative in the manner she pleases. She gets to the moment she instructed the hitman over the phone about her planned suicide.
I told him that I wanted to be killed.
And did he think that was something crazy?
He said, "Are you sure that's what you want?" And I said, "Yes."
Because I don't think many people get that request. Do you?
No, but that's what I wanted. And he asked me over and over just to make sure I was sure. And I said I was sure.
Okay, so what did you ask him to do then?
Come take me out and then leave.
Okay. Why did they do it when you were, when your parents were there then?
Never alone. In the nighttime.
Okay. So that meeting you had with Rick, you told him what you wanted?
No, I just said that I wanted, if he knew anybody who could take care of something that I needed, just that I wanted to be killed.
And he said what?
Here's the number.
Did he have the number with him that day?
Yes.
Okay. What did he say he would do?
He just like told me to take care of it. Let me do me.
So your specific request to him was what?
Come in and make sure you kill me.
So he does come into the house, and you're the obvious only young girl there, right?
Yes.
Okay. When he came to your room,
yes.
What discussions did you have with the guy that came to your room? The real discussions you had, not what you told us.
Where was the money? And I showed him where the money was.
Okay. But he obviously said, "I'm here to do what you asked."
He never said anything like that.
What did he say?
Just like hands behind your back.
Did he discuss ways with you how he would do it?
No.
Did you request any way for him to do it?
To make sure no one else was around.
Okay. Why didn't they do it the way you wanted?
I don't know. I asked him to take me and my mom when they took them away.
It doesn't seem to make sense.
I know, it doesn't make sense to me. But that's how it was supposed to be.
Okay. Can you sit up for a minute, Jen? Okay, look at me.
The detective wants an outright confession, and the second direct confrontation is about to commence. Only this time it will be a lot more aggressive, as he doesn't have to worry as much about the suspect locking up or requesting counsel. She is under arrest and going to jail after this interrogation no matter what.
Look at me. Okay. What I do believe is that you went to somebody. And I do believe that night you paid them the $2,000. But what's not true is it was never for you. Okay, Jen, no. Okay, you went to this person and you asked them to do a job. And the job was for your parents. You asked them to do this job on your parents, Jen. Okay, let's be truthful. Okay, nobody's going to come there and get the wrong people. If you wanted to kill yourself, Jen, you're not going to pay somebody $2,000 to do it.
I couldn't do it myself.
Okay,
So.
but there's other ways, okay? And if that was going to happen, they could have taken you outside and done it anywhere. It wouldn't matter, would it? If you really wanted to die, all they would have had to do is pull up beside you in a car and shoot you. You made a specific request, and the job was for your mom and dad. Okay, nobody's going to come in there and do the wrong job. Okay, nobody's going to do that. They came, you paid, and they did what they were supposed to do. And the plan was for your parents. Okay, Jen, you have to be honest with it. This is the only thing that's in contention here. Okay, you made the mistake. Okay, everybody understands. Everybody in this police department feels sorry for you. I can tell you that right now, okay? Because they've seen what you're going through. It's so obvious, okay? That all this tension they put out, basically this is like a volcano, all right? And at one point, it was just too much, and you erupted, okay? And you made a bad decision, okay? And once you hired this guy, there was no turning back. Now, in the original story, you said that you hid your cell phone, okay? If it was for you, you wouldn't have hid your cell phone. That would have never happened. So it's in conflict.
It's not hidden. It's just I put it there naturally.
Okay.
It's what I naturally do.
Okay, but you said on tape that you hid it there and that they didn't know about it. That's your language, not mine, Jen. All they wanted was so much success out of you, they were not even looking at you as a person. They were looking for a success story. Instead of just saying, whatever Jen wants is what's good for us. Whatever she's happy with. As long as she's happy in her life, I'm happy with it. If she wants to work at Eastside Mario's for the rest of her life, that's fine. If she wants to be a piano teacher, that's great. If she wants to continue figure skating, that's wonderful. Why would somebody shoot someone they didn't have to shoot?
I don't know. I can't figure that out.
And actually not shoot the person they're supposed to shoot?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, why didn't you tell us this that night then?
Because I was scared.
Scared of what? Telling the truth?
Yes. That I wanted to die. But
Okay, but listen, if you wanted to die, you would tell us everything because it wouldn't matter. Jen, if you really wanted to die, you would tell us everything because it doesn't really matter. Right?
It does matter because the wrong person got hurt. And my dad is suffering.
I appreciate that's what happened in the end, but that's what was supposed to happen. Okay? The good thing about this is your dad did live. And that went against the plan. If you could make this decision over, you would change it. Okay? You would change it. Right?
Of course. If I knew who was going to get hurt, of course I would.
Jen, you knew who was going to get hurt. That's the whole issue here. Okay, that's the whole issue here. You gave them the plan for your parents, right? That's all I need to hear.
No.
Jen, you did.
No, and this is not going to go anywhere because I wanted them to kill me.
Tell me what happened.
I told you what happened.
Okay, all of it.
You did.
Okay, all you have to do is tell me right now that, Bill, yes, I made a mistake.
Bill, yes, I made a mistake.
This plan was for my parents.
The detective gets no further admission from this point forward, so he leaves Jennifer alone for 3 minutes to play with her hair before he comes back and charges her with first-degree murder.
Okay. I need you to listen close to me, okay, Jen? At this point in the investigation, okay, I'm going to be arresting you for murder, okay? Also attempted murder and conspiracy to commit murder. Do you understand that? Just have to tell me if you understand those charges. Just say yes or no. Yes. Okay. So what we're going to do right now is, do you have your own lawyer?
No.
No? Okay. Do you have a lawyer you would like to speak to that you know of?
No.
Okay. Would you like to speak to duty counsel?
I just want to talk to someone who can help me understand.
Okay, so who would that be?
I don't know.
So do you have a lawyer?
You said that you were on my side. And
Okay, I am on your side, Jen. What would you like to do?
I don't have any idea what to do.
Do you want me to call duty counsel for you?
Okay.
Okay. Or is there any other lawyer that you would like? Okay. So at this point, you wish to speak to duty counsel then?
Sure.
Okay. So what I'm going to have to get you to do is actually empty all your pockets on the table here. I'm going to make sure that they're making a call to duty counsel, and we'll line that up, and you can speak to the duty counsel in private, okay? We've made a call to duty council, and we're just waiting for them to call back, okay? Need a drink of water or anything? What's that? I do have to go and speak to these officers, but I'll come back and speak to you, okay? But we gotta take care of the lawyers, okay? That's the priority right now, okay?
The next time Jennifer would see this detective would be when he testified at her trial. It began on the 14th of March, 2014, and Jennifer pled not guilty to all charges. Her interrogation tape was one of the more damning pieces of evidence put forward by the prosecution. Yet the most damning were the 116 text messages between her and her boyfriend in the 6 hours leading up to the murder. They thought using burner phones to communicate would cover their tracks, yet forensics were able to uncover the entire discussion just 1 month after the incident. They spoke in detail about how the crime would be carried out, and it was enough to convict them both, as well as each of the intruders who were linked to the crime via DNA evidence and witness testimony. They were all found guilty of first-degree murder and given a life sentence without the possibility of parole for 25 years. Jennifer Pan is now 34 years of age. She is currently serving her sentence at the Grand Valley Institution for Women in Kitchener, Ontario. She will be first eligible for parole in November of 2035.
Am I under arrest?
For now.
I'm under arrest?
Yeah, I'll explain everything, but before I explain myself to you, before we talk to each other, I need to read your rights, okay?
What am I under arrest for?
Well, like I said, I need to read your rights first. Obviously, the charge is robbery, okay? I'll explain everything.
I'm under arrest for robbery?
You are, but let me read your rights real quick, okay? And then I'll explain it all to you. Is that okay? You let me do that real fast? All right, Jeff. Can you read with me? Just read in your head, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand what your rights are. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can will be used against you in the court of law. Does that make sense? You've probably heard these before, haven't you? Does that make sense? Do you understand your rights? Do you understand your rights, Jeff? Yes or no? Do you understand? Do you understand what I read you? Do you comprehend what I read you? Jeff, I'm just here to talk to you and figure out what happened and move you on out of here at least some of it. So do you understand the rights I read to you?
If you got something that says you didn't do this robbery, this is your chance to talk to us.
Okay, good cop.
No, usually I'm the prick.
You look like the prick.
This is Jeff. Jeff is a heroin addict and has been for the last 14 years. He is 6'5", weighs 153 pounds, and has now found himself in the unfortunate circumstance of being charged with armed robbery. This is in the state of Georgia, so if found guilty, they will render him the minimum term of 10 years without parole, up to the maximum term of life in prison. Jeff has been through the system multiple times over, and he will know that if indeed found guilty, his sentence will be considerably longer than the minimum 10 years due to his previous convictions.
Jeff, do you understand your rights? Yes or no? I'm not asking if you want to talk to me at this point. I just want to know, do you understand what I read to you?
So am I under arrest?
Yes, you're under arrest.
Get me back to the cell. I don't talk to you motherfuckers.
Okay, fair enough.
You want a Coke?
Yeah.
You gonna be able to pop it open or you need me to?
Jeff has become somewhat of a cult figure in the domain of interrogation footage. His recognition seems to have grown through his own popularity, as opposed to the notoriety of his crimes, like most others. Conveying the exact reasoning behind this can be tricky, as the interest in this character will no doubt vary by the individual. Yet we've found the most collective reason can be explained through a single pop culture reference: the anti-hero. While the concept is timeless, the actual term was created through the realm of modern cinema. There's a diverse number of characters passing through the decades that fit the criteria. Yet perhaps the most textbook example could be the protagonist from the 2003 feature Bad Santa, a middle-aged man simply known as Willie. This is a character that lies, cheats, steals, swears at children, drinks an inconceivable amount of alcohol, and is generally extremely unpleasant to every single person he comes across.
Look who's here, Jimmy. It's Santa.
Oh, fucking great.
Let's tell him what you want for Christmas.
I'm on my fucking lunch break, okay?
On paper, this is an extremely unlikable individual, yet for some reason, we root for him while following his story. Which begs the question, why? Anti-heroes are flawed, as are we. Their moral complexity mirrors our own, and just like us, they are learning and growing as they move along the path of life. Their mistakes make us think of our mistakes, and perhaps the reason we root for their redemption is the reflection of ourselves rooting for our own. So you might be curious about the contrast between the anti-hero and the villain. One we embrace and relate to, while the other we despise and detach from. Both are driven by selfish motivations, yet our emotional response differs between them. The reason for this, while not necessarily obvious, is a relatively simple formula. The anti-hero must have a glimmer of humanity alongside a noticeable vulnerability. This is what allows the viewer to truly connect with the character. It allows us to forgive them when they are unethical, but admire them when they are noble. It allows them to be angry, cowardly, and greedy, but also cheerful, brave, and empathetic.
Who the fuck is Thurman? Is that you? Is your name Thurman?
Yeah,
Thurman Merman?
yeah.
Jesus.
Unlike the clean-cut, one-dimensional hero of mainstream culture, an anti-hero is not only more realistic, but far more likely to resonate with the viewer. They resemble ourselves, and remind us not only of the ambiguous morality of existence, but also the possibility of redemptive change. With relation to Jeff, while many of us can't relate to the feeling of being addicted to heroin for well over a decade, we can certainly understand the feeling of sadness. While we may not be able to put ourselves directly in the shoes of an addict, we can somewhat relate to the adversity that comes with it, not to mention the incredible magnitude of the situation he is going through in this video. How he responds to this very moment is quite literally the precursor to his entire future. He is at a crossroad moment in life, where on one side is the possibility of hope, and on the other side is the outright guarantee of despair. The long-term path he goes down will be the consequences of the short-term choices he makes, all of which have to be judged and decided on while going through the early stages of heroin withdrawal.
I need methadone.
You need methadone?
Yeah, you guys can get me that methadone or what?
I don't have any. Do you have medication for it, or a prescription for it? Or?
No.
What do you need methadone for?
Because I'm a fucking junkie, and you guys, I can't get no methadone. I'm gonna go through withdrawal here in a minute.
Where do you usually get your methadone from?
I don't get it. I get heroin.
How long you been using heroin?
Long time, buddy.
Sometimes the manner in which words are spoken can convey far more than the actual words themselves. The admixture of pain, regret, and acceptance in his voice is not only palpable, but harrowing. It brings us back to the essential components of the anti-hero. He has the singular desire to accomplish his goal, to which the end justifies all means. Yet this desire stems from the scars of vulnerability, and there are few vulnerabilities more crippling than the relentless burden of addiction.
What are you trying to talk to me about here?
Talk to you about what happened last night. Look, here's the deal. Either you're in a bad set of circumstances, or you went and committed an armed robbery last night.
Yeah, right? I'm in a shitty, wrong place at wrong time, obviously. I didn't commit no fucking armed robbery.
All right, then let's talk about this. Let's
I don't
not
have
keep
nothing.
up
I
the
don't talk
act.
to the police, man.
I think it's in your best interest to.
How?
Man.
I don't talk to
you're
the
sitting
police.
Here, okay.
I've been through the system, buddy. I know how
I know
it
you
works.
have. I know you have.
You're
Jeff.
not my friend.
I'm not your friend.
You're trying to fucking get me. Or you're
No,
trying
I'm not trying to get
all
you.
you're trying to get is some fucking stupid ass fucking confession, and you're not gonna get one.
Jeff, I'm not going to get a confession out of you for nothing.
Exactly, because I
And
didn't
I'm
do
not
nothing.
trying to get a confession out of you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't commit no armed robbery, and y'all ain't got no fucking evidence saying I did. Let me go. All you did is find me sitting in my buddy's house because my fucking buddy's dog's going ape shit. I go outside, there are cops everywhere, and they spotlight me. They say, "Come here." I say, "What's up?" They search me. They ain't find
Hang on.
nothing. What's
Let
up?
me read this.
No.
Yes.
Because I'm not gonna sign it.
You don't have to sign it. But let me read it for you. Okay?
I'm not signing nothing.
You don't have to sign it. Let me read it.
You already read it to me earlier.
I know we did, but I'm going to read it to you again.
Thanks for the coat.
You're welcome. Before we ask any questions, you must understand what your rights are.
And here we have our glimmer of humanity. It may seem like a non-essential moment, yet sometimes the smaller things can reveal the most. Jeff extends his gratitude in recognition of the small favor the detective has done for him. There is no return benefit for Jeff giving thanks to his adversary, meaning there is an element of selflessness and grace in the act. There may be considerable emphasis on the glimmer of humanity here, but all we need is a glimmer to know that it's at least in there.
You have the right to remain silent. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, a lawyer will be provided for you. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand the rights I've explained to you?
No.
Huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me what happened last night. Plain and simple. Your side of the story.
I'm not talking to you. I'm a lawyer.
All right. This is what I don't understand. I know, but this is
happened.
what I don't understand, Jeff. You were sitting there talking just like you were ready to sit here and tell me what happened last night, and then all of a sudden I read that to you, and you screw it, I ain't talking to you. I want a lawyer. I don't understand that. What changed just in the...
Because I told you what, I already told you what happened.
You didn't.
How didn't I?
You didn't tell me what happened last night.
How didn't I just tell you what...
But now you've handcuffed me, and I can't talk to you because you've asked for an attorney. So, okay, that's fine. But I will tell you right now, you're still on a hold for a robbery.
I know. I don't know why I need a fucking lawyer because obviously I didn't do nothing. And obviously you guys know I didn't do nothing because I've been arrested for the same bullshit before and you guys don't interview me this much. So, wham bam, thank you for the coat. Put me back in the cell. What's that?
Just my phone. All right. I know we did this twice, but I got to do it again every time, okay? Before asking you questions, I got to read your rights. You understand that? Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and sign there. Let me take your cuffs off.
Look, I'm not signing nothing. I don't want to
Okay,
sign
you don't have to sign anything. You understand your rights, though, right?
Yeah.
That's all I need is a verbal yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
When's this coat gonna be here? Or is that just a fairy tale?
It's coming. He's getting there right now. He'll be here in about 2 minutes. He has to walk to the soda machine. It tastes good.
Mm-hmm.
I have enough evidence
Like what?
of the armed robbery, okay? But, you know, if you're saying you didn't do it, you need to give me your side of the story.
I didn't do it.
Okay, well, give me your side of the story. You got, convince me. Because I got a lot of evidence. I got a lot of physical evidence.
Well, like what? Name the physical.
Well, I don't need to, why should I tell you that? I mean, you haven't been helpful to me at all.
You don't, because I don't believe that you got any evidence.
There's only a couple pieces of evidence I'm missing.
Name them.
What's that?
Name them.
Well, why do I need to do that? You haven't helped me out at all. You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something. Alright? What time do you get over to Aaron's house?
The detective downplayed the magnitude of the question to a considerable degree. He stated that it was a little something, when in reality, establishing a timeline alongside a destination can be a crucial and sometimes decisive piece of evidence. If the suspect locks himself into a specific place at a specific time, it can be used to refute a multitude of amendments he might come up with at a later stage. A single piece of admission such as this essentially has a butterfly effect on a suspect's leverage in a case, and although seemingly insignificant, this was a crucial moment during the interrogation. The suspect at this point in time has given nothing away, and this was the detective's attempt at turning the table.
You give me a little bit, I give you a little bit. We go back and forth. I give you one of my pieces of evidence, now give me a little something. Alright? What time do you get over to Aaron's house?
No, anything I say here can and will be used against me.
Sure, but anything you say here, I can also tell your parole officer that you helped me out.
That doesn't mean dick. There's no way. I didn't do it. There's no way.
How drunk were you? Were you drunk?
No, I was pretty sober.
So you're in your right mind. You remember everything about the night, right?
Yeah.
So you couldn't have done something not remembered. You couldn't have gone and robbed the place and not remembered?
Fuck, no.
Okay, so you would remember if you robbed the place. Yeah. You asked me to bring you up here. I was done talking to you. If you want, why don't we just talk about the gun? Let's start there. Okay?
Well, I don't fucking have a gun or own a gun.
Okay. I don't think you do. I know you don't own one. Okay. I need to know where that gun came from.
I don't have... What the fuck are you talking about?
The gun you were sitting on.
I was sitting on.
Body language analysis can never be given full credibility, yet this would be the most telling moment if one were to use it. The subject of the gun used in the armed robbery has been brought up in the discussion, and when inquired over the gun he was sitting on, the suspect brings forward his posture, maintains eye contact, and responds to the question in a forceful manner. It displays both confidence and conviction in the declamation. One could assume the suspect genuinely has no idea what the detective was referring to in this moment. However, in the next moment, the detective will clarify with the words, "the gun over at Aaron's house," at which point the suspect will reset his posture, break eye contact, and lower the tonality and emphasis in his dialogue.
Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about?
Over at Aaron's house.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Because Aaron says it wasn't his.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Compared to the gun he was sitting on, it would appear the suspect knows exactly what the gun over at Aaron's house was referring to. Yet whether it be for the purpose of not incriminating himself, or for the purpose of not incriminating his friend, the suspect does the smartest thing and refuses to continue the conversation.
Like I said, you give me a little, I'll give you a little. Alright? I got a lot more I can tell you about the whole thing. But you gotta help me out too. So I'm willing to go to the prosecutor, I'm willing to go to the parole officer and say, this guy's a good guy, he helped me out.
Hey.
I know you don't want to go back to jail, right? Back to prison.
Well, fuck, it looks like I am if and you're going to charge me with some bogus shit. You guys don't, what do you got really? That I was at a buddy's house and I happened to come outside because you guys were fucking swarming the area and they
Which door did you come out of?
I came out of the front door. You know what? I'm not saying myself, man. I'm done, man. Fuck this. The only reason I came up here is to get a fucking Coke.
Okay. You're not getting out.
Oh, no. I can't finish it?
You can finish it. Make it quick. I got things to do.
Butterfinger, you promised.
I didn't promise you that. I said we'd see what happens. Alright? Like I said, you haven't helped me out at all. Why should I help you out? I got you a soda. That's good enough.
Jeff was released from custody just under 12 hours later, and that takes us to the final and perhaps the most important component of an anti-hero, the conclusion, which unfortunately in this particular case is unknown. The final outcome of this story will vary depending on the source, some with a happy ending, others a cautionary tale. One legend has it that Jeff got clean soon after his release and now works in the corporate marketing team for Coca-Cola, while another states that he was picked up the day after for the same charge and is now facing down a 15-year sentence in Georgia State Prison. If we go by the Hollywood formula, an anti-hero's actions throughout the course of their life are so drastic and single-minded that they only ever lead to salvation or destruction, and their final decision is always dictated by what they have learned and how they have changed throughout the course of the story. The paradox here is that we don't even need the theme of imprisonment to mold the outcome of this particular story, as the theme of addiction is more than enough. Whether he goes to prison or not, Jeff will either manage to get clean and rebuild his life, or he won't. He is headed for salvation or destruction no matter what, and that single concept can perhaps define Jeff as an anti-hero. His outcome is a mystery, but either way it goes, it most certainly conforms to the anti-hero's ending.
Santa!
Yeah.
You're bringing my present early?
No.
But I never told you what I wanted.
I said I didn't bring it, dipshit.
Okay, good. I want a stuffed elephant. A pink one.
Well, wish in one hand, shit in the other one, see which one fills up first.
This is the average number of children who are murdered by a parent each year in the United States. This is how many die an accidental death from unintentional injuries. And this is the amount that are reported missing. The amalgamation of these categories leaves us with just under 100,000 cases involving a child each year, a startling number in itself. Yet what's perhaps more startling is that less than 0.3% of these cases ever make the headlines. So you might be wondering why these cases get broadcast while others do not. And the straightforward answer is money. The criterion used by the media when deciding which cases make the cut and which do not, while somewhat unsettling, is both logical and effective from a monetary standpoint. The darker, the better. It's no secret the media's primary intention is to make the largest amount of profit by any means necessary. The news is far more likely to publish a story of a grisly nature rather than one of a cheerful composition. And the reasoning is that destruction commands our attention in a way that nothing else can. It's quite simply human nature to be drawn to disaster, and the scientific explanation is that it actually triggers our survival instincts. It's recognized as a reflex response, occurs subconsciously, and is sometimes referred to as the train wreck theory. It stimulates our brain to analyze and interpret the information in front of us, and then evaluate this information to see if it is a threat to you or not. If it's not a threat, we feel a mild sense of relief. But if it is a threat, our brains immediately decide whether you should face it or run away from it. Each time this system takes effect, it builds a preventative mechanism for avoiding danger altogether in the future, and also develops our ability to process the same type of information faster and in a more accurate manner. This mechanism is arguably what makes the case you are about to witness not only fascinating, but extremely unique, as the exact same